Happy Friday to y'all. Here we go with some live at 5 or at 4, as it were. And of course, Big Hind 76. Hold up, Big Hind. My timestamp says 9:02 a.m. I'm going to call that just straight up. Well, we already know. We've established cheating is not outside the realm of possibilities here. But that's ridiculous. That's like, wake up, go into the stream, leave a thing. Now, if you've been sitting here waiting for this for the past, however many hours this is, 9, 3, 6 hours, then I give you kudos here. But I'm pretty sure you have not been sitting there just kind of going, oh, I can't wait for a short stream to start. I can't wait for it to start. I think I call shenanigans here. And poor Baldric, there's no way you can compete with that. Honey Badger, what are you found your way here? Are you telling me there's nothing, no goats or sheep or anything to do? Of course, I want you to know, Honey Badger, I'm never saying this I'm not joking on what you do or all the cool things you do. I'm poking fun, but I don't want it to ever come across as if I'm deriding those other things you do. As I've said before, I think it's great when people have other things to do. I mean, I'm happy to spend the time with you and everything, but if folks have anything else to do, it's like, hey, real world stuff is awesome, and I'm happy that people have those kinds of things. Well, Baldric, he beat you, Baldric, by exactly 6 hours. So you could, Baldric. I'm not trying to foster anything here, but you could literally roll out of bed in the morning, and then you could literally roll out of bed in the morning, and then jump in the chat, leave it up there, and just be like, hey, I'm here. And then 6 hours later, voila, you were here first. Honey Badger, goats, cats, and dogs are already fed, and the kitchen is clean, and I'm just doing laundry before Mom and Dad get home from the trip. Nice. And Honey Badger, are you working this weekend, or you got the time off? I was a little productive. I applied for 3 different jobs, and I cleaned the bathroom. That was my day. So not quite nearly as I wouldn't say enthralling, but I guess as diverse as yours. But fret not, Schwart, I know it's only just okay. Just wanted to make sure, because there are times where it's like, obviously the person's not mean spirited, but if they keep poking fun, you can be like, hey, you know what? So I just want to make sure. It's unnecessary, I think, for most folks, but there's a part of me that goes, I think there's a part of me saying, hey, because I'm not actually, it's not ill-intentioned, but there's a part of me that just feels bad even joking about that. It's like, I don't know. But it can't be guilty, because I literally am not. I think it's freaking awesome. So I don't know what it is. Weirdness. Just weirdness. But anyway, I'm glad you don't take it to heart. Okay, actually, I was dreaming about Denise. I see how it is. You do work tonight. Ah, that sucks. Denise, hello. Sorry, I skipped from goats, cats, and dogs to fret not. So, hello, Denise. Sorry. Good to see you. We're back doing a stream that's a little bit more what this channel has been about all this time. And I apologize, folks, right now. I know the game audio is a little bit low. I have not, for some reason, the game is like blaringly loud in my ears, and I don't know why that is. So I haven't quite sorted that out yet. So I have the game volume turned down so that it's not blasting in my ears, but then I think it's not really, you're not able to hear it very well. So you all let me know if you can, I don't have to, it doesn't have to be like you can hear all the voice lines, although I know I myself like to hear that kind of stuff too, but as long as you guys can hear like some of the music and everything, I'm okay with that. Big Hind, okay, yeah, Big Hind dreaming of a Denise. I understand. She far fairer than I, and I actually would endorse that more so than dreaming about me, certainly. Not for a couple hours. That's right. Because we start a little bit early now, so we get our European friends are able to jump in a little bit sooner, of course, and then for folks like you that are working nights, you're able to participate or get in early. And then we'll have that moment, that lull for like an hour while you're making your commute, and then it'll go crazy again. Edmorn. Oh, Edmorn, what are you doing, Edmorn? Why aren't you there? Let's see. Guitarist Lanula. Wow, where is what is going on? Why? City, why are you what do you have to practice, City? What are you possibly practicing? It should almost be foreboding. Like the game should penalize people like City for practicing, because it's just unnecessary. What is going on? Nobody is. Wow. You know what? Tell you what, I'm gonna do this real quick. We're gonna exit because I want to also mess with the audio here just a little bit. Where are we going? I want to go here. Sounds. Is it sounds? No. Sorry, folks. I do apologize. Open sound settings, maybe? No. Open volume mixer. There, that's what I want. Okay. So OBS Steam. Maybe Steam. We just bring that volume down from 80. Maybe I do that. I don't know, though. I think that would mess with the overall mix. I just don't want to hear it a ton in the headphones. Anyway, let's go back and play. I'm thinking maybe it screwed with us a little bit. Maybe somehow the game is messing with us. So we'll see. All right. So audio is doing the audio thing, and Edmorn still match is ended, even though it's saying in a versus match. Ahmed 9894. There we go. Now we're cooking with propane. I ain't no boomer. I know all the cool cultural references. Cooking with propane. Blackadder should be a part of school curriculum. Wait a minute. Where was the reference to Blackadder? Oh, and now I'm afraid of my head being cut off. Wait. Game no sound. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you for letting me know. Let me see. Is it still no sound? Let me take a gander. I thought I had sorted this, but oh, right. Nope. Thank you. You were absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Now it should be there. Please. I forgot every time I change sources and change stuff. Like, yeah. OBX is great. It's free. Oh, speaking of free, before I forget, I did download Among Us, and I found out a few things. First of all, if you buy it on Steam right now until the 23rd of September, it's only $3.49. That's right, folks. $3.49. Great Caesar's Ghost. What a deal. So yes, if you want Among Us for your, I'm thinking it's good for Mac too, but at least your PC, it'll cost you $3.49. If you want it on mobile, you can get it for free. You don't have to pay a dime, and we can all play together. You're just going to have, I think they say there's like ads. They throw ads in there every once in a while that you have to sift through, but I don't think that interferes with gameplay. So as little as $3.49 or as free. And I think if we got like 5 or 6 people that are interested and have the game, that I could send out an invite to. Haven't actually, as I think about that now, haven't really figured out how that would work. Usually it's like a private thing, so I guess if we're on Discord, I could message you the code. I mean, right now it's small enough. I don't think if I put the code out there, people are gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, 30,000 people trying to play." But so we can do that. So I did do the research. I do have it downloaded. I haven't played it myself yet, but that's what it would take for us to be able to do some shenanigans with Among Us, whether we want to do that during Ward 4 or whether we want to reserve that for maybe I started doing Thursday streams. We want to do it there. If y'all are available on weekend nights, we could try to do it there. I just figured since we're all already here, we could do that, but then it's not really Ward 4, it's Ward 4 Among Us, or Among Us. I think it still works. There's still mayhem going on. There's still hacking and slashing and whatnot. But yeah, I think the audio should be good now.
Just forget about C.
There are certainly no Europeans here. So let me ask you, folks from the continent of Europe, is it? I hate to use the word offensive because it makes it sound like, oh, I have no control over it. But like, is there a way when you think of yourself? Like, again, obviously I'm on the continent of America. I think of myself as an American, and there's no prefix, no suffix. I'm just an American. I mean, I guess could be a Texan, but I haven't lived here long enough to really feel like that has anything to do with my life per se. So I'm an American. That's the continent I'm on. So you're on the continent of Europe, but unlike America or North America proper. I mean, I guess we have Canada, but Canada is like it's on the continent of North America, but it is decidedly its own thing. So you have Canada, North America, and then South America. How do you, if I say European, does it sound like, but, you know, again, you all are a bunch of different nations, you know, very, very different. I mean, obviously very similar. We have a lot of overlap here, but there's, you know, like if you got French and German and, you know, whatever, is it like, is European just kind of like, hey, you know, don't glaze over the whole thing. I actually prefer it to be a Frenchman or whatever else. I would like to know, because I never want it to sound like it's just a broad sweep thing of just like, oh, over there. That's not how I think of it. I just think of the continent of Europe. And my geography is horrible, but to the best of my knowledge, most of the folks here are either in America, Canada, or Europe. It's crazy. I actually don't know. Has anybody met like a South American, Mexico, you know, those kinds of places? I don't think I've ever, like, I know there's I think it was, I'm not gonna name him because I don't know if this is supposed to be out there, but I know there's somebody from like Japan, and I've seen names on here that seem to indicate they're from an Asian country of some kind. I don't always know exactly which one, but some of the names would seem to indicate that. But I just realized, I don't know that I've met anybody or know of anybody, unless there's somebody here who is from like one of the Hispanic / Latin countries. Let's see. But okay, so I'm missing something. Where was the Black Adder reference? Was it a Black Adder reference? Big Hind. Okay, there we go. Hi, Baldrick. I've been introducing Big Hind to Black Adder. Black Ladder. You know, it's funny because well, it's not funny. Sorry. Oh. Hey, amigo. Doing really well. Fantastic Friday. How are you faring? Glad I got that before. Amethysta Dorada, for crying out loud, in casual. What is this? We've got Sea City practicing. We've got Amethysta playing casual. Where? There we go. Oh, thank you, Arrakis. Thank you for actually playing the game. I swear to goodness. How many times do I have to say, keep playing, I say, like a broken record, and only like 2 people actually listen to me. Everybody else stops playing the game. I'm kidding, of course. Don't jump on the game, especially if you don't want to. Worst case scenario, I will jump in, or we'll just switch over to Among Us. If it just gets bone dry here, we'll just do Among Us. I mean, you can do it with like 4 people minimum. It's from 4 to 15 people, or 4 to 12, 4 to 12 or 15. Good to see here as always. And there we go. Arrakis barely missing nipping us, but we did not get nipped. Always happy to be here as well. Da 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 da. Edmorn. Why, Edmorn? Oh, that was dumb. Kudos to people who can do that voice for like an extended period of time. It wrecks my throat. Oh, crapola. Who we just saw Arrakis. Arrakis vanished, up and vanished like a fart in the wind. I got to get that voice. Lanula? Lanula's not there either. Piece of Bird and Casual. Well, screw it. I guess we'll watch a casual match for a second then. But like, yeah, when I first heard the name Black Adder, if I'm not mistaken, Black Adder is a comedy, right? It's not. Well, is it like Monty Python? I think, but it's in a department store, or am I thinking of something? I'm thinking of Faulty Towers. But, yeah, but isn't Black Adder? It's kind of like it's a sketch comedy, right? Is it? But I just remember being thrown off because Black Adder isn't that a snake or something? I remember thinking that. I was like, oh, that's got like to be like a dark like Sherlock Holmes type show or something. And then I saw it and I was like, oh, this is like Monty Python. Unless I am mistaken, which happens on rare occasions. Believers shall flock to our noble cause. Let's see. I can play once I had washed off this face pack. I think. Denise, are we dealing with fatigue, iPad, pecking syndrome? I can play once I had washed off this face pack. Or are you literally wearing a face pack? I don't know what that is. It's like a face mask? Isn't it cooking with oil? No, honey. Well, actually, yes. For Amethysta, it certainly is. I wonder what... Oof. I wonder what... See, this... Oof. I know Amethysta is grinding his teeth right now. He's very much like me. Like, he's very, like... these things do not make him happy. These kind of decks don't make him happy. I mean, he's still in a good spot. Usually it's the other way around. Usually, Ebon Slay has a ton of cards. And right now, he's got the perfect answer for that Venom Tongue with a premium Black Dragon. You know what's more awesomer than the awesomer? Aren Dominion Queen. Yeah. Definitely looks a lot better than Aren, the other Aren. The other Aren kind of looks like... Oh, never mind. I gotta catch up here. Let's see. Fix now. Okay, yep. So, yeah, the audio. Yeah, it's a simple thing to fix, but I forget every time I have to switch up audio source, it screws up the deal. Let's see. I introduced Big Hind to Blackadder, the episode he is Lord High Executioner. Yep, bought it last weekend, haven't tried it again. Wait, Baldric, you got Among Us? Angst Among Us? Yeah, right. Really. not quite as lethal as the game. That's for the emotionally distraught. It's like it's Among Us, but nobody dies. Everybody just commiserates and feels terrible about their lives. Big Hind is European. Is not. I have cowboy boots and a MAGA hat. You know, that would be interesting to get a MAGA cowboy hat. So it's like a bright red cowboy, like a nice cowboy hat, but just bright red. That'd be kind of fun. I just like the color red. For some reason, I've gotten into the color red in the past, I don't know how long. I mean, this is barely red, but like all the shelving in the room is red. Yeah, it's kind of my default color now. Like a deep red, not like a pale red. I don't like an orangish red. It's got to be like laser red. Like that's even like there's a car color now that's like that's a really deep. Oh, it just looks so gorgeous. It's like a deep like cherry. Oh yeah. What has Amethysta got in his hand? My gosh, 2 fleeting apparitions, fingers, and blood sacrament. But he's actually looking pretty good. That's dangerous. That's kind of scary. I'm not thrilled seeing that. Darn you, Metamarco. Let's see. Some days, my friend's not in Moo Clan. Denise. Oh, this is some iPad-ness right here. Some days, my friend's not in Moo Clan or Brazil and Malaysia. But out of that, I got Brazil and Malaysia. So Brazil worked. Brazil is South America, so that works. Generalizations is European. Specification is English, French, German, Austrian. Right, exactly, Honey Badger. But that's what I mean. I don't know, because, like I said, if we say America, I mean, it's a generalization, but we're talking about states, and so it's like, but we are the United States. We're still technically one country, whereas other countries, or like European continent, it's a bunch of other countries that are very distinct from each other. So I just didn't know if me saying our European friends, if it was like, and obviously it's not practical for me to list off every single European country, but it's like, okay, I know we got some folks from the UK. Would you prefer me saying our friends from the UK, or is European okay? Because I mean, it's accurate. But, I mean, I haven't met anybody on here yet that seems to be persnickety about nationality or anything. In fact, there seems to be a lot of crossover and a lot of folks who know of the other places where the people lived or have been there and everything. So it seems like a much more tight, it seems more tight-knit than we may here in America think. Or there's more camaraderie or more whatever. I mean, they're all neighbors, really. But if I happen to know where somebody is from explicitly, like Brave Carrier, decidedly from the UK, if I say European, is it like, come now, you know exactly where I'm from. Why don't you just say from the UK? Why do you have to say European? That's so big and broad, and I like to be small and specific and things of that nature. And yeah, see, I'm totally British. Let's see. Let's see. Typing one-handed. Okay, there we go. So we do. I was pretty close in terms of the source of the, in my humble American opinion, with the big flag and the eagle. Baldric says, I have met a Brazilian guy, Rodriguez, ethnically Japanese, whose family lives in Brazil for 3 generations, all just married into over-Japanese families. What a strange thing that was. That is interesting. Now Baldric, you said you met them. Met the Brazilian guy. Did you meet him? Are you saying you met him on Texel, or you've met somebody in your country? Well, no, because you just said lives in Brazil, and you don't live in Brazil. So you met him online. Did you meet him in here, and did you meet him in Texel? Hello, Beowulf. Got to work again in a few. Beowulf, I think you need to quit your job, man. It's really getting in the way of your ability to interact here. You stopped by yesterday for a brief time, a little bit of a tease, like, hey, here I am. And then, wow, I looked away, and suddenly, somehow, Spliffell Pillager is going crazy. Wow. But Amethysta fighting the good fight, staying alive. Being hurt by this turd muffin right here. Jorun, or Orun, the Scald King. Doing a little bit of uber man spreading right there, if I do say so. I remember when I first heard that phrase, it was the most ridiculous thing. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but like I'm just sitting there. I'd ridden the motorcycle for 5 hours. I'm in Tennessee. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm just like exhausted. And my friends, whatever's like, oh, he's totally man-spreading. I'm like, what the crap is that? I'm tired. My legs are tired. This is the natural position they go in. I'm hot. I'm sweaty. Leave me alone. But then I had to ask, what the heck is man-spreading? And I was like, okay, by definition, I guess I'm doing it. But why is this a horrible thing? This is the position my legs naturally go in at this particular time. I'm not dominating my territory or whatever the crap it's supposed to be. It's just very bizarre. But anyway, good to see you, Beowulf. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a busy week. Very little playtime. Exceptionally busy, Beowulf, I guess? Is that? Guys, a good mud mask is relaxing. Okay, so it is a mud mask. Okay, so I thought I was somehow getting completely mixed signals, but no, you are wearing a mud mask. Despite how awesome it sounds, I have not tried one, and I don't know why. I understand that it is, but I'm also somebody who does not particularly relax when I get massaged. I don't, massages, they never feel good. Like, I can definitely feel that they're poking stuff and they're massaging stuff. Oh, giggles, no! Oh, giggles. I mean, Amethysta, man, it's so many, I mean, Shadala, he can do Cruel Fire Bloom and a Shadala, but there's nothing to steal, and he lost a guard. But he's gonna stay alive here. He's got 2 runes left to break. Yes, press your advantage. Draw your card. Ooh, Piercing Twilight. That's delicious. Let's see. Blackadder is a semi-historical sitcom. Okay, yep. So it is comedy, but semi-historical. 4 seasons. Each season encompass a different historical period. Interesting. Okay, that is a fresh take. Didn't there show like Black Mirror or Dark Mirror or Reverse Mirror or Rearview Mirror? There's some other show I think that does that as well. That each season is its own thing, and I think it brings some of the cast back, but not always. But one thing that I decidedly admire about like the UK in terms of how they do things with a lot of their stuff, you've got a season. Like, they know, they kind of have an arc. It's kind of like in K-drama that way. They know how far they're going to go with it. They know what the kind of the overall story is. And so it's like The Office, the UK Office. I will say I had to turn the subtitles on some points because somehow the accents in the UK, it just I could not figure out what the heck was going on. Nice, Amethysta. This is looking pretty good. It's a hard-fought victory, especially for casual, for crying out loud, but still looking pretty good. Do you want to break that ring? Do you want to skin that smoke wagon? But yeah, just the fact that, like, whereas here it's like, I feel like most sitcoms really hit their stride season 3, 4, maybe 5. And then they got like 2 or 3 good seasons. And then after that, they start just going downhill. So you got between season 7 and season 8, usually I think they should just quit here. But they don't. And Spliffell Pillager I got to give Amethysta props for that. That was a hard-fought victory. That's exactly what I'm going to say. Wow. GG. Hard-fought victory. And let's see here. Broda. Azura. Azura, give me strength. You know, I've never heard anybody actually plead with the deity before they start the game. And that's how life works too. Nobody wants to, you know, acknowledge Azura at the start. And when they don't need anything from Azura, it's like, screw you, Azura, I don't care. But then it's like, oh my gosh, my opponent's, you know, has a 50-50 chance of ending the game right here. Chant your deck with much love. Amethysta, are we getting a recipe today? Look at Broda up against number 4. Some no-name, which goes right along with the Forgotten Hero. I mean, you can't remember the hero if you don't know what the name is. I'm coming to be with you live. Awesome. Looking for that recipe. I did forget to promote that, though. I did. Because it wasn't like anything official, like absolutely official. But yeah, so I like, you know, so here, I mean, The Office, I think it probably season 7 should have been the end of it. But they dragged it on, especially with Michael Scott leaving. That's his name, right? No, that's the character name. How do I not remember his name? It doesn't matter. With him leaving, I think that they should have naturally ended it there. But anyway, but I think that's one of the problems. You know, it's there's no such thing as too much of a good thing. You know, by America, it's America's like just running into the ground until it just absolutely sucks. And so you got Friends, whether you liked it or not, it was better early on. Frasier, I mean, once Niles and Daphne got together, that kind of felt like it was a good stopping place, but they dragged on for the 4 seasons because Kelsey Grammer or somebody wanted it to go for as long as Cheers went, and Cheers arguably went too long. Whereas like in the UK, it's like, we got 2 seasons, bada bing, that's it. If it's awesome, if it's gangbusters, if it absolutely sucks, you're getting 2 seasons, and that, there you have it. Let's see. Rowan Atkinson, nice. Yeah, he's good people. Rowan's really good. He actually gave a speech the other day. Or I saw a speech that he gave the other day. It was really, really well articulated. And somebody said, you know, it's crazy. You've got a comedian who's who's very well spoken. And oh my gosh, Steve Carell. There you go. Thank you, Io. Happily, I'm happy to say that I was not on. It wasn't something that was going to just like keep me up at night. But I do appreciate. I appreciate you giving that to me because it reminds me and for all of our viewers to know that is who it is. And this is just depressing to watch. So do we let it go? Yeah, I think he's upset, and so we will how do we? Yeah, man. I understand the frustration. Whew. Yeah, let's again, there's ways to express ourselves, you know. That's why I default to turn them off. And although I found myself using the phrase jackhole yesterday as I started trying to play Call of Duty for the first time in like 3,000 years. And I'm trying to decide if I'm okay with that because it's jack and hole really mean nothing at all. So I feel like I'm okay with it, but it feels dirty as hell. And so I don't know if I can get away with it. I'm not saying a-hole, not even a-hole. It's just jackhole. But jackhole sounds good. Like it's like fire truck kind of encapsulates the enunciation, the cacophony of the consonants, the f and the k. It gets those. Fire truck. But because there's something about it that just doesn't sound, it just sounds nerfed. It sounds like you're nerfing it. Where jackhole, for some reason, maybe because I just think I think the name Jack is just cool. I think jackhole sounds like it's almost like saying jackal. But that doesn't sound good either. Jackal can't take you serious anymore. What? Wait, so Turd Muffin was fine. Turd Muffin, take me seriously, but Jackhole is where we draw the line? Yeah? Well, tell that to... Oh, crap. Vendor... The Venerable. Yeah, I'll call people Vendor. They won't know what it is. Or Vendork. There we go. All right, so here we go. Io is playing. He's playing the game. He's contributing with his knowledge of the office. He's judging me for my Jackhole commentary, or my use of the phrase Jackhole. But he's also playing the game, so I can forgive the first two, or the second one. But yeah, Rowan Atkinson really smart. But yeah, it was like, how is it that a comedian is making sense and politicians sound like clowns? And that's kind of where we're at in general. Wherever you sit on things, I think pretty much every politician in every level, and I'm not sure it was probably this way a long time ago, but not everybody just had as much ability for us to hear it. It was like if it was in an interview or in a package statement, you may get a candid moment here or there, but usually you wouldn't. But I think universally, pretty much every world leader sounds kind of like a schmuck in some way, shape, or form, or a jackhole, or a turd muffin. They're not synonymous. There's different levels. But yeah. Anyway, let's see. And of course, Tony Robinson. I'm not familiar with Tony Robinson. I might recognize him if I... You know what? Tony Robinson. Sorry, we're going to lose audio for a second. Look up Tony Robinson. Nope.
This should help.
I don't think I've seen him in anything. Okay. I feel like Lex Luthor, there was an episode of Justice League Unlimited where Lex Luthor and the Flash switch bodies, and so Lex Luthor is like all excited because he's got the Flash. He's like, now it's time to see who you really are. He pulls off the mask and he looks in the mirror and he goes, I have no idea who this is, because Wally West is not anybody. He's like some like forensic scientist guy in Justice League Unlimited. He's just some like just random dude like you wouldn't know, almost like Peter Parker, but even less notoriety. Like he's not known as anything, so he's just like, time to find out who this is. I have no idea who this is. Which is, I mean, that's the case for most things. Like people act. I mean, granted, in Gotham City, I'm guessing people would know who Barbara Gordon is, because Commissioner Gordon. But it's just weird. There's a lot of, and obviously Bruce Wayne, people know who that is. But like Dick Grayson, who would know who that is really? I mean, other than, I don't know. It just seems like there's sometimes we just assume people would know. It's like, oh my gosh, Clark Kent. But unless you're into the Daily Planet news, you wouldn't know who Clark Kent is. And even then, his picture probably isn't in the stuff. He does whatever the heck he does. But like, you probably wouldn't know who Clark Kent is anyway. Let's see. Hugh Laurie, that's a name I do recognize. Fry, Stephen Fry I recognize. Wow, they had an all-star cast. Hugh Laurie. Hugh Laurie. Oh, that's House. So that was House before he was House? I know Stephen Fry is. Unfortunately, I basically know him, as probably Honey Badger does, as the ruler of Lake Town in the much afflicted and poorly executed Hobbit trilogy. But can't fault him for being a part of something he figured would have been okay. And his character was fine. I thought he was more or less. I mean, they played him for laughs. I don't know that. I think in the book, I never pictured him as being particularly funny or just kind of like skeevy. He was just. Yeah. I guess. If you wanted, you could pick. I feel like there's like 3 different tones you could have picked to do the Hobbit in. 1, very childlike. 2, very like dark and creepy, like this is nightmare type stuff, which I think would have been appropriate as well. Even though it is for kids, I mean, Grimm fairy tales were also for kids, but they're there to kind of scare you a little bit. And then the third one is kind of a mishmash, and I don't think it necessarily works. But anyway, we don't need to be talking about that. I don't know how I got. Oh, Stephen Fry. That's why. Because I'm thinking like there's certain elements that work and certain elements that don't, and I think Fry's version of the character works if you took the childlike, let's just kind of make it fun and, you know, light. But then you've got, what's his name's Luke Evans, I think his name is. His bard is really serious, and you know it's not comedic at all. And I think he's, you know, he sets the tone of a more like an Aragorn type character, which is a little more, you know, adultish. But anyway. Brian Blessed, all great cast. Wow, Scarlet Red, we call it here. Oh, Scarlet Red, we call it here. Oh, you're talking about the red. Okay, the red color that I like. Okay. Yeah, and I don't know if they call it. I mean, I think certain cars, like certain car manufacturers, call it laser red, but I don't know there's an official like American name. But Scarlet Red says it all. I mean, Scarlet's that's like blood red almost. Well, I guess maybe not as dark, because blood is pretty darn dark. It's almost brown sometimes. Uh-oh. Razzma-dazzma-dazzma-dazzma. I'm looking to do some damage. Razzma's pulled back. All right, so we do have... Oof. I mean, I was going to say, unless he could do... Oh, he is. Okay. I was going to say, what can Mannimarco pull back? Nice, Io. If I'd been paying attention, I might have foreseen that, but since I have been flapping my gums again, as I do, I did not notice. He still has lethal in that lane, barring a prophecy.
I'll teach you to
No!
For the ages.
Dang it. Well done, Io. And Ada, guess showing I had you beat, even if you did hit a prophecy, I guess is the point. Which, like I said, there's some times where if you showing your hand, if it's kind of makes your opponent feel, you're trying to make your opponent feel better. Like, hey, if you're hoping that a prophecy would have saved you, so you know it wouldn't have. But I don't know, it feels a little excessive. But all right, Ahmed, let's yeah. We'll try Brother Ridge, huh? Oh, Brother Ridge. All right, we got Brother Ridge here. And we're at the start of a game. Excellent. Against Toasty Handshake. That sounds all kinds of skeevy. Did I hear Among Us? You did, Inu. Inu, what are you doing here already? This is way before your time to show. Usually, as the villain, you enter in the third act. But yes, you did. Just a reminder for anybody who wasn't here, just to say, I do have it downloaded. It supports 4 to 15 players, I believe. It's $3.50 on Steam right now until the 23rd. And if you're on mobile, like your phone, it is free. So, like I said, if we have enough folks that are interested and don't mind shifting gears a little bit, we can do that. I can't bring it up now because it's through Steam, and that's what this is through. So it would have to be either or. So we don't have to do it, but if there's enough interest and or the playing kind of slows down, I mean, I leave it to you all because you're the vocal folks. I'm cool with either way, but I don't. This is ostensibly, and it has been, Tesla focused. Even if we talk about a bunch of other stuff, so I don't necessarily want to break that for folks that are here for Tesla or will like do this. We can find another day to do it, but I'm more than happy to host it if that's what we want to do. I've seen other people play it. It looks like a lot of fun, but I do think. I'm trying to remember. Because there's something like where I think you can talk to each other, but once the game starts, you can't talk, or you technically can. I don't think you have to, though. Anyway, we'll see. But just putting that out there. Let's see. Has anyone watched The Night Manager with Tom Hiddleston, which is Loki from the Marvels, if anybody doesn't know, and Hugh Laurie? It's based off a John le Carre novel of the same name. I have not even heard of Night Manager. But I like those two actors, so I would be curious to take a gander at it. I am now Among Us. Yes. Yeah. That's very true. We are all playing Among Us because we are all, in a way, Among Us. And isn't that the lesson we learned all along? I was become Among Us. Amogus? Sounds very gladiator-esque. My name is Inu Amagus Aurelius Maximus Majoris. I'm here to wreck your world in Tessel. Does that mean the best of 3? Schwartz and Dick Van Dyke got their British accents from the same place. Hey, Dick Van Dyke is good people. He's a class act, that guy. I like Dick Van Dyke. I'm down for Among Us. I prefer a planned day of that. Okay, that works. That works. I'm totally. That is good to know. So that is our first. You know what? Let's do this because I learned how to do this. Start a poll. That's a good question. When would you like to play Among Us? And are you interested? Let's see. During a 4 at 4 stream? During a happy Friday Eve, Thursday stream. Wait, is that too many? Okay, it's limiting. I feel like I'm on Twitter right now. During a stream and weekend, other weekday. Start poll. There we go. So IO gave us our first more or less thing. Let's see. How do I? Okay, there we go. So the poll is up. Y'all can let me know. I figure that might be the best way to do it. Let's see. I'm down for Among Us. Prefer plan day that. Yeah, to be honest. Yep. I absolutely understand that. Danish 04? Not really. We'll go back and check out IO once again. And you might be honest. I'm trying. I wonder if Dick Van Dyke is the first. Sadly enough, because I don't think Dick Van Dyke is from the UK, right? He's an American dude. I'm trying to think if he was like the first. Like if Mary Poppins was my first exposure to official, more or less, exposure to the British accent. Yeah, I think so. Might have been. Julie Andrews. Like, I think, were there like, there were actually British actors in Mary Poppins, right? That ostensibly took place in England? Or were they all American? All American doing accents. Shake It Baby! Shake It Baby! Haven't seen Shake It Baby in forever. It looks like he is fixing to end Bober Bombarder. Nonsense. Poppycock and nonsense. Let's see. Europeans cling dearly to their ethnicities, and not a small number of them don't like their neighbors. See, that's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing I need to know. I mean, so, and this is what skews things. This is the funny part about this whole type of deal. So, like, for example, now I know I'm gonna. This is I've whatever. I'm not gonna preface it. Y'all know who I am, what I stand for, or what I am all about. When I was growing up, the best swimmers I knew were my mother, who was, on track more or less, pacing for a going Olympics in like a short distance swimming, and my friend Jonathan. And Jonathan, he wasn't just a good swimmer. He was also he was on the dive team. So like when I went to his house and we hung out, like we'd mess around in the pool, but then he'd go on the diving board and do like, gainers and flips and all this kind of stuff. We're talking like with all the form and all that kind of stuff. So really, really good. But here's the thing. My friend Jonathan was black. So my initial, like the earliest I remember somebody that I actually hung out with, went to the pool with, the best swimmer that I knew of was a black guy. So when I first started hearing this whole like the stereotype that black people don't know how to swim, I was like, anecdotally, my only experience with a black guy that I went to the pool on the regular with was that he was a great swimmer. He's better than I am, and he was a diver and all this other kind of stuff. But then as I got older, I started meeting more people. And I think the cool thing that I've discovered is, like, my neighbor openly admits he's a black guy. And he's like, no, man, I get freaked out. Even if I'm standing, if I put my head under the water, it freaks me the heck out. But he's like, but my kids are awesome swimmers. Like, I made sure. It's like, I feel like there was an old guard way of thinking about it, which is we don't go in the water. We don't want our kids to go in the water. But the new kind of mentality is, like, that's not good to be afraid of the water. We don't need to be afraid of the water. So I'm not all about it necessarily, but I want my kids to be awesome. And so that's happened. It's like 4 different people, because they're my age, so they've got kids. And all of them have said, yeah, it's not my thing. Like, I'm learning. Like, I really want to learn. I want to get in there, but I'm kind of anxious about it. But, you know, my kids are great. I got them trained early, and they're taking lessons and everything. So that to say, I got a sample size here of a bunch of awesome people who I've yet to hear anybody say, you know, grumble about any kind of ethnicities or anything like that. So in my mind, my default, my assumption, and this, again, assumptions make an ass out of you and me, or a jackhole out of you and me, but my assumption would just be based on my sample size, which I think is pretty decent. It's not like 2 people. We've got a lot of people here from all over the world. I'm like, everybody's getting along pretty well. But then, Baldrick, who I believe. Okay, so right now 38% during a War at 4 stream. So we'll wait a little bit, but it looks like that is going to be the most favorable time. But that doesn't mean we don't have a little bit of both. So what we can do before we close this stream tonight, we'll plan for it, and we'll try, like, I'll put up another poll, like maybe what time. Okay, so it looks like War at 4 is getting a lot of the love. So what we can do is, and like I said, you have until the 23rd if you want to buy it for a PC for $3.50. If you miss the deal, it's $5. So not a real big outlay. I know some people still may not. I mean, money is money, but you can get it for $3.49 right now, or you can get it for free on any of your social media, or on any of your phones or anything like that. So, what we can do is plan next week. During this thing, we'll figure out a time. I'll put up a poll for when the ideal time is, because I know some people, you know, you're already here late in the day, and so it might be difficult. Like, I don't want to start too late, but if I start too early, then a lot of the people can't join in. So we'll get an idea for how many people can actually play or are interested in playing, and then, geez. So we can try Arrakis again. Was it Arrakis or who were we? No, it wasn't Arrakis. It was, no, Azor. He's not there anymore. Okay. Sorry, I got it confused. I would like to avoid vehement profanity if I can, especially when it pops up on the screen, just as a matter of practice. I don't mind it in real life. You know, people say what they want to say, but, and I'm not trying to censor anybody, but it doesn't behoove us to get that irate, I think. But that wasn't Arrakis. That was somebody else. We won't mention the name. I remember who it is now, but so, yeah. Anyway. I don't think he's currently playing right now. Let's see. So yeah, so what Baldrick was saying is a bit of like okay. But it's good to know, because you never want to base off assumptions. But I mean, a lot of things are anecdotal. But since you're there and I'm not, and I've really had no interaction with the peoples of Europe, I would default to what I'm being told by folks who actually live there and have intermingled. And at Baldrick, from what I can understand, from what I remember, you've got a whole bunch of crossroads going there. I think you said your grandma was from Croatia, if I'm not mistaken, and so you got a lot of that stuff there. Is my point. So anyway, but that was just an interesting thing. This the whole stereotype thing. But then, so the stereotype initially defied my experience. But then as I got older and I went through, I was like, oh, okay, I get why that is a stereotype, or why that is a common perception or a common assumption, or whatever, however you want to think of it, generalization, because pretty much everybody except for my friend all kind of fit that deal. Now, I don't know about Larry. Unfortunately, he passed away, but I don't know. His son is like a great athlete, but I don't know. It's a bummer, too. But it never came out. It never was really important. There was never. It was when I met him in New Jersey. We worked at Circuit City together. There was never a reason to ask him about swimming. Because it was before. I mean, this is back in 2007, I think. So a lot of the nonsense that we're suffering through right now, with relation to race and that kind of stuff, it wasn't like it didn't felt the need to ask. It was a big nothing. Anyway, let's have some. Hello guys, sorry I'm slow. Don't apologize for being slow, Inu. It's okay. I mean, slow and evil. Those are kind of the two. Those are the embodiment. Inu embodies both slow now and evil. So if you're going to be evil, you might as well be slow. Well, we have a lot more neighbors. The USA has that too, but it's mostly California that we don't like. Oh, damn. Shots fired. Shots fired. I mean, there are people, to be fair, Honey Badger, there are people who feel the same way about like Texas and Florida. Like I have a good friend of mine. Like I said, we don't agree on necessarily everything, but he'll say, like, man, have you heard about Florida? It's crazy. And I'm like, you live in California. So for my personal thing, California strikes me as a place that I don't know that I would want to travel to, but there's a lot of folks who feel that way about Texas and about Florida. But those are the three states I would say, depending on your disposition or leanings or what have you, you're either going, oh, I'd never want to go to those places, or whatever. Every other state seems to be. New York, I guess, is another one. New York and LA, they're kind of in the same ballpark. If you're not a big fan of California, you're probably not thrilled with at least New York City. And if you don't like Florida or Texas, you're probably not a fan of the other. But everything else is kind of seems like it's kind of in the middle. Like nobody seems to have any opinion one way or the other. Some of them, have certain policies. Some people go, but it's not as they're not as polarizing. But California, Texas, and Florida definitely have very different, and New York have very different overall ways of perceiving, however you want to think of it, life, the way to live life, politics, all that kind of stuff rolled into one. They're almost diametrically opposed in many ways. But again, remembering in every state there are definitely vast exceptions to the rule. We're talking about a good chunk of people. So you can go to California and find people that, like, we don't like what's going on here, and you can go to Texas and find people that, especially in the big cities, I don't know about, Houston to a degree, Austin, from what I understand, and then I think there's a couple others that are also kind of where you might be surprised at the kind of response you'd get, or the kind of folks that you'd run into here. But that's everywhere. Let's see. If I counted states, it would be even worse. It's pronounced urine. Urine. Wait, what are we talking about? Urine? Talking about urine? Did I say urine at some point? And Honey Badger is just incorrectly saying urine? What? See, I've fallen behind again, dagnabbit. So yeah, Honey Badger, if you want to clarify urine, what is that referring to? Urine? I just can't remember what word I said or what word anybody else said that was pronounced. Slipping my mind. Baldrick, I've met Rodriguez in person. He came to work here. Don't know if he's still in the country. Haven't seen him since 2018, I think. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so he came here to work. Okay. Nice. That's even better. Like the whole, like, online is awesome, but I feel like the end goal, not the end goal, but like the ideal end goal. Oh, gotcha. The Scald King. Okay, urine. Okay, so the J is a Y. Urine.
Careful there, friend.
And the UNN, right? Isn't it JORUNN? So the UNN is in urine. I'm just gonna call him urine from now on. Anytime I see him, I'm just gonna call him urine. because that's what I thought you were talking about. Got to watch out for urine. Urine hitting the board. But yeah, it's like almost like the ideal for me. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that love the fact that there's a degree of anonymity and distance separation from people. It's like I can get close, but we're not close enough that I feel like I'm ever in any kind of danger, whether it's relational, whether it's physical. It's like that, a lot of people I think find appeal in the familiarity, the distance familiarity. But for me personally, like my ultimate end game, my ideal end game is to like meet people in real life that I meet online, because it's almost like everybody is kind of a celebrity. Like I know your name. You've been around. I know what you said. Like I have this familiarity with you that doesn't exist because I met you. It's because I'm familiar with you in another context. So like I said, it's in a way it's like meeting a celebrity in real life. Look at Io with the Worm King doing things. Well, Worm King's agent. Sorry, I don't want to besmirch the Worm King. Pieces of flare. Is it flare? I guess it is flare. Got it. You're in. I'll get you here, man. Brother Rich playing again. Let's check it out again. All right. Let's see. Not really exceptionally busy. Small business owner comes to the territory. Oh, that's. I think. Beowulf. I think I remembered. Oh, we got nipped. Brother Ridge nipped. No, we didn't. No, we didn't. That wasn't. Brother Ridge wasn't doing that. We got. What would be the opposite of nipped? Pinned. That's backwards. Oh no, we got. What did Ugnip said? It's Pongu. We got Pongu'd. So if we get nipped, it's when our friend ends the game as soon as we get in there. If we get Pongu'd, it is when the opponent hits our friend before we have a chance to do anything. Rain showers of gold. Exactly. Yes. I don't know. I'm acting like that's a. Anyway. Oh boy, howdy. Now, Beowulf, let me ask you this. Now, you don't have to tell me, obviously, but is there any? Is your business any kind of service or any product that we or I could partake in? Like, I mean, do you sell granola? Do you sell insurance? Like, I mean, you don't have to say anything that you don't want to say. But if there's any way that I can offer patronage, like if you do printing or something like that, is there anything I could do to help you as a small business owner by making use of your services? I'm curious. I don't know a whole lot of business owners, but I like to support them if I can. So if there is something that I can procure from you, or if you have like a storefront or something like that, I would happily do that. But I'm figuring more than likely it's not something I could do. But like if you sell t-shirts or something, that'd be great. Am I weird for watching shows with the subtitles always on? Okay, Io says no. But both Io and Honey Badger are known for being wrong most of the time. No, I wouldn't say weird. I find them annoying unless I feel like I need them. I find subtitles to be annoying personally. So like if there's closed captioning on a YouTube video, like I will go out of my way to turn it off because I just don't like the word distraction. But if I'm watching K-dramas, I want to have that on there. So if I realize, like I said, with The Office, I didn't think I was going to need it, but I did for a few episodes just to kind of get calibrated into that particular accented way of speaking. I very much appreciate them. I was happy to have them on there. But unless I feel the need to have them there, I don't like seeing them. So if it's just like a normal show, but then again, but see, that's because here's the thing: if it's background noise, I'm not able to read the subtitles anyway. So it doesn't matter if I can't hear them. Having subtitles doesn't help because it's just background noise. But if I'm watching it, engaged in watching it, I don't need the subtitles because I don't have a problem hearing what's going on. So yeah, I'm just gonna say weird. I'm gonna say weird because it's not an abrasive way to say it. I'm not saying you're a horrible person, but I think you and by extension Io for agreeing with you are both weird. Yeah, for sure. Baldrick Saldry, sorry I didn't realize the question about Night Manager. I hadn't seen it. Is it good? I'm only wrong when I'm wrong. You are not wrong on that, Io. You are not wrong about that. You are truly only wrong when you're wrong. I just don't make a habit. That's all I'm saying. Don't make a habit of being wrong. Try to be more like me, where it's a rare occurrence and usually it's intentional to make a point. Baldrick, did you ever watch Tony Robinson's children's series, Maid Marian and Her Merry Men? Oh, yeah, Denise, I remember you mentioning that. I'm curious. I'm still curious about that show. I'm wondering if that's available on like a Blu-ray somewhere. Okay, now Honey Badger's not talking about that one. He's talking about the previous one. It's a great show, especially if you're used to Hugh Laurie being more of a comedic actor. He turns in a great performance in that show. I'm really impressed with just how many actors are not from America, but have like awesome American accents. Because I know, for me, like for Denise, like I hear her talk and like it's a very UK accent, very, very distinct accent. But for her, that's just normal way of talking. So I mean, it works both ways. So therefore, the way to speak with an American accent probably takes the amount of skill and practice that it takes for us to speak with a British accent, and for them to be able to do it, not only to do it, but just do it in a way where we're so like not Tom Hiddleston. Who was the guy who just played the newest rendition of Spider-Man? It's not Tom. It is a Tom, I think. Maybe it's not. I'm sure Io's gonna hit me with it here. Come on, Io. Tom something. Anyway, he is like I saw him in an interview. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's not American, but could have absolutely fooled me. So there's so many actors that can do a Hugh Jackman. I didn't realize the guy was from freaking Australia until he did an interview, and he's the funniest. Yeah, like I'd only seen him in Wolverine. I'd seen him in The Prestige. I'd seen him in X-Men, and none of those are like comedies per se. And so then I see him doing this interview, and he's like laughing and joking. He's like, oh yeah, it was great. You know, I mean, being in America is great. And I'm like, what? What is this? Hugh, huge actor. Broda better beat that market get. Yeah, Denise. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that happened. I would be. I know we bailed out on it. I just didn't know how upset Broda was going to get. But I'm pretty sure once you saw his opponent jumping up to 27 with two markets down there, you knew it was going to happen. I would have been Tom Holland. There you go. I mean, I've got the interwebs here, but I don't like losing game audio. Just it feels bad. I hate that. Thank you, Io. Once again, coming in clutch with the the references. And I'm sure Baldrick is probably on there. Although Baldrick, your wheelhouse seems to be a little bit more of the older, the more seasoned trivia. Shake it, baby. Back to Shake It, Baby. Shake it, baby. To clarify, I'm not saying shake that baby. I'm saying shake it, baby. Don't like shaking babies is not a good idea. We should not shake babies. Let's see. And I'll be right back. The goats are out of their pasture and in the alfalfa field. I love. Be silent. Oh, Honey Badger is very specific about it, as if like any. Now, hey, if anybody else got the import of that, I give you kudos. But for me, if he just said, hey guys, the goats are out of their pasture in the alfalfa field, I'm like, okay, cool, goats doing goats thing. But I love how he said it as if I'm like, oh my gosh, they're in the alfalfa field. Danger, danger. The last card he drew. That turn. Oh wow.
To the mud we all return. Sign me up.
So pretty much a top deck is what he's saying for that one. Dawn's Wrath, yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I always feel bad because I don't feel bad, but I feel like I'm not focused enough on the game because I never really pay attention where people pull their cards from, and there's definitely times where you want to know where they're pulling it from because you'll like. I remember Justin Larson was talking like, hey, if you got a firebolt from your conjurer, your cunning ally, play that one before you play one that you raw draw, because that way your opponent doesn't know that you have it. Your opponent knows you've got the fireball from the cunning ally. So if you're going to play one, play that so that he still has to guess what you're playing. So there's times like where you could look and go, wait a minute, the cunning ally firebolt is on the end there. He played a firebolt from the second card over, so he still got a firebolt. Now that did change when they started showing you permanently revealing cards that you pick up from those kinds of things, like you pick up the knife or the dagger and the sword for what's her name, the reclaimer. You always see that now. If you get a firebolt from something, you always see that. But before that, it was kind of a strategic thing. And the Shake It Baby 12, 18.
A formidable display. Wait.
Yeah, it looks like Shake It Baby's gonna wrap this up here. But yeah, I just think that's funny. Honey Badger's like, I'll be right back. The goats are out of their pasture in the alfalfa field. It sounds like it sounds like a line from an action movie where it's like the music would really kick in, but it's a very bizarre action movie. It's like, what's going on, Honey Badger? You don't understand. Goats are out of their pasture and in the alfalfa field. And it's like, dun, 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 dun. You see him running out there, and he's like, no, goats, come back. Anyway, it's kind of funny. I have loved those. Haven't seen it since childhood. So wait, Baldric, is that response to Denise? Denise, did you ask Baldric? Did you ask somebody else? Yeah, okay, yep. So, Tony Robinson's children's series, The Maid Marian and Her Merry Men. Okay, so 2 fans of the show. That's 2 for 2. That's fabulous. Antoine, hello. Good to see you. A half hour ago. Let's see. Five card extra doesn't change so much. Yeah, I mean, I love when there's exceptions to the rule. Like, you know, when people tell you, like, hey, the ideal rule for like deck building, as few cards as you can in the attribute. So you don't want to go over 75, you don't want to go over 50, because again, consistency and all those sorts of things. But a nice with the Champion of the Arena too. Second time we've seen that card in recent recollection. So it's good to know, but I mean that's kind of the rule of thumb is learn the rules, learn the way the game is supposed to be played, or ideally is to be played, and then if you're good or you're creative or you just want to try it, then you can break the rules and see what happens and see if you can come up with something that, you know, that surprises people. But you don't want to break the rules before you actually learn them. You don't want to just be like, oh, I want to try this before you learn how to do it properly. Indeed, Shake It Baby, indeed. Yeah. Let's see. Indeed. GG. That's a great pull for the arena, too. And looking good in premium. How is the run going for you? I think it's going pretty well, but... Let's see. Oh, Jay Shades! There's Jay Shades! When we last found Jay Shades, he was laddering. Oh, Jay Shades is like in my... He must have been in my... he must be in the same boat I am. Like, he just hasn't played it in so long. Like, Jay Shades is a legend player. Lost to a monk a bit ago, but 5 wins so far. Nice!
My bow is ready.
Oh, wait. Okay, so... That's my kind of luck right there. What are you doing with it? Stole my luck. Honey Badger was saying something. Not that it would, since it's so dry right now, but in spring, when the alfalfa is green and fruff, we got a little Deniseism going there, it can kill the goats if they eat too much. And if it gets rained on, it's even more deadly. A couple springs ago, we lost, I think, 2 to 3 does because they got out when we were at church. Yikes. Okay. So, that is a good content. I mean, I figured, Honey Badger, to be fair, I figured it was something important. Like, Well, at the same time, I'm like, well, you had, if you just vanished and he was like, oh, sorry, I was gone, I had to get the goats. The fact that you had the fresh, okay, yeah, getting there with context. Yeah, I figured it was something serious for you to be like, I got to go do this thing. It's just funny because I don't know. Again, I'm way behind on chat, but I don't know if anybody else that would actually know. Anybody would know what that means, the importance of that. But I figured it was something serious. I just didn't know. I mean, it was a bad thing, but it's also weird because it's not our field. That's okay. That's also understandable. But it's weird because it's like certain things eat alfalfa, right? There are some animals that eat alfalfa and they're cool with it. I'm not saying that goats should be too, but I feel like for whatever reason something eats alfalfa, or alfalfa does something. It's not just a little rascal. There actually is some function for alfalfa. It's not just like a weed or something. Ah, it's a weed, Mr. Frodo. And let's see here. All right, so we got Antoine is giving us the menu for tonight. Torta salata al salmon. Al salmone? Al salmone. When the moon hits your eyes like a torta. Nope. Not working. But that does sound delicious. And I'm guessing something to do with salmon and a man named Al. You can call me Al. If you be my bodyguard, I'll be your long lost pal. I had 7-3 first run. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, the whole not being your field thing, that I can understand being like off the jump. That's just bad news. I don't need such bad luck. I had 7-3 first run. One loss was because I couldn't interact with the game for 3 turns. Oh, crap. That's brave luck right there. You just need to keep your own luck. It seems to suit you better. Let's see. I came early to observe Io's improvement, but I don't see none. And so it begins. To quote King Theoden, it begins. Now you will see real power. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my goodness gracious. Goodness gracious me. Oh jeez. Wow. How did chat go so? What the? Okay. All right. Like half the time, it's the process of me having to scroll up because when it shows up, it's like I said. I think I can see. Look. Okay, well now it's showing. This was all the way down here, so I thought I was like 3 messages behind. But now, as you can see, it's halfway up there, which means I'm way freaking behind. Yeah, that works best for me. I'll keep it and won't replace it anymore. Yes, Arrakis. That is probably for the best. Do not borrow Denise or my luck. It is no bueno. Let's see. Yeah, so we got shots fired at 3:39. Inu fired the first shots that were to be heard around the world, taunting Io and decrying his gameplay. Although I think Io's been doing. I remember Io winning. But of course, we know Inu also prevails here. So, 1 roll of puff pasta, pastry, 250 grams of ricotta cheese, 150 grams of smoked salmon. So I was right about the salmon. Nothing about Alva.
Let's do this.
And I'm back. There we go. Okay, so that's when he returned about a half hour ago. Ooh, spaghetti al nero di sepia. Nero. Interesting. Nero? Nero? Spaghetti al nero di sepia. Yeah, buddy, I tell you what. 1 squid. Whoa, hold the phone there. I mean, I've had calamari, so I guess that makes sense. One of the what do you call it? Antipastas at Macaroni Grill was calamari. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that squid is on the menu as an actual entree. garlic, extra virgin olive oil. Hey, as I don't know about extra, but as a virgin, I do support the use of extra virgin olive oil. I've tried to go the extra virgin route. It just doesn't work for me. Just being a regular old virgin is enough. Ouch. Ouch. J Shades was turning that thing around, and then that happened. But do we have Shake It Baby again? Yeah, all right. Shake It Baby with Lord of the Arena. If it happens on Thursday, I'm a boycott. Okay, so checking the poll here. Okay, so right now, War at 4 is the heavy favorite, with Weekend also being one. Thursday, happily, for Inu. So we do not have a boycott. Very few people are voting for Thursday. We got 11 votes, so that means we'd have a goodly crowd if everybody who's voting is interested in playing. So that means like I said, we can accommodate everybody. We can get up to 15, I believe, again. Let's see. So it looks like it'll be a War at 4. Nice so try. We can do it next week. I'll leave it up there for just a little bit longer, and then we'll end it, and we'll go for like a time. So as you know, we start, like, for my time, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we can go as late as we need to, but our friends in the vast, varied countries on the continent of Europe are at least 5 hours ahead of us. So we start at 3. At the earliest, they're starting at 8. So it's a late night. So I don't want to carry them too far. But if we are going to do it, I think it would behoove us to do it maybe from between like 4, like my time here, 4, and so we got the hour to kind of get everybody here, and then starting at 4 or 5 o'clock. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We would start and go for maybe an hour or two, depending on just how much fun we're having, and then kick back over to the stream. That's my initial thought, but I'll put that up there just to see what everybody's thinking. Honestly, the Among Us can be whenever it's best for everyone else. I don't play it. I may have to download it because I've never played it. I've never played it either, Honey Badger. I've just watched a ton of people play it. And of course, as is my custom, I finally get into things after their popularity has kind of waned, or it seems to have waned. But it just looked like a lot of fun game. I watched some other friends play it. Not friends of mine, but like friends, like just a group of friends. And it just looked like they had a blast. And it's just a lot of fun to watch as a spectator. So, I just thought it would be kind of a cool alternative thing to do. But I've never played it myself. I understand how to play it, but the mechanics of it we'll kind of be learning together. But I mean, it seems pretty straightforward. I've played it in ages, but it's light fun. Light fun is exactly what we want there, and it's light fun against friends. So there's really no losers. Well, it would fall neatly under the umbrella of War at 4. Exactly. See, yeah, it's more espionage-y, but yeah, it's War at 4. I mean, people are getting slashed. Brovington, hello, citizen. Greetings, citizen. Antoine, what would you substitute on the recipe for the fish to make it work for vegetarians? Interesting. Yeah, we'll see if Antoine. Wait, I love it. Denise says, I just see her question. Antoine, what would you substitute on the recipe for the fish to make it work for vegetarians? And I scroll down, I see Denise says worm. And I'm like, I think that's still technically meat. But there we go. What is the name of that card that slays and spawns 2/2 guard? Brovington, did you say that just off the cuff, or did you do that after you saw? Because I think it was Io was running Worm King's agent. We got that sorted out. Trying to stay awake here. Understandable, Denise. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's... Well, no, it's 10? Is it 9? No, yeah, it's 10:19. Oh, right. So sorry. 9 o'clock. When I start the stream, it's 9 o'clock for Denise, who I think is as far west as the European continent gets. So everybody else is going to be at the same time or later in the day. Vivek is such a rascal. That's a great word that doesn't get enough use. And apropos. Vivek is known for not having the nuts. Actually, that's not true, isn't it? He's both. Is that right? He's a hermaphrodite, I think, or aphroditic, or whatever that's called, where he's got both genitals. How and why that would ever come out? Somebody mentioned that somewhere. Somebody mentioned it, and I trusted them because they're lore people with Tessel or Skyrim or what have you. So I assume they know what they're talking about. I'm just like, why would that ever come up in a game? Like the amount of and various types of genitals that a character would have. How does that like organically fit in? Like when does that come up in a conversation with Vivek? Like, hello, Lord Vivek. I hear you're a god. Yes, and I have both male and female genitalia, just so you know. It's like, oh, good to know, buddy. Really was just hoping you weren't going to kill me, but that's good to know.
You will die at my
Antoine. Okay, so great. Antoine is going to have a vegan-friendly, not just vegetarian, but a vegan-friendly menu, which will, of course, include vegetarian tendencies or stylings.
You will know pain and suffering. I do not fear
I don't think he's aphroditic. What is it? Honey badger. Doo-ba-doo. I don't think he's aphroditic. If that's how you spell it, he's both high and dark elf. Oh, okay. Okay, that I can understand better. I thought somebody said... I could have sworn. I didn't make that up. Like, that's not something that I would come up with. But I thought I remember somebody saying that Vivek was, again, a very odd thing. It doesn't make sense to me that they would mention that. But then again, in Borderlands, they go out of their way to let you know that one of the characters you play as is a cannibal. I'm like, why would I need to know that? Like, what? It doesn't impact how he plays the game. I get that it's flavor, but like, why would you choose to make your character a cannibal? It just seems a bit odd. And same thing, why would you make a character? I mean, like I said, maybe it has to do with the lore. Maybe there's something about his background or something where it makes it relevant and or it says something. But otherwise, it's just kind of a weird inclusion. I eat cheese and dairy, so I am vegetarian, not vegan. A lot of my friends are vegan. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't think I knew that about you. For some reason, I thought I remember you mentioning that you were like, I like this. And I thought it was a meat. But I must be misremembering or something else. It's probably in the same conversation that I heard that Vivek had male and female genitalia.
We must protect the
They make me laugh when editing Brovington, the Dragon tea break. Wait. I get so indignant. The subtle jesting between Io and Inu here, continuing to go on. The vegan savory pie with a truly rich and tasty filling is prepared on a short crust pastry base. Lay out a roll of short crust pastry on a baking tray lined with baking paper. Peel and thinly slice 500 grams of purple potatoes. It's so weird because, you know, in America, I'm not necessarily a fan of this, or I don't think it's a great thing. You know, as I'm watching the skid mark that is Invade, the skid mark on the otherwise clean pantaloons of Tessel, more or less. Obviously, we know.
Speak, citizen.
Markets on there as well.
Ita Ori.
Sorry, Io. You know, there's some times where I completely like miss the game that's being played myself. Everybody else sees it. They're like, congratulations, good job, which is awesome. I sometimes miss it. This is one of those times that I wish I didn't see this because it just hits me in the gut, you know? It gives me a little bit of minor indigestion. Eesh. It's just not a feel good time, that's for sure. And Guildsword Dragons, too, of all things. Dragons are so much better than Invade. Oh, let's see here. But yeah, it's interesting because in America, you know, like the only time I ever hear gram used, because we measure things in liters and gallons and a bunch of weird other stuff. But because I've only ever heard it like used with grams when it comes to drugs. So like anything that's like 500 grams of whatever, I'm like, of purple potato. I see purple and I'm like, oh, what fresh drug is this? What kind of concoction are we making here in the vein of Breaking Bad? It's like, no, it's just how everybody else in the world measures food. But here it's the only ever time I hear gram used is when it comes to like drugs. So it's like, oh, he's got 5 kilos of pot, or he's got 5 grams of whatever. Although I think 500 grams of any drug would be crazy. But I'm not sure because I don't really have a concept of how much that would be. I like listening to music in other languages, so put subtitles on for that. Gives me a sense of what the song is about. Exactly, Denise. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yes. That's what I mean. As long as and that's the thing. If you either need it or you just like it, I think it's great. It's only when it's like, if I don't feel like I need the subtitles, that's when I go, eh. But if I need them, then I'm grateful to have them. We need more of those yippee. Yippee! Not. There should be an emote for that, honestly. Yeah, that would be interesting. I wonder if there's a card that would encapsulate that. Yippee! Not. I can hear it in my head. I've heard it often. Yippee! Not. Distribute the mixture. Oh, God, wow. Okay, so we're getting the full. So yeah, just folks, so you know. Now, anybody on Rumble, because you're not seeing the chat here, as I said before, if you want the recipes, and Antoine's not only giving recipes right now, he's giving actually cooking instructions. Check out this video on YouTube, because that you can check the comments it's at the 4:01, 4 o'clock-ish timestamp, and you can get some vegan and non-vegan recipes and cooking instructions. Tom Holland. Oh yeah, wow, yep, that was. But thank you, Baldric. So okay, Baldric proving me wrong. Baldric also has a keen thumb on the pulse of things that are going on now. I was mistaken to assume that. Well, I didn't assume that he didn't know. I just know that when I talk about older references, he always gets those. So I assumed, because there's supposed to be balance in the world, that he wouldn't know all the new stuff too, because he's an encyclopedia of knowledge for the older stuff. But apparently he's got both. So life's not fair, but Baldric knows everything. Experimenting the new recipe, vegan cashew cheese? My goodness gracious. Like, I know Antoine has a good sense of taste and everything, but so so when I see vegan cashew cheese, every fiber of my being puckers. However that manifests, however that works, every part of me in some way manifests a pucker when I hear those 3 words used together. But I trust Antoine, and I believe that he knows what he's talking about. So the other part of me goes, whoa, that must be some really fancy Italiano stuff that I just don't, my meat and potato sensibilities goes, what? But I trust it. I don't necessarily, I mean, as long as you don't say vegan cashew cheese pizza, we're good to go. Although, vegan cheese. Oh, okay. So you're saying oh, never mind. Goodness gracious. Okay, so it's not as bad as I feared it might be. Essentially, cheese made from cashews, so that it's vegan, which is interesting because so is cheese? This is where it gets down to defining words. How is cheese defined? Let me actually look at that. Obviously, this is kind of a nitpick. I'm just wondering. Type of dairy product. Okay, so in the definition of cheese, it says dairy product. So that's my thing. It's like, if we were to say it's but I mean, there's so many different textures of cheese. You can't even qualify by that. But it's like, is it technically? I understand the idea is, hey, this is a cheese substitute, I guess would be the more articulate way of saying it, because cheese is defined as dairy. So it can't be, unless you can get dairy out of a cashew, it can't technically just be cheese. But that's what I was wondering. I didn't know. I was like, how is cheese defined? Is it any type of? Is it just the way that the dairy is processed? Is that what makes it cheese? But it seems to be that dairy is a crucial element of the definition of cheese. So you would have a cheese adjacent or cheese-like substance or cheese substitute made via cashews. But again, I'm not saying that needs to be stipulated. I just wanted to know from my own understanding if you could in fact have, by technical definition, if you could in fact have cashew cheese. I don't think you can. It would be more like a more like a peanut butter type thing, I guess. Well, Brad Pitt makes the best Italian accent. Let's see if Schwartz gets that reference. Brad Pitt Italian accent. I mean, I know the accent he's got in Snatch is not Italian. It's supposed to be Carney, I guess, or Bohemian. I kill you, Rutherford. Well, anyway, that's not great. That sounds like Joe Biden almost. I don't think I'm wondering if I've seen it, because he doesn't do it in the Ocean series. He doesn't do it in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I'm trying to think what else I've seen him. I don't think he does it in Legends of the Fall. Legends of the Fall. What else have I seen him in? He doesn't do it in Spy Games or...
Try something. You won't live to regret.
Let me see you waking.
I'm not thinking on that the baseball movie that he did. Oh gosh, Spy Game and... Wow. I'm sure somebody will know. Somebody's right now typing in chat what that is, and I will see it momentarily. I'm trying to move a little bit faster. Anyway, I'm getting caught up in that. I shouldn't. So I know I do not, off the top of my head, Bravington, I do not get that reference. But I'm suspicious. I think it's because I actually have not seen that movie. I haven't seen all of Brad Pitt's work, but everything that I've seen so far, unless it was, what was it, Bullet Train? That was the latest one. He might have done it in that, but I don't remember it. I don't remember it all that well. I do like cashews. I like cashews as well. My signature dish, Antoine, is halloumi and spiced leeks. Easy and tasty with cumin seeds. Wow. And cashew cheese is amazing. Wow. Yeah, again, the culinary acumen on this channel and in chat here is nothing short of astounding. And the various, we've got everything from your typical fare to vegan fare and vegetarian fare. And there's just a great exchange of ideas here. Using Brad Pitt's Italian accent, buongiorno. Okay, so I think that means Honey Badger gets the reference. Halloumi is always in my heart because it reminds the years spent in the UK and the Indian restaurants. Okay, so that is so I was wondering, because I was like, I'm not familiar with halloumi. Like, curry is something that I'm familiar with mostly from... I mean, I had a little bit of it in my childhood, but I'm mostly familiar with it because it's referenced also a lot in K-dramas. But even a friend of mine who is from Delhi says that in UK, Indian cuisine is great. Interesting! And see, and that flies in the face of stereotypes as well, because the running joke that I've seen in various media, now I'm not sure how many different places. The hideous gromite. Is that the food in the UK is unpalatable. Like, it's the stereotype is French food is the most amazing cuisine, and British food or UK food is the worst thing ever, or whatever. I found it fine when I went over there, the brief time that I was over there. But again, that's like I mean, I don't want to say generally accepted, but that just seems to be have heard it said often enough that I'm like, okay, I guess I should expect awesome food in France and not great food in the UK, even though it's fine to me. But it sounds like, from somebody who knows food, that it actually is rather delicious. And there's Bodybag. Hello, Bodybag. Good to see you again, my friend. Thanks again for stopping by yesterday. It's good talking with you as we trounce the forces of evil as vengeful guardian Moonrider. That's what he's called. The best part about that scene... Okay, so Honey Badger Angry Bodybag Beezy knows what line that's from. As the guy that spoke the best Italian was the guy they said spoke the least. So maybe this is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Well, what's the Tarantino one? Because I know Brad Pitt played like a stunt guy in a Tarantino movie, like one of the last ones he did. I didn't see the movie, but I did see that. So maybe that's what this is about. Maybe that's what this is in reference to. But I don't know for a fact. We gotta. Somebody said something to us here. No, I lost it. But yeah, okay. Tom Holland from IO. Yep, that was. Remember that one? Okay. All right, so Edmorn is definitely AFK at the moment. Series not plan. All right, so Shake It Baby is crafting an arena deck. Io jumping into the fray. Io, thank you so much for putting your expertise on here. And Inu looks like is going to be jumping into the fray here. Wonder if it's going to result in another Inu Io matchup for for all the marbles. I've never been to an Indian restaurant, says Baldric. No, how really, Baldric? You're in your vast array of experiences. That's interesting. Because it just seems like where you live would have like an Indian restaurant somewhere.
I'm sleeping.
Huh. But I'll be honest with you. I think I've only been to an Indian restaurant once. Like they're not. I've never lived somewhere where they're frequent, where they're
Well,
not prolific, where they're not usually. There's not a lot of them. Pretty much anywhere I've lived, there's tons of Mexican restaurants. Tons of Mexican restaurants. Lots of Chinese. Sometimes you can find Korean. Sometimes Japanese. Sometimes Thai. Thai is getting up there. And then pizza and burgers, really. But yeah, Indian food. Indian and like Middle Eastern food are... I don't find too many places to do that. Denise, I give up.
It's not enough.
Oh, I think Denise gives up on... Oh, no. Typing while close to sleep, knit good. Fair enough, Denise. Oh, him body... Oh, that's the... Okay, him body bag. I found that... I just kind of let that go. I was like, all right, I guess that's a new phrasing of some kind. Indian food at a good restaurant is delicious. To be fair, body bag, pretty much any food at a good restaurant is delicious. I mean, I guess the idea is that not everybody likes all kinds of food. So you're saying you like Indian food as long as it's well done. But I mean, I think for most of us, if as long as the food is good at a good restaurant, I'm probably going to like it. But if you had Indian food at least. Yes, I am him.
We must protect our stronghold.
What type of keyboard do you use? It sounds like a keyboard that could get me back into script writing. Bromington, it is... Oh, crapola. What is it? It is called... I can show you. It's... And it does light up. Yeah, so it lights... I'm trying to... It has a G in the corner. You know what? Give me a second. Give me a second. It is a little... It is a... I love... This is my favorite keyboard. So I've got a click-clack keyboard like the old school on my other computer, which I like. I like the haptics. I like the feel of it. But this one... Where did I pull this one? Was this Amazon? I think it was Amazon. Let me see. Oh. That's the rest. Oh. Is that it? Nope, that's back in 2016. Okay, I didn't get it on Amazon. Crap. I have the box for it in the closet, actually. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Sorry. I'm not going to tell you what I'm typing because it sounds stupid. Is it HyperX? Is that what I'm thinking of?
Never!
No. Not bunnies. Full size G915. Maybe that's it. I think it is. I think it is the... Yes! It is the Logitech G915. That is the name of the keyboard. Let's see. And... Ooh, crap. So there's clicky, tactile, and linear. Whichever one is shown right now. Which one is that? Doesn't... Let me see. keep saying they're all. I would have to let you know in the future which one I ended up getting. Because it's clicky. I don't think it's clicky. It may be tactile. But it is a G915. Does it say on here somewhere? Oh, hey, here we go. Clicky. It is clicky. Okay, yep. G19. I should have just looked on the back of this thing. I feel like an idiot now. Yeah, G19 wireless clicky keyboard. And yes, it is my favorite keyboard. I've you have the keyboards that are on laptops. You have keyboards like your Mac, your iMacs, your Magic keyboards and stuff. This is by far my favorite. It's the perfect mix between the actual like the old school click clack keyboards and like the very soft one, but it feels so good. Yeah, sorry, folks. I didn't mean to drag that out for so long, but I wanted to answer the question because it drives me crazy. Like I'll watch a video. I was like watching one on arcade sticks the other day, and the guy's talking all about everything, and I'm like, I love that arcade stick. Like, where did you get that? What is that? And he wouldn't tell me, or he wouldn't tell me because I couldn't hear me because it's a not a live video. But so I just wanted to make sure I provided that information. But that's what it is. It's a little. I don't know why I thought it was okay to spend a chunk of change on it, other than in theory I'd be using it a lot. But yeah, script writing, Bromington. I just encourage you, if you get any kind of whimsy, any kind of inclination, write. And you too, Denise, doggone it. I know it's not a script, but we need to be writing. We need to be creating. If you get just a wild hair, just that, hey, let me do this, jump on it. I've been waiting for the inspiration to return for me to write again. I just need to discipline myself. Anyway, let's catch up with chat here because it's a lot more fun when I'm caught up with you guys. Not out of a pride thing. It's just it means when I ask a question, you give me an answer. It's awesome. Type in when close to sleep. Knit good. I love how it demonstrated that Denise showed and told.
Must take back Sky.
Type in when you're sleeping. Knit good. There we go. Io, eat pineapple ice cream to wake up. Io, it's one thing if you want to. I mean, I know I said pineapple ice cream is not the worst thing in the world, but I just there are so many better flavors of ice cream that recommending pineapple ice cream just seems to be, I don't know, just wrong. It just seems wrong. With a performance like this, Io is far away. What? Hang on a second. Far away from a rematch, I think is what Inu was saying. With a performance like this, Io is far away from a rematch. Oh, so he has to earn the right to rematch you. Is that right? If I recall, he beat you last time. I think you won best 2 out of 3, but he did get a win. And if he's been practicing, as I know Io does, you could be in for a hurtin'. Yeah, I'll be curious to see, folks. Pineapple orange ice cream. I mean, it's like a sorbet, because I like sorbet or sherbet, depending on how you pronounce it. Nice, Io, nice. Hey, whatever you have to say about his ice cream proclivities, Io's a damn fine player of the game. I think the only person that says otherwise is Inu. But that's because he's a villain. Oh, Rumpin' Rufus! Yay, Rumpin' Rufus. And Saints. Wow, I haven't seen Saints on here forever. We got some folks coming out of the woodwork we haven't seen in a long time. And oh, goodness gracious. We're about to get Pongood. Almost got Pongood. He is holding on. Rumpin' Rufus.
Wait. Did you hear that?
And interesting, he doesn't protect her. Ash Suppressor can shackle somebody. Oh, does he have a way to finish this off? I don't think he does.
I will be triumphant.
Nah, he's giving it the college try, but I don't think he's going to be able to. And I will die by my own hand, he says. Seems to say. I can't say that he actually said that. But. Yeah, Saints. Man, I have not seen him in forever. Let's see. And body bag, I think, are you speaking? You're not speaking about the pineapple. I think you're speaking about the alfalfa. Yeah, that makes sense because it was a long time ago, and we were talking about alfalfa back then. Big question: does pineapple belong in ice cream? If not on pizza, exactly. See, I'm curious. Ice cream, yes. Pizza, no. Yes, body bag. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. I'm so glad
We will seize our own fate.
there is sanity within the chat. The closest to Indian I've eaten was in the tiny Sri Lankan restaurant. Very spicy, very nice. I like spicy food. Okay, there you go. Is your local cuisine spicy, Baldrick? Or are you kind of an anomaly in your enjoyment of spicy foods? All fruits are fair game when it comes to frozen desserts. That was kind of my thought. It doesn't mean that I'm particularly keen on it, but I feel like I feel like fruits and ice cream do work together much better than fruits and pizza. One of my beloved one is sag paneer or sag paneer. Ice cream sounds tasty. It does. Indian cheese. There we go. Another robust recipe. When I was younger, we had a pug, and he loved pineapple. And it wasn't until I got older that I realized I was giving this poor dog 100 grams of sugar. Well, there we go with the grams. And body bag, you're well, I guess maybe with all the different things that your family does, like the maple syrup and what's the other one now? The honey. Maybe grams is more used. It's just weird, like hearing somebody from America use grams. But I guess that makes sense too, because we wouldn't measure it in gallons. Like 100 grams is a lot of sugar, but it's not it's not.
By the aim, a fine battle.
Dang.
Is how an artist fights.
I mean, yeah, it sucks for our friend here, but I mean, an Amherst Keeper. If you're gonna go out, an Amherst Keeper, he never gets any love. He never gets to do anything. If anything, you get to harvest his heirloom greatsword and use it elsewhere. You very rarely get to see him do anything. So that's, at least for him as a character. All right, let's see Rump and Rufus rebound from that last game. I believe he can do it.
Care to make a friendly wager?
But I do feel sorry for your pug there, body bag. Although I wouldn't have known either. I don't have any pets. I don't know much about animals, but I do know there are some things that some people are inclined to give their pets that are actually incredibly bad for them. And I'm guessing that's one of them. It's one I don't use measurements. I cook with feeling. Hey, C-City! Joe! Hello, Joe! Good to see you again, Joe. That would partially explain why the chat is going the way it's going, I'm guessing.
I am sworn to protect
But
you.
I do like the it's not irony, but the funny thing. The last thing I remember about Joe and food was him ordering Little Caesars pizza, which I'm a fan of. I think it's great pizza. But when I order it, it's because I don't cook. So it's just an interesting thing. Like the guy who could be chowing down on a Little Caesars pizza right now is like, I don't use measurements. I cook with feeling. Like when I put it in the microwave, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, you just got to feel it out. Sometimes it's overcooked. Sometimes it's undercooked. I think I overcooked my pizza. I mean, yeah, the pizza that I just made from Little Caesars. Look at all the Moon Rider haters. Wait, do we have? I haven't seen any Moon Rider haters. Body bag. I mean, aside from them not like showing up, it seems like enough Tonys to me. Are we referring to the Italian line, for the Brad Pitt line thing? Does everybody know this movie except for me? Like I don't know that I trust you guys anymore. I told you I watched the first part of Dune before, and I got the second part, and I watched that too.
Guide us.
What did I remember liking the book, but the movie was just. Well, I was like, what am I watching? Like, it felt like anticlimactic at every possible moment. Like every time it was like, this should be awesome. I mean, aside from the cinematography was great, the visuals were great, but like from a story, narrative, character standpoint, there was never a point where I was like, whoa, that just hit me hard, or whoa, that's really cool, or I didn't see that coming, or it was just kind of like, I don't know. Like I was like, what did I thought I remembered getting more out of it as the book, but now I'm thinking maybe I didn't. And that's not meant to be an offense to anybody who loves the Dune series. I mean, it's a widely loved series, but I did do some reading on it, and I do think, because it mentions that the author was trying, he had very distinct themes that he was trying to bring across in his writing, and I think that actually, to me, that hurts writing more so. Like anytime a character is a representative, I think it hurts the character development, because we're human beings. We're not supposed to be representative of anything in particular. Even an idea or a theme, you can end up hurting that character because we are so much more than that. And to have any kind of true depth to the character, they can't just be there on the rails to drive home a theme or drive home a certain perspective. And if you treat them as actual people, then then you run the risk of not getting your theme, putting your theme across. Honey Badger says, oh, big kitty not gonna swing. Honey Badger says, in my defense, I've never read Dune, only heard about how good the movies were from others. I've only watched the first movie. You turd muffin. Oh my goodness gracious. See, now here's the funny, this is the funny thing. Like I did, and you, Rumpin Rufus with connection. Oh wait, you with connection issues, Rumpin? Oh no, his opponent has connection issues, I think is what he's saying. As if the woe of the 1800s was that they had slow internet. But so the irony here. So Honey Badger says and I'm not trying to call you out, Honey Badger. I'm just laying it out there for folks. Honey Badger tells me he's watching Rings of Power because it is tied. It has ties to, or it alludes to at least, the Lord of the Rings. It is part of that IP, and so he wants to watch it in order to be up to date on it, in order to be able to speak from a place of authority and say, I saw it, therefore I can critique or say what have you, which there is. Well, I don't remember that, Honey Badger. I don't remember you saying that. I just remember people like just gushing about Dune 2. Just like, oh, it's the greatest thing in the world. It's the best thing in the world. You're going to love it. It's going to transcend humanity. It's going to makes your life so much better. Everybody's life gets better when they watch Dune in 1 and 2. The only thing I remember in general was people saying they liked Dune 1 better than Dune 2. I don't recall. I've got notes. I can check the receipts. I don't remember you specifically saying you never saw it. And if you did, I think I expected you were going to watch the second part because reasons. But, so we'll not watch that. And yet will recommend an entire movie to me, recommend that I watch a movie having never seen it. Like, I won't even do that. Like, I won't tell somebody you shouldn't watch Rings of Power because I haven't seen it. I can say, hey, here's some of the plot points and here's where it deviates from Lord of the Rings. So if you like Lord of the Rings, you're probably not going to like Rings of Power, but I'm not going to say you should or shouldn't watch it. And same thing with a movie that, like, I wouldn't be, like, I just wouldn't recommend a movie unless I knew that it was freaking awesome because I watched it and I enjoyed it. I probably watched it a second and third time. Honey Badger over here, yeah, I should totally watch Dune 2. It's so amazing. It's the greatest thing in the world. It's transformative. I haven't seen it, but I think it's awesome. I don't know why you sound like Pinocchio from Shrek 2, but... Oh no, that's not me at all. Oh. Well, that's Mickey Mouse. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Let's see what he said. I know it was all caps. I got the all cap treatment. As I said, there's no faster way to know that somebody's compensating for something or they feel guilty about something than all caps. You got to watch that. Why did Honey Badger? Did he run away? Oh, okay. Honey Badger is now back online. I freaking told you that. Even when we talked about it, I said my brother read the books, not me. No, I knew you didn't read the books, Honey Badger, and I know a lot of people haven't. I don't think you need to. The movie should stand on its own. And like I said, I'm admitting I don't remember the book worth a darn. I remember certain aspects of it, But like, for example, the girl that's in it, what's her face, Zanaya or whatever the actress's name is, I don't remember that character in the book at all. And then as I read, I find out that she didn't really have much of a part. She wasn't a big. They made her a big character. They decided to make her, and they were like, people were like, oh, it actually makes her better. And I'm like, but does it make the story better? Because if the story was supposed to be focused on other elements and other aspects, you making a character more robust, like there are such things as side characters. Not every character has to be fleshed out. Not every character has to have, all these different things. Like you can't cram that much in there. And I'm not saying that it was a crowded movie necessarily, but that's a choice to emphasize a character that otherwise got nothing in there. Like Lord of the Rings did it with Arwen. My gosh, her name is slipping my brain, but no, I'm getting Arend here. Arwen, yeah. Anyway, the gal from Lord of the Rings, her part was somewhat elevated in order to give their love scene something to build on, but their love scene was like central to the story. And not central to the story. It was if you say, okay, we need in a movie, in a Hollywood movie, love / sex and action, whatever. You typically need to have them there. And so there's really no love story in Lord of the Rings. No strong through line of a love story. It's mostly in the appendices, really. So they gave her a little bit of a bigger part, but in order to enhance that aspect of it, to bring that out of the woodwork a little bit. But they didn't like say, well, her character doesn't have a whole lot of stuff. Let's go ahead and make her a bigger character because that's the way it should be. It's like, no, like you don't necessarily elevate side characters because the story that was being told wasn't including that. Like it didn't need that. So I found it interesting that they made that choice. And the people are like, oh yeah, it's so great that they did that. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I didn't think the character, she didn't do anything for the story. It was just really weird because as I'm watching, I'm like, man, he's so fixated on her. Like he's having all these dreams. I'm like, I don't remember that in the book. So how are they going to pay that off? Like if she's not the center of his world and all his thoughts in the book, what are they going to, they have to write something extra for her, do something extra with her. Otherwise it's just going to be a big nothing. In order to make all of that justified. And they didn't. It was like he meets her and he's just like, and she's like she has 3 expressions. I was talking with Body Bag about this on the stream yesterday. The stream that I totally had that nobody else showed up for. Except for Baldrick and some other folks. Denise said hi. People said hi. I'm kidding, of course. I'm not guilting anybody. And Honey Badger. Honey Badger showed up for that. But we talked about it and just said she had like 3 expressions. And I don't fault the actress necessarily. I just think the character wasn't... You can't really enhance a character too much. Like bring them up to like a second billing when they don't have that role in the story without it being kind of hollow. And so I think that there wasn't anything for her to really genuinely do within the context of the story. Based on how it was written, there just wasn't anything to supplement her with. So, but why the desire? Why they felt a need to do that? I don't know. Why? I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, I just thought it. Yeah. And so a lot of it fell flat because it was like you're giving at the first and second movie, you're giving a little bit. Now the second movie, she had less of a role in there, but it was like you're giving a role to somebody who didn't have that role in the book. And so therefore, but you're not changing the story, which was, I mean, they did actually. The way it ends with her is not how it ends in the book. So anyway, the little bit that I remember of the book, it didn't connect with the movie. So I don't care if you for me personally, as somebody who was not like a giant fan of the Dune books, I liked the first one, but then I started reading the second one. I'm like, this is getting a little weird for me, just for my particular taste. Let me see. I've been talking about myself. Let me see. Liv Tyler. Yep. Well, that's not the elf's name, but yes. I never freaking said watch Dune because it was the best ever. I said I watched the movie and enjoyed it. Not that it was the greatest thing ever. I said that there were people I watched that said it was great, comparable to the OT of Star Wars. That was it. See, well, let that be a lesson to you then, Honey Badger. Let's glaze over the fact that I just generalized everything that you said. Let this be a lesson to you. Do not, and to all of us, do not recommend something just because somebody else says that it's good, because they may be right, and that would be fabulous. But if they are incorrect, Or if you watch it and go, it is it still was issued from your being, and therefore unofficially has your endorsement. I understand that you're stipulating here. We're being very nitpicky here and saying, well, I didn't say it was good. I just said a bunch of people that I respect and enjoy said that it was good. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I read into that too much. I thought that you were giving it your endorsement because what they had to say about it made you go, you know what, this sounds like something I would really, really like. When in reality, that was not the case. Look at Rumpin. I know Rumpin Rufus was saying something. Let me see what is he saying. While I'm off here butchering history.
Just forget about C.
At least he didn't Black Dragon my Grave Prowlers. I don't think he Black Dragon my Grave Prowlers.
The forest will not.
That is the most fickle confidence I have ever heard.
Watch this.
At least he didn't Black Dragon my such and such. I don't think he Black Dragon my. Okay, maybe he did. They have still got some more of it. That was funny. But yes, just that's the thing because you got to remember people like me with big brains, but a lot going on in those big brains are not going to remember that you recommended it in proxy. They're going to remember that you recommended it and that your voice joined the chorus of people who had nothing but amazing things to say about it. The interesting thing too is every time I read a review or people saying like why they liked it or whatever, it always starts with the cinematography, the overall big picture, this, that, and the other. Like they list off like 5 things, which I will admit are all great things for cinema. You know, it's about showing, not telling. Like those are very valid things to praise. They didn't start off with characterization and plot, which unfortunately are the 2 things that I care about the most. And I didn't find the characters terribly compelling. And in fact, according to Hebert, I believe that's how you say his name, the hero of the book, the main character guy, at least for this particular part of the story that we're in, isn't supposed to be a good guy. We're not supposed to like him. He's supposed to be a bad guy, essentially. A tragic character. And I'm like, well, that's crap. Like, I'm not interested in following the story of a tragic character that just belly flops. Like, that's not my jam, really. That said, I did like Amadeus. But he's a tragic character, but it's fiction, nonfiction, whatever. Anyway, here we go. I'm totally gonna catch up. Here we go. I'm totally gonna catch up, even though I just got sidetracked for like an hour and a half. And if we continue the proportion of ingredients. Sorry. Hello, Joe. Couldn't believe that many people are playing tonight. I could try to play, but might fall asleep. Yeah, Denise. Yeah, don't worry about it. Obviously, you're probably asleep at this point, but yeah, never feel compelled to jump in. I will jump in before I would ask somebody who's midnight after a long week of work, and who has probably had a long day as well. I wouldn't ask you to jump in. Let's see. Vivek and Brilliant Experiment is funny. I'm not going to say that's not true. I don't know that I've discovered the whimsy for myself. He must have said something and I missed it. Maybe his voice line or something. He's a bad cook who can't lick his fingers. He's a bad cook who can't lick his fingers. That's a good quote there. I like that. I think. Okay, bye, chat. I got to go back to work now. Have fun. Oh, is that what's going on, Joseph? Are you working now? How have I said now? You're working long hours, I guess, is the thing. So you're gone now, of course. But thanks for stopping by, Joe. It's good to see you again. I missed you, buddy. I was thinking about it. I was like, man, I haven't seen. And actually, Body Bag had been out for a while, but back now, which is good to see. Eggs are fine, but I've always been creeped out by fish. Arrakis, hey! I finished playing for today as it's almost midnight for me, so I'll just watch the stream for a bit. Nice, Arrakis, nice. Good to have you here. Good to see you.
Moving shadow.
Io, understandable. Fish don't blink. Don't blink. The freaks. Yeah, well, so I'm good with fish as long as I don't recognize it as fish. Sushi is fine with me because it's just pieces of meat. But you try to put a fish down that looks like a fish, has a head on it, has eyes on it, even if they're gouged out, or the eye sockets, I guess, I'm not touching it. Can't do it. Can't eat food if I recognize it. Like, if I can look at well, I mean, obviously, I can recognize fish. It looks different than other stuff. But, like, if it looks like what it was when it was alive, like, if you give me a cow head, I love beef. You give me a cow head, I'm not going to. You give me an udder, I'm not going to eat it. I don't care how delicious it might be. It cannot look like a cow or it came from a cow. It has to just be a piece of a rectangular or circular or ob-shaped whatever. Talking about absent people, Vincenzo's been real quiet since he got. Yeah, Vincenzo, he's got a lot on his plate right now. Inu. He definitely. He talked to me a little bit before he left. It wasn't since he got wrecked. I know you're joking, of course, but no. Yeah, since the Babes of Tamriel debacle. Yeah, no, his personal life. Just like, remember, I went out MIA because when I started to move, he's got that plus the family aspect. He's got a lot going on, so it may be a little while more. I mean, I think we are trying to set up a time to finish the Divinity playthrough. About 3 episodes left. He did a lot of homework on that. Found out what we needed to do.
Contest.
And so I appreciated that.
Nice throw.
So again, look at that. Rump and Rufus gives him a good game, and this guy plays out his hand, makes a trade, and now is just kind of like. So I don't know. I don't. Don't forget practice. Wait, what? What do you mean? What do you mean, Inu? Practice? Don't forget what practice. What are we talking about here, Inu? What is the practice you speak of? Seriously, dude? Which is what Io should do more. Oh, damn. I knew that. I should have known that was coming. It was just a setup to get another dig at Io. It sounds like Inu is trying to get Io back in the ring. And I think, right now, that's what we should be seeing. I don't know what that was. It was some wrestler guy, maybe? Seriously? Oh, maybe it's the connection issue he was talking about. But, like, he seems to be messing with stuff. He's just not doing it. Like, he's highlighting the... Damn. I mean, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but that just seems incredibly... I'm going to say it, jackhole-ish. Jackhole-ish. All right. Let's see. Which is what I should do more to get better and pose a serious challenge. Io seems to have left for dinner, right? He's not responding to your taunts there, you know. Wait, observing. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, he's playing? Are you gonna play Inu, or are you just gonna open your loot, huh? You're just gonna count your money, count your stuff, or are you gonna actually play, huh? Huh? Yeah, I'm calling you out, yeah, because Io's played like 6 games tonight. He's played like 6 or 7 games. He's given us a lot of good stuff to look at. But Inu, you know, I've heard some taunting, I've heard some schmack talk, but I haven't seen Inu play any games yet. And it's kind of relevant right now because nobody else is playing either. Oh, jeez. Well, hey, Among Us. Oh, speaking of which, okay, let me go. We'll take a moment here. I'm going to check out the poll. All right. Oh, Weekend jumped up. Weekend jumped into prominence. So, War at 4 was the preference, but now the Weekend is at the top. Okay. All right, so let's do this then. All right, so we'll end the poll here. We got 17 votes, which is fantastic. Appreciate y'all letting your voices be heard here. So we're going to end that there. So it was Weekends and then followed by Live at 5. So let's see if we can do this. What day time is preferred? preferable for Among Us stream game. Got Saturday AM. CST. Currently 5:10. Oh, dang it. How am I going to do this? Okay. Saturday PM. Sunday AM. Sunday PM. All right. So new poll right now. I mean, if we can't figure something out for the weekend, if it's just too varied, then like if it's almost split between all these different options, then we might do live at 5 because that sounds like it was the second best option. That was when we had 11 votes. We had another 7 votes come in or 6 votes come in, and that changed it a little bit. So pretty much dividing it. Is it going to be better Saturday morning, Sunday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon/evening for everybody? Ahmed, thank you, Ahmed. Appreciate you, buddy. Jumping into the fray.
You are no match for House Telvanni.
Let's see.
I am overpowered.
Okay, we're getting to some good stuff here. Okay.
It's not enough to watch your back.
Evening Pingu, there we go. Getting the reference there. Ugnip. So yes, hello Ugnip. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Arrakis is Hungarian. Awesome. I don't think I knew that. I think I got the sense of European, but so we got Hungarian. Yeah, I need to chronicle this because it's like it's really cool. Just the variety. Like it's one thing if you're like, oh hey, we got, you know, like I mean, you see in like esports, and it's like it's you got folks from everywhere, but usually it's like you got, you know, it's like Norway, U.S. Sometimes UK, but usually it's like China or whatever. And it's like, so you have a few times where it's, but like in this huge body of players, you have a few places here and there, but there's usually like 2 or 3 countries that are kind of predominate. Whereas here, it's like there is no, like, it's not even predominantly American. Like Canadian, American, Hungarian, English / UK, which I guess would be English. And then you got, well, yeah, the Hungarian. Then you got Baldrick's in the Balkans, I believe, if I remember correctly. And then, yeah, it's just like, but like all over the place. Like it's just there is no. And then we got Inu, Austria, as I recall, I believe, right? We distinguished Austria, not German. But yeah, it's just really cool. It's really good. It literally is a smattering from everywhere. So we are neighbors. Says Inu. I know it seems weird, but for those who are vegan, it's an excellent alternative, but obviously it cannot replace mozzarella on pizza. Okay, so Antoine, referring to cashew cheese. Again, it seemed weird when I was seeing, I thought you were saying cashews and cheese and whatever the other one was. I was like, oh, that's a weird combination, but yeah, okay, so we got it straightened out there, it looks like. We used to live via Double Kingdom. I have approximate knowledge of many things. Adventure Time reference.
Read my lips.
So again, I'm not familiar with that reference, but that is I feel like that's a very Baldrick thing to say, or a very Baldrick thing to reference. I'm not. Anybody else Adventure Time? Are you familiar with that?
Awaiting your command.
But there we go. Okay, so yep, Austrian. There we go. I didn't see it. Brad Pitt in Inglourious Bastards. Okay, thank you, Brovington, for finally solving the mystery for me. People are just going to leave me hanging on that. I have not seen Inglourious Bastards, so that it always makes me feel better if I don't know a quote. If I've never seen the movie, I feel a little bit less better, but still okay, vindicated. If I've only seen the movie once and it was a long time ago. If it's a movie that I own and I don't know the quote, then I feel like a complete. I just life isn't worth living at that point. So I'm good. I'm glad to know that this quote, this thing that everybody knows so much about, I have not seen the actual movie, so I am excused from my ignorance. Do most countries speak German or just Austrian? There's a guy on YouTube that makes English food, and despite the stereotypes, it looks great.
Now you will see
says Honey Badger. Yeah, that's what I mean, Honey Badger. I think it's maybe I don't know. Maybe it was true for a time, and then the UK was just like, screw this noise. It's time for us. We deserve to eat good too, and so they changed it. Or if it was always a misconception, or if it was just something that the French perpetrated in their disdain for the English. You know, who knows? That Tarantino one. Look, I have a very loose understanding of Tarantino's catalog. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was trash. Is that the movie I was thinking of though, or was it? Because there was the one. There was the one with was it Emma Stone and not Emma Stone? Was it Emma Stone? What was? Hang on a second. Let me just make sure that I didn't get that wrong. Once Upon a Time. Okay, that was the movie I was thinking of. It is the Brad Pitt. Okay, yeah. I'll be honest with you. Like I was more curious about it before I just realized that I don't much care for Hollywood at all. So it's like it just seems like a self-gratifying movie. It's like, oh, let's tell you a little about Hollywood. Let's talk about Hollywood some more and how cool we are. It's like, hey, we don't. It's not enough that we have our own reward show. Let's make movies about ourselves and how cool we are. I mean, obviously there is history there, but anyway. Inu, I beg trying. Wait, what? Inu, I think he's saying something about. I beg try reading Hungarian. What Arrakis wrote just a bit down in chat. Alright, so, okay, so I'm gonna. I'm making a singleton deck for the gauntlet. I'll be on in a bit. Awesome. Dang it. Alright, so let's scroll down a little, see. We got some Hungarian. Let's see. John Kirkwood is the channel. It's glorious seeing what he cooks. Okay, fantastic. Alright, so John Kirkwood, if you want some good food out of the UK. Now I'm curious to hear Hungarian, says Bodybag. Yee, which makes kind of fun that we had a double kingdom.
I lurk in the
for the Horde.
Wait.
That one I get, I think. Isn't that from well, I know it's at least from Warcraft 3. For the Horde. For the Empire. For the Horde.
Important things on my mind.
Oh gosh. All right. I'm not going to get this, but let's see. Hot Bezit. Is that an L or an Bezilny? Or is it hate or hot? I think it's hot, right? Hot. Bezilny nem tudok seten kerezutul deez as a huggy irunk. Well, I can't speak through chat, but this is how we write. Is that the translation of it? Oh yeah, okay, so that all right, so that was actually the translation. Nice. And I think I nailed it, right? I'm pretty much, I sounded like I was born in Hungary. I think I nailed it. I think I at least got one or two of the either the ez or the as. I think I got one of those right. What language do you speak, Arrakis? Hungarian. There we go. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen it before. It kind of reminds me of Russian, like the C-S-E-T-E-N. And I certainly don't mean that there's no weight to that at all. It just, like, that's the most often time I see like that combination. But even then, I'm not even sure, because I think in Russian, it's not even like a real C. It's a different. We had a gentleman here that was from Russia at one point. I don't know that he spoke English though, because he chatted in Russian, and I had to translate it. But yeah, I think the Russian, it looks kind of like that, but I don't think it's an actual C. I think it's another, which I find fascinating. There we go. Battling an event, guitarist on bass. Thank you for jumping into the fray, my friend. He's drafted a singleton warrior deck for nice shiny premiums. for this here against NRO Entertainment.
The Ashkan.
And I just realized I'm hungry. Not Hungarian, hungry.
This one will hunt you
Me trying to
down.
figure out if that's a real sentence or if just smashed his keyboard right. I mean, yeah, I recognize it enough, and it translates. That's the word. But dude, I mean, that's a lot of modified letters. Like I always find it challenging. I got to remember, like, okay, how do I attach a tilde to the A? Like if I'm doing something in Spanish, and it's like 6 words that had accents and squiggly marks and double dots and everything. Is it a different keyboard, Arrakis? I mean, obviously, I can't necessarily show you mine, but like if you think about it, like an American keyboard, like we have keyboard shortcuts that we have to typically look up in order to modify our words like that. Does your keyboard, does it actually have a letter that is like I guess it wouldn't work, would it? Because the 2 dots can be, I can't remember what they're called. They could be over any vowel, right? So it wouldn't make sense that, because then you just have a keyboard with like a billion keys because every vowel would have a double O over it. So it was a dumb question. I realize that now. I do apologize.
You've meddled in our business for the last time.
Let's see. Baldrick says, Hungarian is one of the most unique languages in Europe. It shares little to no similarities to languages spoken in countries around them, similar to Finnish.
For the Ashkan.
I don't think I've seen Finnish either myself. Io, quick digression, but does anyone else see the line to the left of the stream? Has that always been there? Line to the left of the stream. Line to the left of the stream. I see the line. What line are we talking about here? Is it a problem? Is it something on the? Does anyone else see the line to the left of the stream? Are we talking about me? Oh, you know what? Is that? Hang on a second. I think I might know what you're talking about. No? I thought maybe. Oh. Probably on the edge of your green screen. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yep, let me go ahead and fix that real quick. It's the edge of your green screen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, nut bunnies. No. Thank you for letting me know, though. That is something that would bother me. Let me see. Right, I believe, is. Nope, that was the wrong side. Wait, how is that showing up? That's off screen. What in the world is going on here? So I see a gap in the green screen on the far, on that side, but that's off. Like, whoa, no, me. So see, there's one there, but I'm over here. So where? I don't see it in. Interesting. I also don't like the fact that you can see green in my hair. That's weird. The green screen key is not clean, and it makes me unhappy. Whoa, hey there. All right, I think that should be all the lines. It's gone now. Okay, good. That's good, because it was going to drive me crazy. Sorry for that, folks. Production quality should not be that bad for a stream like this. I think I didn't crop it because I was like, it's over here, and I didn't want to cut my hand off. I hate seeing that on streams. I hate when people do that. But if you don't have like a giant studio, you can't. Like, okay, to be fair, well, wait, is this? No, okay, that's this hand. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm touching the wall right now, so it would cut off my hand anyway, because there's a light here and there's other stuff. So anyway, I couldn't fix it. Probably the edge of your green screen. Yep. I'm glad you all are savvy like that, though. But thank you for pointing that out. The stream is shot. I don't know if we're gonna be able to cover. I say that in jest, but really, just the idea that there was a line sitting there this whole time is like, ugh. So thank you for bringing it up. You need the space for a proper lighting setup. Yeah. A bedroom is not necessarily, and it's not a small bedroom, but it's like a 10 by 13 or 11 by 13. So it's not small per se, but for a studio with a green screen setup in particular, it is rather petite. Because because ideally you want to be far enough away from the green screen that you don't have to worry about spill of the green on your face. But you don't want to be so far away from it, because if you're too far from it, then your arms or any of your movement or even vertical movement can go outside of the green screen. So either you're being cut off or you are now in a non-green screen space. Like my green screen is actually up on boxes right now, because even at 6'3" or something that it is, or something like that, it's a very tall green screen. It's taller than I am by about 3 or 4 inches, but because of the way the camera lens is and how the setup is, if I were to just have it where it's at, my head is over. So unless I shoot down, which looks ridiculous, like I'd have to have that camera way up high and just shoot down and pretty much just getting the top of my head, the green screen would not be there. And then you're getting the floor. So it's a mess. But yes, I'm doing with what I have the space with. It's better than what I had in the closet for sure. But I never did green screen in the closet either. So there's a little bit of like I could light this better. I could light this more the way I want to if I wasn't trying to light for green screen, because green screen has to be even lighting and it's got to be over. It's a mess. But I think it's better to have a clear background behind me so you can see more of the game than seeing my background. Although my background is really freaking cool. I love my background. I'm very excited about my background, but it would be taking up this whole square area, and I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Everybody's a critic.
But thank you for your digression, Io. I appreciate that. So Buddy Bag says, nice 5-gallon bucket water jug. I don't think it's 5 gallons. It's like 3. But yes, thank you. It's my workout. It's me drinking, getting some hydration, but also giving my left arm anyway a workout. And guitarist falls to a monk, unfortunately. I do. Maybe the next move, which could happen. My sister. I don't know if I mentioned this. My sister has her second baby on the way. I think she's doing another 6 months, 7 months, and at that point, we've got to once the baby's born, after he or she, we don't know which one yet. When she's older, after she's out of the age that she would normally be in the parents' room, in the little bassinet or whatever, I might be looking for another place to live, just because I'm taking up 2 bedrooms in this house, and I'm paying for them, but I am taking that space. So if they need another bedroom for their new child, I might be getting the boot. Oh, I meant in general, not you specifically. It wasn't a criticism. Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying, guitarist. You're just like, oh, you're saying you need space for a proper lighting setup. People in general need. Yes, agreed. But you're not wrong. I also as well. This is a very condensed space. So the green screen, the fact that I can touch it, right now, I'm touching the green screen. You can't see it because you can't see the green screen, but I'm literally touching it. It should be further away than that. It should be another. I'm literally 3 feet. It should be at least 4 to 5 feet of separation for me. And it also makes for a cleaner key, because not only do you not have the spill, but you get the background, the green becomes even more blurry-ish. The focus, ideally you want your aperture to be closed enough where, wait, is it closed? No, open enough. Because the smaller the aperture, the more lighting you need. No, yes, I think that's it. It's been a long time since I've had to worry about focus and stuff like that, but one of them is where I think it's the smaller. I know the smaller the aperture, or the bigger the number of the aperture, the smaller the opening, which is good in general. But if you're trying to do shallow depth of field, you want I don't remember. I'm not a lighting guy. That's not my thing. I'm not cinematography, not lighting. Smaller aperture, smaller focus area. There you go. Right, shallow. So a shallow depth of field. So smaller aperture. Right, which is what you want with something like this. I want to be in focus, and I want whatever's behind me to be blurry. Whether it's a green screen or not, it's going to be better if that is whatever. But the crazy thing is, the problem is usually lighting, getting enough lighting so that you can have the aperture be smaller. Oh no, the aperture to be. Usually, you want more light. You want to have more light, and so you're trying to. Anyway, it's a mess. But clearly, guitarist knows his lighting stuff. So I appreciate you getting in with it. But usually the problem is always that you don't have enough light on the set, and so you're trying to bring in more lights, or you have to open the aperture, but then you don't. Then you get the better the deeper depth of field, so you have more things in focus, which is not very cinematic. Wait, is that right? No, it's the other way around. Right? Usually you want more light is my point. But sometimes when you're trying to get you want more things in focus. So you want more light. I think that's how that works. But if you're trying to get a shallow depth of field, then you want less light. So you got to bring your f-stop down quite a bit to make things darker. Anyway, I'm way off the beaten track. No, probably nobody cares about this. So Beatrice is it a Danish? Guitarist says battling an event. Let's watch Guitarist as he's given us some more insight. I mean, I had to learn this stuff when I was doing lighting setups all the time, but now I haven't done a lighting setup in a long time, and the little bit that I'm doing here is very casual. And I'm using a Sony ZV-1, which is not, it's got settings that I have to mess with, the ISO and all that kind of stuff, but it's not. I just have to work with what it gives me. It's like I can only light it so well. I can only have so much separation because the background is only so far away. But whatever. Okay.
Don't worry.
Arrakis. It's a Finno-Ugric language, but it has some Turkish-like parts and some linguistic resemblance to some Eastern Asian languages as we originate from Inner Asia. Damn, look at that.
I doubt it.
Yeah, see? Honey Badger got it. I'm staying hydrated. That's right. Pineapple orange ice cream sounds delicious. It's quite refreshing. That's what I'm wondering, if it's like a sorbet kind of thing. Because sorbets I find to be refreshing. They're good palate cleansers too. Once I eat vanilla orange ice cream with some chocolate sauce in it.
My nobility to the
Not on it. That was my favorite so far. Really? Vanilla orange? So like creamsicle with chocolate sauce in it. Interesting. I think I saw that somewhere. I think it's like they sell it here. I just never thought to do chocolate. I mean, chocolate and strawberries work. I guess chocolate and orange could work as well. Obviously, chocolate and vanilla work. They almost go hand in hand. But vanilla orange with chocolate sauce in it, that actually sounds delicious. See, that's the problem with this our discussions here, folks. We are not conducive to low calorie eating habits, and we make ourselves hungry. That's just kind of the thing. At least I'm speaking for myself. Like everything we talk about, I'm like, this is all very high calorie. Like I need to exercise a ridiculous amount if I'm going to eat the way chat talks. But I will say this, and I feel like crap because I've got a pudge that I'm trying to get rid of. I haven't weighed myself because I'm afraid of what I'm going to see, which doesn't change anything. The truth is what it is. It doesn't. I'm not going to not be as heavy as I am because I don't look at the weight. It's a ridiculous thing, but I just know it's going to be more than I want to see. But I just bought chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream, mint chocolate chip ice cream, and vanilla caramel ice cream. And I'm making my way through it very quickly. And these are pints. No, quarts. Quarts are bigger than pints, right? These are quarts of ice cream. But I have to do that because I have a freezer in my mini fridge, and it feels stupid to have it empty. So I had to buy ice cream. But it's gonna make me pudge, and I don't want to pudge. I'm very against it. Well, I don't think we make ourselves hungry. Well, that's fine. So it's just me then. It's just me. So everybody else can hear all this yummy talk of food and ice cream, and nobody is like, oh my gosh, I need to get some ice cream now. Now, our local cuisine is rarely spicy. We do use salt and pepper a lot, and a mixture of paprika with some herbal spices, but nothing as spicy. That's kind of that was my vibe of that particular part of the world, but I can't say it was a suspicion, not a guitarist. I just started cutting sugar. Oh, there we go. Hang on a second. A fellow get rid of the pudge person. I just started cutting sugar and fasting a couple of days a week. After a week, my brain is going, where's the damn sugar, dude? It gets angry. Oh, well, guitarist, you're watching, I think. Yeah, 100%. Like I did carnivore. I'm trying to do carnivore again, and in fact, as far as like the people helping me prepare food, this is concerned, it is carnivore. But I keep putting in sugar here and there, or bread, or whatever. But yeah, same thing. Your body gets pissed off. It's like, hey, it's almost, sugar is almost, I mean, it's a very mild version of it. It's almost like a drug. I mean, it's an addiction. Like your body knows when it's not getting sugar. And the crazy thing is it doesn't need it. I mean, glucose we need, but to a degree, but not like sugar, especially stuff that's processed like candy and ice cream. But yet your body's like, I'm entitled to this. Why is it not here? Why am I not getting it? In fact, right now my body's going, I want some ice cream. You talked about ice cream. Feed me ice cream. And I'm like, it's not time for ice cream. Not time for ice cream. But now I'm like, okay, yeah, addicted. But so that's good. It's good for you, guitarist, that you're weaning yourself off of that. I mean, and that is going to be a test of willpower. Like that's, you know, I went on that fast myself to a degree, and it was not an easy thing. So kudos to you. You know, however you're starting, like that's, I mean, I just need more discipline, period. Oh, okay, this is not my fault. Okay,
Where you walk on warm sands.
Get him, beaters, get him.
If I fall,
I mean, greet him and then get him.
play
Anyway,
me.
let's see. Swapping out my chocolate snacks with dried fruits and nuts and stuff. Okay, yeah, that's a good place to. I tried. I fell short of that, so I was like, I'll get trail mix, and of course I get the trail mix with like M&Ms or whatever in it. So fell short of the glory of that, but those are good substitutes. I actually did substitute a bag of candy with beef jerky, so I am kind of treasure hunt title going for. Wait, what? What do you say? Treasure hunt title going for treasure hunt title. That makes sense. All right, so treasure hunting title. Hence why we see treasure. But yep, that's a great, and it kind of gives you the same, like a lot of the time I feel like it's just my mouth wants to chew on something. Doesn't help that Norway has killer chocolates. I have heard that, and yeah, that would be that is, it's like you're not helping me, nation. I need you guys to suck at making decent or tasty sweet things. But that is, but yeah, like, so nuts are a great substitute because you still get the crunch, you get some of the same kind of mouth movement, but you're obviously eating. And I mean, and honestly, I mean, like, oh my gosh, you know, the day that I realized, I was like, hey, you know, natural peanut butter is really good for you. Well, it's better than processed peanut butter, but it's still 200 freaking calories per tablespoon. So, like, even something like just pure peanut butter, like just nuts, they're good, they're much better. But from a caloric standpoint, sometimes they're not as safe as you would hope they would be. Like, speaking for myself, I was like, oh, I'll just chow down on a bunch of nuts. And I was like, well, you can chow down on nuts. It's better than chocolate, but you still can't really just go nuts with nuts because they will. Unfortunately, that's a great little combo with this jackhole right here. I respect and hate Dune Ripper.
There is a toll for
Because he's nuanced. He has some. You got to finesse him a little bit, but he is just such a pain in the jack. All right, denying the card draw, getting some drain down. This is good for Beatrice. Oddly enough, never had Hungarian cuisine. I don't know if that's odd or not, Honey Badger. I mean, I don't think I've had it either. I'd venture to say probably most folks, unless you know somebody who's Hungarian, you probably haven't had Hungarian cuisine. Does he have another one? Does he have a finish off leaf lurker? I mean, he's just going crazy with this. Oh, he didn't want to move back over. I'm fine with Dune Ripper so long as you don't give him lethal. Yeah, that would be a problem. That would be a problem. But even then, like, you're having to augment him. Like, the card itself isn't a jerky card per se, but it's like the most annoying non-jerky. That him and the ponytail kitty, the 5/5 that heals for 2 every time it moves lanes. The monk kitty, whatever it's called. Like, they're not toxic cards, they're not bad cards, but I still they get on my last nerve. And they're never short on movement cards. Like, there's only so many of them. Oh, what a great prophecy for Beatrice. And that staff, that almost would have, if it didn't have to automatically equip it, could have killed Syria with that. But that really is helping. So we might see a Belly G come down and boot her off the board. Stem the bleeding a little bit. Well, oh, never mind. Never mind. I didn't realize Beaters was so close to a win. I thought he was... A lot of times when you're up against a movement deck, whether it's Monk or Archer, people are on the back foot most of the game. Like they're just trying to keep ahead. But Beaters has been doing a good job trading blows and is threatening lethal himself here. So good call there. Well, I'll be back in a bit. I need to go make dinner. So okay, so there's Io has departed for dinner. We will see you hopefully again, my friend.
No
to compare Lord of the Rings to Dune. I'm not trying to compare it. I frankly don't care about Dune really. I watched it because my brother wanted to watch. Oh, see now he's really backing off of it here. I love the Dune movies. Haven't read the books, but judging the films of their own works, they were amazing. Yeah, they're not even in the same league. So I'm somewhat tainted by it just because when I started doing research on it, like I was like, am I weird for not liking this particular character? Am I weird for like? That's not wasn't my search, but because it came so highly recommended, I'm like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills kind of thing. And so I'm seeing all these people gushing over it, like it's the most amazing work, and it's like there is nothing that comes close. Nobody's saying like, now I mean they're different genres to a degree, I guess, but like it just seemed like there were people going, Dune is the most amazing thing ever. All right, so Cascadari. That's not breakthrough, though, right?
These are Kashyyyk streets.
And oh, nice! Oh my gosh! And there it is. That's exact lethal. Doesn't have to break a rune for it either. And Beaters didn't apologize. Didn't have to apologize. Little taunting there. Just like, don't do it, Beaters. Don't taunt. Don't taunt. Oh well, I mean, now remember he's doing that for the title. That's not BM. He's doing it because
a fine battle.
He's doing it because he needs it. Nice. GG, Beatrice. GG. Let's give him the GG here. But yeah, so yeah, he's cool. Just been hurt too many times in the past. Where's Beatrice? Beatrice, where are you? Where'd you go, Beatrice? There you are. All right, and we got guitarists in the event again. Let's see. There's Michael Bailey, Edmorn. I love that. Okay. Yeah, and so Jonas. And again, I'm hoping I'll be able to catch up enough where I'm able to see a response. But like, what was it about the Dune movies that you liked? Is my question. Because I'm not saying there wasn't anything to like. I mean, I think I've already said this is way. I'm now getting to the chat way before, so I've said my piece afterward, I think. But like, what did you like? Because like I said, I see most often the cinematography, the everything. Oh, okay, he added that by mistake. I thought I thought that was for the treasure hunt title thing. All right, so nice, guitarist. Sorry, I kind of covered over your win there with some chat, but GG. I gotta say it when I can because I miss it so many times, or I'm not sure if they actually won or not. I'm like, oh, there. Okay, so no, still not there. Oh, see City Joe, get him, Joe. See Joe. All right, so Joe's running a monk deck. Perhaps this is why he was practicing. He's trying it out. Let's see. All right, looks like Saturday PM. So Saturday evening. We don't want to go 2 PM-y because again, we've got folks that are 5 hours ahead of us. So maybe 2 o'clock. So I'll try to narrow it down. I'll look. I'll give it a little bit more time, and then I'll narrow it down, and I'll try to get like between 2, 4, and 6 maybe, or 12, 2, 4, and 6, and we'll see where everybody's at with that. But it looks like Saturday PM is going to be the winner, but not by a huge margin. I was kind of hoping it would be a little more definitive because it looks like it's going to be. Is it? Okay, so it's okay. Saturday and Sunday PM. So we could probably do both if we've got enough people for both. I'm guessing anybody who's voted, the nine votes we have, those are the 9 people that can play on those days. Yeah, the cinema. Okay, there we go. So Jonas is giving me got the answer for me here. Cinematography and designs and everything is great, but I also enjoy the story. I understand it may turn people off since it's not very character driven, but it like it as an exploration of the larger themes. And I remember it's funny, Jonas, because actually as I was saying that, I remembered because that was what you were actually. Yeah, I think we just have different like what we look for. Because I remember you were saying that I can't remember the property we were talking about, but you had mentioned. You were like, I like the fact that it's talking about themes of like whatever it was. But yeah, you were talking about the themes. You're like, I like what it was saying about. It was like it wasn't war, but it was something along those lines. Oh, it's political things. It was something in politics, or it was like a political idea or notion or something, like corruption of power or something like that, if I recall. So as I was saying that, I was like, in the back of my head, I'm like, okay, I know, and I remembered. Didn't connect guitars. Star Wars prequels. Yes, it was. Yes. Yeah, because you were talking about like the corruption in the Senate and how it paralleled some things and everything. And I remember, and I was like, okay, that's like, it's valid. I get it. It's just, yeah, for me, it's just enjoying different things. And there's plenty enough movies out there that we both can enjoy them, for what they are. And luckily there's filmmakers that like to build around themes and kind of do that thing, which, I mean, I guess something like RoboCop is probably kind of both, because I know the director had some very, it was supposed to be social commentary to a degree, but it was also just like the story of this man who has to deal with the fact that he's, discovering that he's now a robot, that his family doesn't know who he is anymore. That his wife, everything is gone, but that he's also now he's this new being. So it had both it was character driven, I would say, to a degree. Also, obviously, action driven, but character plot driven, but also had a lot of themes that the director was going for in that story. But few properties really do that, or I think even try to. It's usually one or the other. They're either like, hey, this is character driven, or it's theme driven, and the characters serve that, or the other way around, where the theme serves, or the theme is tertiary. It's there, but it's not. It's there because there's going to be themes in everything. Like there's always, like you could take any situation and there's going to be lessons to be learned or ideas or concepts to be explored, and the nuance is going to be typically like how off the beaten path it is. Because there's a lot of stuff where it's our common experience where, okay, I came across a person like this, and this is how they treated me, and it's like, okay, that's a lot of most people who come across somebody like that. They have this kind of experience. It's different when you can show, or kind of organically, here's meeting this kind of person, and here's why this person actually responds in a different way, and here are all the questions that it brings to mind now, because now it goes against what our common experience is. So it can be a little bit hard, a little bit challenging, because you don't want to make it too ridiculous, too far off, because then people are like, that's not feasible. You can't really address a theme if it doesn't make any sense for it to be there, but it needs to be far enough off the beaten path that it still challenges preconceptions and everything. But anyway, yeah, but I do remember that, Jonas. I remember that discussion and going, yep, okay, it's just different things. But like, I didn't get even as a theme, I didn't get. I mean, I got that like power corrupts, or the like don't follow charismatic leaders, which I can agree with. But usually that theme is for the villain. So like to have the hero, the person who, I mean, I guess you would just call him the protagonist, because if he's screwing everything up. But I didn't see that he had much of it. Like he said, and I think I mentioned this on the stream yesterday. Like he says, I see a bunch of paths that lead to destruction. I see one path that gets us through. So it doesn't sound. It's not like, oh, hey, I've got A or B, and because I'm an evil person or I'm selfish or I'm driven by ambition, I'm choosing path B. It's like I'm trying to find the way through this. I'm trying to find a way that doesn't end in genocide, or the way that doesn't end in all this stuff. But when I look at the situation I'm faced with, I don't see a way. I kind of need to embrace this, because if I don't, it could actually be even worse than if I do. And so it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I don't like. I'm not necessarily needing to be empowered by a movie, but I like if it's going to be a tragic character, I feel like it needs to be because they make a choice, because they have a path forward, that they have a way they know they should go, and because of their own pride, vanity, foolishness, stupidity, ignorance, selfishness, envy, whatever it is, the shortcoming, they choose the wrong path, and we watch them do that. I can watch that. I can handle that. What I don't necessarily like is when characters are either demonized or we're told that they're not good characters or that they're bad or what have you, because they make a tough decision in a situation where there is no good situation. Kind of like, I mean, it's, you could make it very simple. As I've said many times, I've been taught, and I believe there is nobody wins a fist fight. But if you are cornered by an aggressive person, you have two options: fight. Because we're just saying in this case, flight is not an option. That's an instinct, but it's not an option in this case. You can either fight the person or kind of let them do whatever they want to do and hope they're satisfied with, hitting you once or twice. Neither one is a good option. And so you can say the person who fights back or who hits first and trying to get away from this person made the wrong decision or is a bad person. But it's like, you put your character in a situation where there wasn't really a good option. Like, neither one is ideal. But I would argue that self-preservation is better than hoping that somebody who's already proven themselves to be aggressive is going to be nice about it. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the cinema. I think it's a Star Wars. Like LOTR has a ton of themes, but we watch for Aragorn, not the lesson that a good king rises to the call to lead instead of a lust for power. Right, exactly. Yep. I think Dune's Paul is more so a tragic protagonist who's faced with knowing his fate future despite not wanting it, then struggling with understanding it is inevitable. Yes, yeah. But Hebert, if what I was reading, if I read it correctly, one of the, like, it is tragic. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's just the idea of a tragic hero.
Citizen.
Yeah, I guess that's it. But again, I like my tragic hero to be somebody who, ideally, my ideal tragic hero is somebody who is headed for greatness, makes a really stupid decision or makes a bad decision, sets him on a bad path, finds redemption at the end, dies tragically, or meets a tragic end, but not after finding the redemption. That would be, now again, if every movie had that, it would be boring. Like, we want to see a variation of that. But if I'm going to watch like an epic movie or something like that, I need, like, Paul doesn't grow. He like you said, he comes to grips with it in his own way. But again, it's like the story itself, the setup is tragic. He's being manipulated, and that's the other thing too. I don't really think I don't know that the movie decries the witches enough, or whatever they were, the Bene Gesserit or the Benadrils. I don't know that they get enough. I don't know that we're being shown them as being the manipulative, whatever that they are. They seem to have, or the story seems to be indicating that they have a, they have a master plan, and that is, I don't know, that's the right way to go about it or what. I'm not saying that it's justifying them, but I was like, they're more responsible in ways than Paul is. Like, Paul is kind of at the, like, a lot of the crap that we're dealing with is because of these people purposely manipulating other people for their own gain so that they have power. It's a power play. So it's just people. But out of all of the players, Paul seems to be the most reluctant to have power. You got people that want to see it happen. Central piece, and Paul is a character. Right. Okay. So yeah, I guess I see what you're saying there. Yeah. And so, and that's, I think that may be like the, whereas my noted dislike of the prequels isn't because the theme there are poignant themes. It's because of a lot of other things around it.
They missed their shot.
But like Dune, I would say probably I dislike because the theme does take center stage. Like I don't like my characters being puppets of the or existing
Has been my honor.
for the in service of the theme. I like them. I like them to. They can walk along with it, but when I feel like a character is being done dirty by the story itself, to put that theme forward, I think that's where I kind of have a little bit of a recoil from it. Doesn't mean it's bad at all. Doesn't mean that it's not good or not worthy of attention or affection or what have you. It just means that for me personally, and I know I get a lot of that from my dad. The theme is being explored in the very idea of free will in a deterministic universe. But it's not necessarily deterministic. I think that's the catch, is it's being made deterministic by, like, people are artificially making deterministic. It's not like there's some great, it's not like the Force, like where there's some greater power that is that you can't really interact with, or fate that is driving these things forward. It's the Bene Gesserit, or whatever the heck they're called. I'm butchering the name. They're artificially creating a determination. Like, things aren't on a crash course. Things they're not locked down. They are contriving and manipulating things in order to make it fit the way they want things to be. So they're creating a determination of sorts. Whereas true determination, the true idea of do we have free will or not, you can't interact with destiny. You can't interact with fate. You can't interact to a degree if you think about it. It's a God thing. Like, the idea of determination is beyond human grasp, and it's really how do we deal with the idea that we can't. Whereas if you were to knock off these crazy ladies, then the things that are making things predetermined, a lot of that starts to loosen up, and a lot of the issues start to kind of mellow out a little bit. I mean, they're already kind of on a crash course when we start the movie, but in terms of future things, if you don't have people that with almost this surreal absolute power forcing determination, so it's like an artificial determination, I guess is my thing, which doesn't have the same weight, because I feel like that's always going to be a bad thing. Like, you should never have people putting society, putting other people in a situation where they have absolutely no agency, and their only choice is to defy or to succumb. But either way, the determination has been made. If that's how life is in general, that's something for us to grapple with. But I think I don't know that that's really a controversial thing to say. It's pretty messed up anytime anybody says, hey, here's how you're going to live your life and here's how things are going to be. Like, nobody thinks that's good. There's no nuance there. Nobody thinks that's good. Nobody says that's a great thing, because it's always in service of those people in power. Thanos, I think, ironically, off the top of my head, has a little more nuance in it, where he's going, this doesn't benefit me personally at all. Like Thanos from I hate to say it, but Marvel, where he's going, it doesn't benefit me. I'm not, when I snap my fingers and I kill off 50% of the population, it's not for my benefit, and it's not to kill off my enemies. It's literally random, because I've seen what overpopulation does. Now, again, when you have the Infinity Stones as he does, there's a billion other ways to address that problem than just killing off half the population. So, I mean, you get past that. But at least his motivation as a character, he's not doing it for his own gain. Whereas the people in power, the people in Dune, it's clearly so that they have control and they can determine that the galaxy functions the way they want it to, which makes it trivializes it a little bit. Whereas with Thanos, it's like, okay, how do you really find fault with somebody? You can find fault with his execution, but to find fault with somebody who's literally going, look, I watched my planet succumb to overpopulation and how it was ravaged and slowly died. I don't want that to happen to the galaxy. And even though my methodology is crap, I'm not doing it so that I have more. In fact, I mean, he goes off into retirement. He goes off and lives by himself. He's not like a power hungry whatever. Whereas the Bene Gesserit, I think I'm saying it kind of correct. Anyway, the Bennies, we'll call them the Bennies. It's all about the Bennies. They're obviously, they state we're doing it for our own ends and our good, and because we want to hold the power in the universe and we want to lord over everybody. There's no nuance to that, really. There's no good side to that. There's no, well, maybe they've got a point. Like, they haven't done anything that make it seem like they're worthy of that thing, or like there's never a point as an audience where I'm going, you know what? Maybe it would be better off if they had their way. Maybe there would truly be peace. Like, if you could write a story like that, where you could make it look compelling that somebody who does want absolute power is able to do it without overtly like killing everybody off, and that it really seems like they do have a good grasp. Because every time you have that villain, every time you hear about their ideal society or whatever, you just kind of roll your eyes. Okay, yeah, it's the same. You know, yes, if I can control it, if I can do this, then I can keep people safe and blah blah blah. It's never, you're never going, you know, that doesn't sound half bad. So I don't know. That's my. Let me see what you were saying there. Sorry, folks. I know I'm getting in the weeds on this. I'm quite intrigued, and I'm. Oh no! She's gonna get charged. So while guitarist is carrying on a discourse about Dune, he is also trying to play the game, and as somebody who can barely do just normal commentary, I applaud that. I have a very hard time playing and talking at the same time, let alone trying to have some kind of philosophical or theological entertainment type discussion. So sorry, folks. I do want to see what he's saying here. Let's see. I don't know the books well enough, but I think the Bene Gesserit, there you go, thought they could control the future, but the awakened Paul realized that no one could because of determination. But like I said, it's my understanding. That could be. That's what I'm saying. Like the movie muddled it. When I read the book, I felt like I had a very good grasp of what the themes were and what was going on. Thanos has a 50% chance of being an invade player. I mean, to be fair, you know, I do think if Thanos were to say, when I snap my fingers, all invade players will get like I think it would say, look, overpopulation and equally invade players are the blight of humanity. So I think he can make that allowance, and we'd all applaud and agree. But I don't know that he really played a lot of Tessel. I think that's the problem. That's probably his problem in general. If he actually got to know the Tessel community, he'd be like, I can't kill off it. I can be killing off 50% of the awesome players in this game, in addition to invade players. But yeah, I might read the book again, because again, I remember enjoying the book a lot. There were parts of it where I was like, I'm not necessarily super stoked about this, but I feel like I got it. I had a grasp of it. But then again, I didn't see Paul as a bad guy. And Hebert, I think, bemoaned the fact that people were rooting for Paul. And so he felt, and or maybe the director did, and that's why he made the themes a little more overt and a little more heavy-handed, because the author was like, people aren't supposed to root for Paul. And I'm like, I remember rooting for. Now I didn't read the entire series, and if you want to say that by book 2 or 3 it should become apparent, but I just remember reading what happens to him. I'm like, that's not cool. Like I'm in it for the rise of the underdog, which is pretty much what we have at the start. Like he's on his heels. His family's been wiped out. He's got this great and noble kind of history, kind of an Aragorn type thing. Very Aragornish. In fact, it is out at the outset. You know, he doesn't embrace it willingly. He's not like salivating at the idea of power. It's kind of a reluctant thing, and it's a respectful thing for the people that he's with. Like, he seems like a good guy. Like he's making the right moves. Let's see. But like I said, that's my head works best when I'm engaged in this kind of thinking. Okay. Well, good. Okay. Well, I'm glad. Still don't want to BM. Understood. And very noble. Appreciate it. You gave him the GG. Give him the GG. You gave him the GG. That is hard too, because I've heard people excuse BMing because they're doing questing, and I'm like, maybe quest during casual or something where it's, you know, people aren't going to be quite as cheesed off at losing. But I get it. I do get it. You can't necessarily dictate that. But no, I'm glad that your brain works better when you're. Let's see. That's bad. This is it for me today. I rushed through 2 ranks. Bye, peasants. All right, Inu. Good seeing you, my friend. Yeah, Inu came in a lot earlier. I actually need to sleep. Have a game early tomorrow. Oh, good luck. Inu. Where is he? Where'd you go, Inu? There he is. At the top. Good luck. Are you still the head coach for this, or is he back? I think he's back, but either way, do it. Do it. Do it. All right, so we'll go back to guitarist on bass. But yeah, I think once I found out that I wasn't supposed to like Paul, even at the end of the first book, apparently. That's when I started going, okay, I questioned whether or not I understood the book at all. And so then by extension, the movie, I was like, yeah, I don't get it. I mean, I did like, I thought everybody was a little too musical. Everybody's doing, and I think that might be in the book. Regardless, on screen, everybody was humming, everybody was singing, everybody was making a bunch of noise. A little bit like that. The music was very unique. The presentation was great. I'll put it that way. The presentation was great. Yeah, it just, yeah. I don't know. It wasn't what I was thinking, and it wasn't what I remembered from what I read. So I'll be curious, because honestly, as bad as this sounds, so when I read Lord of the Rings for the first time, I was in 7th grade. I remember it was in our middle school library. Nobody else was reading them. I'd read The Hobbit. I'd seen the Hobbit movies, Rankin Bass Hobbit movies, so I was intrigued by the Hobbits and everything. I read The Hobbit first, the actual book. I saw the trilogy next to it. Growing up, I was obsessed with the ring and like Frodo, Sam, and how the ring interacted with that whole thing. So when I read I remembered reading the trilogy, but when I read the trilogy, I skipped over almost everything that didn't have to do with the ring or with Sam and Frodo. So I read all of Fellowship, and then in Two Towers and Return of the King, I pretty much only read the chapters that talked about Sam, that had Sam and Frodo in it. And I did it like twice. I read through the trilogy like twice doing that. And at different points, I'd be like, okay, what are these others? Okay, then there's Galadriel and whatever. Like I didn't even bother to learn the names. And so, so when the movies, and I think I started to read it like for real, and I just never got through it. So when the movies came out, I was like, I don't remember that in the books. I don't remember that person in the books. I don't remember this. I don't remember that. And so I went back and I finally read it, like actually read it. And I was like, well, I'll be damned. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you miss when you factor out half the book. And ironically enough, as I mentioned before, and this isn't, meant to put any shade on it, but I actually liked the Hobbits the least in the actual movie. I liked, I much more enjoyed Aragorn, and like I enjoyed the rest of the Fellowship. The Frodo and Sam part actually became the weaker part for me. But in the books, that was my favorite part. I want to know more about the ring and how it worked, and like how did it get cut off of Sauron's hand when he's invisible, and that kind of thing where you don't, you have to start piecing the clues together, and and like that whole chapter where Gandalf gives the history of the ring. I found that so fascinating. It was just very engrossing because especially at that age, like, I mean, I remember I made a paper replica of the ring. Like I folded paper and stapled it and rolled it, and I made my own ring and I made my own sting, and because like being invisible fascinated me. And then when I read in the trilogy that being invisible kind of sucks, actually, like it pulls you into another dimension essentially, or it pulls you in like a the shadow world or shadow realm type deal, and it's like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks. It was cool in The Hobbit, just makes you invisible, that's awesome, but now it exposes you to the Dark Lord, and like, that's not quite as fun. Which is, I think, the point. Like, evil is not supposed to be fun, in theory. Like, it's supposed to be seductive, but not fun. But anyway, yeah. Sorry, folks. I know I'm way off of chat now. I'm trying to get back on track. But again, I'm thrilled that people love the movie. And hey, I will say,
Care to make a friendly wager?
I mean, I probably enjoy Top Gun Maverick more. It's just more straightforward, just kind of good old fashioned fun. But I appreciated what Dune did. I just wasn't the audience for it, I guess. But now I'm curious. Now I want to see if my recollection of the books. And I did read the whole book. Unlike Lord of the Rings, I read the entire freaking book. But I want to know if my recollection of the book is erroneous. And I'm like, oh, I see it now. Like I just assumed, because I read it when I was younger, I assumed that because Paul is the main guy that he's the good guy. But now I see how it was actually written where, it probably was kind of a glaring issue that, of what he was doing, his behavior, and how he was going about things.
There's nowhere they'll hide from me.
But I had it, I thought of it as a Luke Skywalker, Aragorn coming of age type thing, reluctantly accepting a mantle, yada yada, all that kind of stuff. But that was an assumption on my part, and maybe that's not, if you look at the book objectively without that bias, you go, oh yeah, no, I totally get it now. Paul's a turd muffin. Let's see. Michael Bailey, if I missed the Thursday stream you've been doing, it's because I have lab. Made it last week because the second lab meets on Monday. Last week was, oh, that's cool, Michael Bailey. Yeah, it's totally, trust me. I do not expect anybody. And I say this whenever I start the stream. I do not expect anybody from the Tesla community to join in. So I appreciate you clarifying for me, like letting me know why you weren't there. But just know that I'm not like, why aren't you people here? Why were you there and then you're not there now? Like, it's great to know. The more you know, I appreciate that. But I don't fault you or get cranky if you're not there necessarily, because I'm like, I get it. But it is good to know that it's not necessarily because you don't like the games. It's just you've got a life. You got the microbiology, if I recall, is the lab that you're doing these days. Liv Tyler, yeah, Baldur Kip, that was the actress. Arwen's character in the movies certainly did a lot for Aragorn's rise as a hero, making personal sacrifices as well as giving weight for the elves, leaving Middle Earth for the audience. Yeah, I think for me the most poignant moment with Arwen in the trilogy was when Elrond is really laying it on thick, and he's like, he will pass away, and then you're seeing Aragorn's essentially his grave, and he's saying and all the long years of your life are spent, and essentially you're all alone. Everybody that you know dies because you live longer than them, and you spend the rest of your life alone, and just how bleak that was, and how sad that was, how tragic that seemed. And then, because I don't remember, maybe that's in the book too, and I just forgot about it. But I if I'm not mistaken, like I didn't see it coming. Where she's like, "I have a son." Like you don't think about it. Like I wasn't thinking about that when he was saying all that. I'm just thinking, yeah, that kind of sucks. And it's like, but if I have a son, then I get to watch him grow up. Like unlike other people who, they get to see maybe, a lot of their kids' lives, and then a little bit of their grandkids. She would get to see her entire son's life, or a lot of the son's life, a lot of the grandkids, maybe great grandkids, depending. So it's like, no, you could still have a very full life, even if you live like that, because you get to see, because you're seeing the future generations that you're bringing into the world. Like that was the most poignant part for me. But yeah, I hear you though. She served a good purpose. She was. I liked her expanded role in there, because like you said, it didn't feel like it was for her own. It wasn't like let's make Arwen's role bigger for her. It served the story better, and that's why I'm saying I don't know that expanding that other character's role actually made the story better. I think it actually, at least for me, confused it a little bit more. But initially, it was questionable if she would even get the part of Arwen, because producers thought the age difference was too big between her and Viggo Mortensen. Really? Which is ironic, since she was actually perfect with the part. Well, not only that, but it's like her as a young immortal, him as an aging mortal man. But that's what I mean. Like, but how can you say there's an age gap when she's immortal? Well, wait. Was she older than him at the time, though? Because he was, what, 86, 87, something like that? Had she lived that much longer? I don't remember if she's lived more years on the earth than him, or if she is as young as she looks, and she is immortal, but she's not like 300 years old. Like, she's the daughter of Elrond, but how long was she actually alive when they met? That part I don't recall. But it's just weird. Same thing with, there's a Korean drama called Guardian, or what is it? Guardian, the Great and Lonely God, or the Lonely and Great God. Either way. And the actor playing him, he's 900 years old, 850, 900 years old, something like that. He's because of the story, I won't get into it, but he's essentially immortal until he finds the Goblin Bride, which another name for this series is Goblin. But until he finds his bride who can pull this sword out of his chest, this invisible sword thing. He's immortal. For all intents and purposes, he's immortal. He's 900 years old, The actor is 35, I think was 33 or 35 at the time. And the actress playing his love interest was 25 at the time. But that was because, I believe, because at one point in the story she needs to play a 19-year-old, and later on in the story she has to be a 30-year-old. So they just kind of split the difference and said, okay, she's 25, or got a 25-year-old actress, so she's playing a slightly older 19-year-old and a slightly younger 30-year-old. And people are like, oh, the age difference. And I'm like, well, first of all, because it's a K-drama, they don't really do anything. Like I think they have a kiss at some point, but it's not like they really get into the relationship until she's actually when she's in her 30s that they really have the romance part. But I'm like, he's 800 years old. How much difference do you think it is to him in terms of maturity, in terms of connection? If you're 800 years old, the percentage that somebody who is, whether she's 19 or 25, the age gap for him is not diminished all that much. Like, she could be 60 and it's still, she's not going to be as mature or anywhere near his level. So the idea that like he was aged out for her as a 900-year-old, I'm like, she would never, even at 100 years old, it would be weird in a manner of speaking, because he's immortal and he's lived 9 lifetimes and she's still living on her first one. So the way they relate to each other is going to be vastly different based on their experiences and how they live their lives. We don't know exactly how that is because none of us have that experience, but it's crazy. And so the fact that people are nitpicking 10 years, I'm like, and there's actually a narrative reason for her to be 19 at the time. When the story starts, there was a few narrative reasons. But anyway, I just find that interesting. Anytime you have an immortal and people have an age difference, I'm like, I mean, I get it, like optics maybe, but I don't know. I just, friend request me, the Miraculous. It's a very friendly name. But if Old Salty the Salt can draw 3
Read my lips.
ankle snappers, which it doesn't do, I think you got to give him the standard bearer, right? Oh, sorry. You might be listening. Sorry. Not that I'm influencing your decision. But it is weird because Liv Tyler does do a great job. And that's one of those cases where, obviously she's the son of other Tyler. I can't remember his name now. Not Michael Tyler. What is his name? Whatever. Aerosmith, right? I think. And you would think, oh, she got the part because her dad's a rock star. But she actually was good. So Honey Badger, no, Dune was good. And it has my endorsement. I can't speak on how close it is to the books. It was good. I enjoyed it. Very emphatic here, Honey Badger. How does it compare to the books? Don't know. Frankly, don't really care. And really, the only reason I care is because I enjoyed the book a lot and enjoyed the movie not as much. So if they were about the same, if I enjoyed the movie about as much as the book, I wouldn't care either. I'd just be like, there's probably some differences. There always is in an adaptation. I don't care. I care because I remember distinctly not liking any of the story that came after the first book. Because I was like, man, like after I read the first book, I was like, okay, like, how much stuff is there? And I started looking into it. I was like, oh my gosh, there's like a whole bunch more books. And I'm like, okay, am I going to get rid of this? Before I do that, I've learned the hard way. You don't want to get too invested in something if it's going to go wonky on you. So I was like, all right, let me just scout ahead. I'll scout ahead. I'm going to look ahead just a little bit. There's a little Paul-ness here. I'm going to look ahead and I'm going to try to see. That hurts. That hurts. I'm going to look ahead just a little bit and see what direction this takes. Because I think already by reading the book, I had a general. I was like, I don't think this is going to be what I think it is.
There are always these to be
So whatever it was I read in the book gave me pause. I was like, I don't know which direction he's going with this in. And I think I read a little bit ahead and I was like, okay, no, I don't want anything to do with this. I don't like the way it's going. It's just not my cup of tea. But I thought I remembered thinking the first book was solid. But I didn't get that feeling when I finished the movie. Again, I don't disagree with the music. I don't disagree with the presentation. But in terms of satisfied, and part of it is the fact it really was part one. It wasn't like the first movie is Dune and the second movie is Dune 2. This is half of the story. And even then, from what I recall or from what I read, nice. Good slay. Oh, what are the odds that Carlito does not, in those colors, what are the odds that Carlito does not have one more damage to do? That's unfortunate. Maybe not.
sails through storms does it again.
Okay, that's not immediate death. I think Guitarist wins this if Carlito does not have another. Okay, that's not bad. That's next turn problem. That's future Guitarist's problem. Alright, so unless Carlito is kind of being a little bit of a jerk about this, looks like Guitarist might actually pull this off.
My friend would like a word with them.
Wow! Okay, so Carlito just didn't have that one extra damage.
The day shall be ours.
And that's 13. Oh yeah, and then he's got the Storm Cloak that can go for one. Yep. Nice, Guitarist. That was a close one. Oh, wait. Okay, even better. I was going to say Prophecy Bolt could do it, but nicely done, Guitarist. Well, that was a close one. A little too close for comfort, as they say in some places, somewhere, I'm guessing. So I'll give you a GG here as well. Oh, no kidding, Guitarist. You didn't know? Steve Tyler. Yeah, that's the guy's name. You didn't know that. How did I know that? You like, I am the least. Yeah, exactly. That was too close to call right there. I could have sworn in those colors, so much ping possibilities. I could have sworn they had that, but happily for our friends, did not. I think the only reason I knew because her dad, Aerosmith, did the main song for Armageddon, and she was in Armageddon, and so I think that correlation was made then, and so when I saw her in Lord of the Rings, I had already known that. I think that's the only reason I knew. Aerosmith was a bit before my time, but I should still have known. Made the connection. I think they were kind of before my time too, or maybe I barely was on the heels of it. I don't know. I was never good with pop music, but yeah, I mean, Guitarist, you're a musician, for crying out loud. Yes, there's no excuse for you. You should, wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing right now, hang your head in shame. That is your only option. That is your only recourse for this. Although the fact that I couldn't remember what his first name was isn't great for me either, because yeah. But let's see how Guitarist does here. Let's see. They race-spent a few characters, but mostly they stayed true. They rushed some of the events, but it's understandable for the pacing they wanted. Yeah, and that's the thing. I remember. Yeah, Dune was a little more plotting. I never. And some people will be like, I don't care, but for me, there is never an excuse to race or gender swap anybody or sex swap. I when I was in college, I don't know when this changed. When I was in college, I actually took called gender studies. Sex was male, female. Gender was masculine, feminine. Like when you went to a job application, they didn't say gender, male or female. It said gender or sex, male or female. I don't know when that changed, but anyway. Sex changes and race changes are never okay because it's never for a creative thing. It never benefits the story. It's always for some representation for whatever it is. It doesn't benefit the story. It doesn't help anything. It is purely for reasons. And so I never approve of or see justification in race or sex swapping. Just I think it is impossible to be done for a good reason. Or a justifiable reason. Like if you're trying to adapt a story, the last thing you want to do is add more work in going, well, now this character is a guy here. Why would you even think, let's try to make this a woman? Like that's how the character was written, as a guy. Why would you change that? And now, granted, there's plenty of stories, and if you're adapting a book and the race isn't stated at all, like you could say, oh, I assumed he was this, but it's like, well, the author purposely didn't state the race because the author just wanted anybody to be it, and whoever did the casting said, hey, I wanted, this person embodied the role, and they happen to be of X race. Great, that's fine, but don't take an established character and alter it because you're going out of your way to alter it. The natural progression of creative development of adaptation is how close can we stay to the source material? If you don't have to change it, you don't change it in order to make that adaptation work. You have to go out of your way to change something that is completely irrelevant to the story, and it's always for something that, like I said, is not beneficial. So I didn't realize that. So like I say, I not a fan of it, but I I also don't think inherently that it makes the story worse. It can sometimes, depending on the time, when and where a story happens, it can make it nonsensical. It can make it like, why is this character doing this when, you know, in that particular time in history, she wouldn't have been able to do that, or he would, you know, it's like, unless it does something like that, I'm not saying it makes a story worse, but you're going out of your way to change something that didn't need to be changed. And I'm a big fan of OG. Even if I don't, I'm like, hey, I really like this story, but I kind of wish this wasn't in there, or this kind of character wasn't there. I still want the original. I still want it to be what the writer created it to be, or what the character is, even if I'm not a big fan of what that character is. I want to stick to the original stuff across the board. So yeah, not a fan of that. But the pacing, understandable. I mean, the movie was already pretty long. Like, I didn't expect it to really adhere to that. But I thought there were some pretty big things, like the voice. I don't think it's called that in the story, but like, you get a little bit of that when she's like, you know, when she uses it on Paul and Paul uses it to her. Like, you get a little hint of it, but when, yeah, it just seemed like a bigger deal in the book. And maybe they were trying to downplay that a little bit because they didn't want it to be a crutch. But I could have sworn it played a bigger part. I don't know. I don't recall. That's something else I want to check. They also deleted some events, but those weren't plot changing, which makes sense. Like I said, adaptation, I understand. Lord of the Rings makes a lot of changes for adaptation. I have no beef with just adaptation on the face of it. It's needed. The mediums are different. The audience, you're not gonna be able to entertain a movie audience the way you can a book reader. So I get some of the changes. Some of the characters got a bit different personality arc, like Chaney, but it's also okay. I enjoy the personality in the movies. See, and that's the thing. Like I said, I didn't. Yeah. And I think in the way they ended it. So for me personally, like like I said, I didn't like the character per se, and I was like, what's going on? Because I feel like I'm the same way. Like I didn't that Zayla or whatever her name was, the actress's name. I didn't like her Mary Jane either. And it wasn't because it was a race swap Mary Jane, but just because I was like, she reminded me, I had one of the most annoying characters was, for me, Rachel Dawes, I think that was her full name, in the Batman Begins. Because here's the thing, if you're going to have somebody be hoity-toity and high in the saddle and morally preach to the main character has to be in the wrong. She's going, it's not what you say, it's what you do. It's not what it's what, you know, it's what whatever the line was, it's what matters. And I'm like, guys, Nolan, you know, as the writer, this, like, Bruce is actually doing this. We know as the audience. She's up there like on her soapbox, thinking she's preaching, thinking she's like all high and mighty and everything, talking down to him. And like, as the audience, we're going, you dummy. Like, he is doing it. Granted, I know you don't know that, but like, why would you make a character get preachy when the message has already been received? Like, he's already doing it. And then, like, she slapped, like, okay, I'm sorry, but I think it's kind of natural. Like, the natural reaction for somebody who is still grappling with the loss of his parents and the fact that he's confronting his parents' murderer, or the guy who was largely in charge of that, the fact that your response is to slap the guy in the face, it's like, where's the like modicum of understanding? I get it. Like, you're like, that's a really extreme thing, but this, she just rubbed me the wrong way. I'll just put it that way. She rubbed me the wrong way. And Maggie Gyllenhaal didn't do her a whole lot better, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think the actresses were bad. I just think the character was just a crap character for my thing. And Chaney kind of felt like that to me. It felt, and the one criticism, there were people, Baldrick, who kind of said the same thing you did, where they were like, you know, she was different, but I didn't dislike her. But they did say, you know, kind of in the attempts, I think the director actually said that he wanted to make it very clear to the audience, like, what was going on. He felt like he needed to give the audience a person to see the story through. So she's kind of like our moral compass. So, like, if you didn't get that Paul was bad, which, like I said, I didn't, then she was supposed to be the one telling you how you were supposed to feel about it. Which, first of all, kind of takes away the point that, like Jonas was saying, where it's like, it's supposed to be like the nuance, and you're exploring it and going, hey, what about this, and what about these options? If the writer is trying to tell you, oh, hey, by the way, you're supposed to think this about this character, like, this is the way you are supposed to look at this, it kind of takes away a little bit, I think, of the whole appeal. Luckily, Guitarist has that bone bow. Holy cow, what a great card that is, because it allows to circumvent what was a formidable wall of death. Like, he wasn't going to be able to push any damage without killing himself. But luckily, the bone bow did the boning of his opponent. And that probably was... I mean, I know what I was saying. I'm not going to pretend like I didn't, but still probably not the best way to phrase it. Anyway. The bow. But yeah, so... Oh, wait. What did we say? Missed Lethal? I was too intent on listening to your stream. Let's see. I was born in the middle of the 90s after all. A book and a movie has different restraints. You have to make changes to effectively communicate the same things. Yes. But now I actually had a situation where I was going to be, I was asked to help adapt a book to a movie. And there were some things in the book that simply would not translate in the movie. You simply could not do it because it required you to have that voice from the author. The voice was kind of giving you that explanation. There was no way to communicate that. It was a very meta. It was one of the things where it's like the author was. It wasn't like a purely narrative book. It was almost like a parable. But the person telling you the parable is also, they're telling you the story as well as telling you like what the parable means and all these different things. So it was like stepping in and out of this fantasy. And like the only way that these elements work is if you have that narrator part going on. If not, trying to shoehorn, trying to get that point across visually or with the characters inherently isn't going to work. It's going to be clunky. It's going to be awkward. It's going to make the audience go, what? It's not going to work. Like, but to me, that's not the point, the full point of the story. It was like, okay, we're missing out on that one aspect of it, or the audience isn't necessarily going to get that direct. Like they wanted every statement from the book to be, and every kind of, again, theme or whatever of the book to be translated into this movie. And I'm like, you can't do that because the way some of them come across, it's done in a way that only a book can do it. There are some limitations there, unless you, especially the way they wanted to tell it as if it was like kind of this Tolkien-esque story. So they didn't want, it was like, if we had done it as Princess Bride, the way Princess Bride did it, where you've got your narrator that can, interact with the kid and like you understand that he can not only be reading the book, but comment on the book or comment on things from the book or whatever, then you could pull it off. But if you want it to be purely Princess Bride, essentially, or Lord of the Rings-esque, you can't have a meta commentary on it without it sounding ridiculous. And so I do think, while you 100% agree that you have to adapt the medium, I think there are just some things that you're going to have to understand without being heavy-handed or clunky or awkward. There are going to be some things that you're going to have to let go from that book. And I'm not necessarily saying that's what needed to happen in Dune. I'm just theorizing that if the medium is not suited for it, for that particular part, instead of trying to force it or twist things or manipulate things, again, if you're really trying to keep it in there, you probably should let it go. Like you're going against the grain of the narrative at that point. And while I understand that we have different priorities in terms of what should take precedence, I think if you start harming or, like I said, going against the narrative in order to communicate that theme or whatever it is that you're trying to go with, I think ultimately the project is going to suffer. And while some people wouldn't care because they're like, hey, I like that part, somebody like me goes, whoa, hey, no, this narratively doesn't work anymore, or this decision, this character doesn't have the integrity that it did before because you've made this decision that doesn't work, but it works for the theme. It communicates that. Like, I was having a hard time, with my little writing thing, my little writing project. I was like, I want my character to be able to do these things, but that doesn't really work with kind of where I'm trying to take the story. And so I have to decide, is it more important for the story to be told that I want to tell, or is it more important for the integrity of the character? Or do I need to change my character? Do I need to change the nature of my character a little bit so that this plot point, the narrative, does actually work in tandem with her? And I don't remember where I landed on that. I think maybe I'm still kind of up in the air. But I think it has to be one of those things. I can't I can't say, well, I want my character to make this decision, but I also want this plot point to happen, so I'm going to fudge, my narrative a little bit in order to make both work. I want both in my movie, so both are going to be there, or both are going to be in my story, but I'm not willing to sacrifice one for the other. I'm not willing to say, okay, something's got to give. And I think that's where a lot of stories are. A lot of it is, I want the rule of cool, but I also want it to make sense. It's like, well, you get one or the other. And you try to make sense out of something that is, like, obviously you did this because you thought it was cool. It doesn't work in any way, shape, or form. Well, okay, so the story that was grounded in reality now is kind of ridiculous because we had this device happen because I wanted to do this really cool thing, but it also just doesn't really work out very well. And I think that can be done in various ways. When the book literally tells you how a character feels in a moment, that's where it's upon the actor to show the emotion, the audio to hint at the emotion, and the lighting and camera emotions to build it up. Right, exactly. That's for feeling. But when the character is when the character is thinking, that's one of the areas where you start to have a problem because you can't communicate necessarily. Like if you're as the author, if you're communicating a complex theme of determination versus free will or what have you, and the book is exploring these thoughts, and it's connecting to different parts of the story. When Paul considered these words, he remembered what his father said about blah blah blah, but he also remembered this and this and this, and he thought about this and this. That becomes very clunky if you try to translate that into dialogue. If you have them muse out loud. That's why it's funny that it happens in K-dramas, but they'll actually do soliloquies. Like, it's one of the few non-stage things that I've ever seen where they actually will have the character talk their thoughts out a little bit. Or, he'll say, she'll just watch him going like, huh, well, he was really cool just now. And it's like, you wouldn't necessarily know that she was impressed by him. Like, you could see a little bit of something in her face, but they actually give you a little bit more so that you understand, like, the begrudging cool. Like, she looks at him, she's like looking at him derisively, but she's like, why did he look cool just now? So it's a way to layer that on, but that's a unique characteristic of, at least as far as I've seen in K-dramas, where they're willing to have a character say something out loud that you would normally never say out loud. We never think these things out loud. We never say them out loud, but they do it, and you get used to it because that's the genre. It's something that you see relatively often. Not all the ways, but many times. But in a movie like this, you have these complex thoughts and themes that this character is working through in their mind. It's perfect in a book, but to have that in the movie, then like I said, then you got to start breaking pieces of it or finessing it. If you want to make sure that character's thought process is somehow manifested in the movie, you're going to have to.
You have my thanks.
Make some serious alterations. Whereas you go, okay, can we still communicate that through the story or through his actions later on without having to actually break it down in so many words? And I think that's where, when the book literally, yes, that's where you end up with exposition dumps a lot of the time. Right, exactly. And like I said, so exposition dumps, if the story doesn't make sense without the exposition dump, that's first of all, I think it's a problem. But in theory, if you're going, look, we have a perfect movie at two hours on the dot. We have a perfect movie, 120 minutes, but it requires us to kind of like cram in about a 2-minute, almost like a text crawl. Like we can make it a little better than that, but literally we need to get the audience on the page. Like once we get the audience on our page one, we can tell this story, this really complex story in 2 hours, no problem. But we gotta give them that download at the beginning. I feel like it's justified, but if it like I said, that's where but when it comes down to, we'd still get the story, we'd still get everything, but you're trying to communicate, or this person is trying to articulate an idea because they think it's very important or they want the audience to know it, but it's not crucial to the story or it's not essential to the plot per se. Or it could be done, but it's going to be more subtle or something like that. Then that's when I go, exposition dump. I don't, and like I said, obviously if you need it in order to tell your story, you put it in there and go, okay, well, there was no other way to do it. But, and like I said, I don't know. I haven't read it. Let's see. Exposition dumps are not a bad thing. It's all about how they are written and delivered. Take the entire opening scene with the Fellowship explaining the history of the One Ring. Brilliant exposition dump. Right, exactly. And that was kind of when I said, like, we can get the audience up to speed with like 2 minutes. But they didn't try to do, like, you still had, I mean, like you said, it's how they do it. They had Gandalf, and I mean, the book does this naturally, but they have Gandalf giving some more of the exposition later on. You have Smeagol actually giving some of that exposition later on. You have a conversation with Aragorn and Gandalf giving a little bit more of that and more of Gollum's part in it. So they bleed it out like over time. We're not getting the full story at the very beginning. I will say, though, that was my least favorite part of it, just because it felt so staged. Like when you literally have 9 people, like the 9 guys, like with holding the rings and going like this, it felt like a stage production. I was like, this is like interpretive dance type thing. Wasn't my thing per se. I understood why you do it, and it had a very artistic vibe to it, but
Nothing like a good battle.
it looked staged. It was very like, we are demonstrating this for you. We are showing this to you. But then they show like the Bilbo scene where he's just kind of like, you know, you hear Gollum in the background, Baggins or whatever, and you see Bilbo just kind of grab the ring. It's like, that felt like a snapshot of a different movie, which is what I liked. But there were a lot of parts where we're just seeing, oh, choreographed movement, guys doing this. Here's the hammer and the anvil. Like, I would have liked more of it to be, and it would have been longer. It would have been more complicated. So I'm not saying it's the right way to go. I'm not saying that it was a bad decision, but I did not like the staged feel of it mixed with snippets that look like if you're looking at it, you're like, oh my gosh, did they make the Hobbit movie? Like, if you didn't know any better, you're just like, oh my gosh, is that a scene from the other movie? No, they didn't actually shoot that. They just took that one part of it. But it looked like it was part of a movie. It looked like it was, a story, versus being, we are here to present to you the story of the One Ring. Here we are all standing with our rings. Here we are all doing this. Here we are doing that. Here is the visual of this. It's like, But could it have been done as concisely and in beat with her, like her narrative or her voiceover? Could it have been done on pace with that? Probably not. So I don't fault them for that. It just wasn't my favorite thing. But like to your point, it does get everybody up to speed on what needs to happen, on where we need to be when the movie starts. I still think, like I said, for me, it was still a little clunky in that regard, but not bad per se. But yeah, there are other movies that do it. Like, if you can have it in a conversation, that's my favorite thing. If you have 2 characters talking and it's not we're doing something and we're talking about the exposition. It's somehow the exposition is in what they're doing. Like, like if you need to let people know that in this world, everybody has a microchip in their neck. You don't say, hey man, how you doing? I'm pretty good. Hey, how's that microchip in your neck? Oh, well, it itches, but hey, whatever. It's like you get somebody, he's walking and talking, you see him scratch, and the guy's like, what's wrong? He's like, I still haven't got used to this yet. And he's like, well, give it time, man. We only started putting these in the past year or so. I hear the new models or whatever. And so you don't necessarily definitively say it's a microchip at that particular point, but you get the idea. There's something there that is bothering the guy. And maybe you somehow allude to it, or he says, you know what, I just don't understand why we need these. Something like that, where it's like, it's a functional conversation that introduces something that's important to the story. That's my favorite kind of exposition dump, where you realize the main function of this conversation is to let us know about these things happening. But we're also getting character reveal. We're getting all the other exposition that you need to get done in those first 10 to 15 pages of a script. You're getting those done at the same time while you're also talking about these other things that as an audience you want them to know. Those are my favorite kind, where we almost get through and you're like, wait a minute, I know a lot more about this than I think I should after this 2-minute conversation, but it was because it was organic to what they were doing, or to, the action. It's like, hey, let's have characters using this particular thing in the opening scene so that we see it in action, we see what it can do, and, it goes on from there. But yeah, I mean, certainly not disagreeing. I'm just, but yeah, and so Baldric, we talked about Chaney. Like, I just didn't, and like, it got worse for me. It got worse in the second movie. Like, she was like smiling, and then she was scowling, scowling. And again, because the director admittedly used her as, we want this, we're using her as the audience's moral compass. Again, I don't think, and that's just me personally, a character cannot be a tool, should not be a tool. Personally, I just don't, it does a disservice to the character. it makes them more shallow. If they're a representative of anything, I don't get represent evil, representative of a race, whatever it is, you are handicapping them because you're using them as that representative, and representatives are supposed to do certain things. You know, you don't want a representative to look badly if you're trying to represent a certain group of people. You don't want that representative to have negative characteristics and be a complete jerkface. So now that character that should be able to have some nuance and some ins and outs, now that has to be gone because this is now a representative, not just a person. So for her, it's like I want her to be the way that the audience views the story. It's one thing to say that and say we're viewing the story through this person's lens, through this person's eyes. That's fine. That because it's still that person is making their decisions. They're doing their own thing. They have their own kind of autonomy in a manner of speaking. But once you say they're going to be the moral compass for the audience, now that character has to respond in certain ways. And in the book, if I'm not mistaken, Cheney she's not anti what Paul's doing. Like, I think she may rebuff a little bit, but she actually helps him. She's actually for him. And that makes sense with the whole I love you thing, I want to be with you thing, we're together thing. That actually works. And that whole everything that is going on, it makes sense with the character. But as soon as you say, well, she's in the book, she has this kind of love story and she's loyal to him and she's with him, but we need her to be the moral compass now, so she can't do those things. Now you've butchered the character to a degree because you're using her to try to say, well, no, this is bad, but the character actually in the story isn't saying that. And the way the rest of the story kind of tapers in and the way the rest of the story carries itself, that's not how she's designed. That's not how she's created. She's created to be somebody who understands him and relates to him. And I can't remember if she 100% agrees with him or not, but to a degree she does, far more than the movie. She doesn't leave him at the end of the book. Like, she's with him. So, or she doesn't do the whole like, well, I'm going to storm off. Like, there's more that happens that, you know, allows that. And there's some confusion. There's some stuff they leave out purposefully, it seems, in the movie that is explained in the books, where it's like, okay, I get this perspective. But I mean, that's the problem. If you have a character who in the original source material is more or less on board or is understanding, and you say, well, no, I need you to be the moral compass for the audience, which means you're not understanding, which means you're defiant and you're going, I don't like this. You fundamentally change the character and how she interacts with him. And so the whole love thing doesn't really work out. It doesn't really, you're going against the grain, really, is my point. But as Baldrick, you said, as many other people said, they didn't have a problem with Cheney. I just thought it was weird because of the direction they were going to take her. The fact that they made her such a big deal, like every vision he has is like of her. It almost made it seem like the minute he met her, he would be like, "Oh my gosh, it's you!" Like it made it seem like it was going to be this big romance thing, and I don't think it was like that in the book. And so giving that more prominence doesn't really make sense because it was never supposed to be building to this big romantic relationship with them, or where she's like the key to like his understanding or whatever. It was like, no, she's there in this particular role, and everything he does doesn't revolve around her because that's not what it's about. But you go, well, we want it to, and we need it to, so now we're going to give her more. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily work with the book, but I don't know. That was just, like I said, I could read the book and be like, oh crap, they were pretty much on point. I just totally misremembered, and that's fine. And then I applaud him and say, hey, great, you did it. I would still say, based on what I saw, regardless of what the book says, I still think maybe not. Maybe if you're not thinking about the book at all, then maybe it does work because she can be the moral compass because you've made her whatever you want her to be, so she's not going against the grain. You've created your own grain. You've rewritten the story enough. You've changed the fabric enough where you can get away with doing that, and it's not changing things too much. But I don't know. There are plenty of fans of the movie who are also fans of the book, or vice versa. Plenty of fans of the book and fans of the movie. So what do I know? I guess that's the bottom line. I just was a bit bummed. I liked it better than Fury Road. Like I liked the Dune translation and the Dune backdrop more so than I liked the whatever exactly it is that the Mad Max universe is. But it was kind of the same thing where I felt like there was a lot of it probably, if I just found it on my own, I probably wouldn't have minded it too much. But here's the ironic thing. Here's the funny thing. As I'm watching it, again, somebody who's not big into cinematography, I can appreciate it to a degree, but at some point I'm like, all right, let's move on with the story. I was watching this thing and I'm like, this is like Lawrence of Arabia. I remember trying to sit through that thing and I was bored out of my mind. And I was like, they just seem to like to show,
I'll teach you to
you know,
disrespect
these sweeping vistas of sand, you know, these and the sun setting and this and that. I'm like, I don't care. If I wanted to look at a picture of that stuff, I'd just look at pictures. I'd get photos. I'd look at National Geographic. Give me the story, damn it. But the funny thing is, apparently Frank was actually inspired by part of, like, the reason why it's set where it's set is he was inspired by Lawrence of Arabia. Like, that was actually part of what got him into the Dune. He's like, well, what if this and what if that? And then he brought in the, you know, the bigger themes and all that kind of stuff. But that's why it takes place there. He was actually, his story came from watching Lawrence of Arabia. That's where the setting, at least, was inspired by. Don't you start, Io. Don't you start. This is complicated enough. Okay, yeah, there you go. Bring it back to the game. Herbert. Okay, Herbert. Okay, so it's not Hebert. Okay, Herbert. All right. I love that. Herbert, you will get this. I will give you enough consonants that you can pronounce it correctly. I just couldn't remember if it was Herbert or Hebert. Both are everywhere. Razzie. So definitely Hebert. All right, so Herbert. So it's funny that Lawrence of Arabia inspired the writer, and that then later on, far down the road, a director would be essentially taking that to do essentially a modern, what looked to me in many ways, and I think it is. And there was the other idea too, is that was one of the themes actually that Herbert said, was the idea of an outsider being the Messiah, being the person who enables the natives to rise up, which is, again, I don't remember Lawrence of Arabia all that well, but apparently that's what Lawrence of Arabia did. He was an outsider, came in, ended up being the savior or the hero guy for the local populace. So the idea of an outsider helping the native people, that was one of Herbert's themes. That was one of the things he said he wanted to convey, and he got that also from, to a degree, Lawrence of Arabia. So I get... I got you. Okay, let's go here. So yeah. Let's see. From what I understand, Dune focuses heavily on overarching themes rather than character journeys through a story. The characters and plot function as vehicles for exploring. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. Yep. And we had this conversation. Yeah, and there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I just think for me, like personally, like you were saying, I love themes and I like exploring themes. Where I'm like, I'll appreciate them, but I'm a very interpersonal person. Like I care about, and to a detriment. Like I can geek out. Like I love, like, you know, just scenes just with nothing but dialogue. Like you don't have to show me anything awesome. Literally, these two characters, watching their expressions, watching their reactions, watching like the subtleties, the nuances of how they're interacting. And following conversational beats to get from point A to point B, like how you get, like, and a lot of times you can't see it. It's just not realistic, feasible to do that. But I love the idea of you see two characters sit down and they're both like where they start off and where they end is completely different. Like like, okay, how did she convince him to do this? We know he hated this and he's staunchly against this, and the movie has to truncate it. And it's like, I don't really buy it, but I understand it has to happen. So that's, but like, actually, how in a real conversation, how would you be able to work that in there? What dynamics would come into play? Would there be manipulation? Would it be purely appealing to reason? Would it be just wearing the person down? Like, functionally, how do you get somebody to change their mind, or how do you get from point A to point B? Those things fascinate me, whereas they would bore the crap out of most people. And so it's almost like an opposite thing. I'm like, okay, you can show me the dunes all you want, but I need to know how this character works, how they function, and it needs to make sense. And if they do something out of character, it rankles me, because I'm like, why would they do that? Like, you've just convinced me that this is what they're all about. And a lot of movies, it's not Dune, like a lot of movies do that. And a lot of movies I have problems with. I'm like, I understand why you did it, because you want this scene, but you need to earn that scene. You need to earn the idea that this character that you've created, that I really liked, that has a lot of integrity, that character leads to this scene or interacts with the scene the way it does. You need to get me there. Like, that's part of the story. You need to get me from this character doing this thing that is like seems completely off character. It can happen. All of us do things that are out of character in our lives, but you've got to show me how it's done. You can't just sell me, a problem. And so Dune and any adaptation is going to have the extra added problem, the added mechanical issue of not only do we need to make it work in the story in general, but if we're going to change things in our adaptation, whether we need to or not, any change, also we need to bear in mind the ripple effect that it has and how that is going to impact how that character behaves and everything moving forward. But I'm sure I have a strong suspicion if there was a Dune expert among us, somebody who was just diehard Dune, a lot of what I'm saying would either be explained or they would say they really don't care or something like that. I think all of us are coming as casual fans of one way or the other. I was a casual fan from the book. You all are casual fans, it seems, from the movie. But none of us are hyper, Dune is the movie, it's the thing. So, probably for the best, because I probably would have just irked the crap out of a true Dune fan. For character journeys, there are several. The most shocking will be Paul Atreides' journey. I hope they do him well. Have you seen the second movie, Baldric? And yeah, he can't find Lethal. It was really hard to see, so I get why he took so much time.
Training is over.
Well, hey, and as long as you see it, right? And that's fine. But wait, okay, so I'm forgetting the game now because the one that I'm remembering, he didn't have lethal at all. But yeah, understandable. If it's a bunch of moving parts, I get it as well. Maybe I just misread the situation because I'm busy talking about something that has nothing to do with anything. Oh, Baldric, so have you read the book then? Seems like you have. The only character, and here's the other thing too, I need a likable character. I have to have that. Breaking Bad, couldn't get into it. I didn't like any of the characters. I thought they were all jerks. Not maybe at the outset, but it was gradually happened that way. Mad Men. Lots of people love Mad Men. Couldn't stand Mad Men. Everybody in there was a jerk. There was nobody that I was like, I want to see you succeed. I'm like, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You're a jerk. You're a manipulative, whatever. None of you are good people. None of you, I want you all to crash and burn. That's all I'm interested in seeing. I want to see every single one of you crash and burn because y'all are a bunch of turd muffins. You deserve it. That doesn't work for me I can't feel that way about character. I have to have one character at least. I'm like, you know what? In this cesspool of crap, here at least is one character that you want to. I'm just pulling for this character to get through. And I think it was the same thing with Sons of Anarchy. I ended up getting through the end of it because my friend kept pestering me to finish it. But I was like, dude, I don't like any of these characters. I liked different characters at different points, but then they make them make decisions and do things that make me go, okay, now you're just asking for it. Now okay, you lied. You made a decision to lie, which was a dumb decision. You knew it was a dumb decision, and now this person's pissed at you, and this person's pissed at you. This person's pissed because you lied. This person's pissed because of what it meant that you lied.
I will have my vengeance.
And so now you just did it to yourself. How am I supposed to be like, yay, it's awesome, yay, go you, when you willingly make a crappy decision that you didn't have to make? And it literally is, hey, we need drama in this episode, so we're gonna have this character do something really, really stupid. It's all right. I mean, I get it. Nobody's perfect, but anyway. Let's see. Agnip from Norway. All right. So we got Hungarian. We got Arrakis from Hungary. We got Inu from Austria. We got Denise from the UK. Agnip is from Norway. I believe Jay Shades is from France or UK. I couldn't remember which one. See, exactly. Oh, we can take over the chat anytime. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so both Jonas and Agnip from see, bringing the world together. It shows me online. That's weird. Yeah. Same thing, Edmund. It's done that for me as well. Ooh. Oh no.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Oh no. No. Swift Strike though. Swift Strike is going to get it done. Right?
A clash.
Yes. Oh gosh. That was a close call. Wait, no. Oh, I think I didn't realize that there were 2 creatures that hadn't hit you. I thought you all you had was that 3-hit crab, and she was gonna take away his powers, his crab-like powers. Nicely done. That was another close one. Enu's got a lot of close games. I think, if I recall correctly, Guitarist has had a lot of close ones as well. Zen Sky for Orphic Stormcloak. The Vikings are planning a raid. Close enough for Hungarian pronunciation. Not really. I appreciate the try. I was thinking someone needs to clip that and make a short out of it. Boomer American butchers and mocks Hungarian culture. Sounds like a decent line. Hey, you know what? Honestly, if I was not such a nobody, I'm sure somebody would do that. Be like, listen to this racist. He's making fun of the Hungarian people. But no, but you're right. I mean, that's what happens. That's what happens. If you're somebody that needs to go, if you're somebody that needs to, I win with a plum. Okay, I need to point out. I'm not going to do it, but I need to point out that if I were to say a plum, you would come back with a pun about plums. I'm not going to do that though because I need to catch up on chat and it would take too much thought. So you feel free to come up with your own plum pun. But yes, winning with a plum.
You are not worthy.
Or with a peach, or with an orange. There you go. Plum ice cream. Something to do with the conversation we had earlier, so I'm bringing it back. There we go, yeah. Winning with a plum ice cream. Not an orange. Not an orange.
As long as you're here, try to be.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad. Or just the Brit from Idiot Abroad. I think his name was Carl? Wait, what? History of the line. Guitarist beat me by a fraction of a second. Oh, is it? Oh, yeah. Fastest sniper in the north. All hail the line. The case is... Oh, this was all about that line. Okay, I thought we were talking... Oh, gosh. I thought we were talking about the movie line or something for a second. I was like, we're all still talking about my horrible green screen line. Well, I appreciate everybody's enthusiastic attempt to make sure that the line was removed from the video. Wait, I see it now. The line is shaped like cheese. Oh, jeez. The line of Turin. Little, no offense to any Catholics out there. None taken. Well, I'm not Catholic, but on behalf of Catholics, none taken. We do have a different keyboard for PC and laptop.
If I fall.
Oh, you do? Okay. So, okay, I remembered I asked that question. Okay. But so it's different, but probably not I guess as one does, how else would you get the holy cow? Yeah. Yeah, see, that looks Russian to me. Is there any overlap? Like, again, with the O's with the slash through them and the, like, there's an upside down thing, and yeah, it's cool. Like I said, it like Spanish is a foreign language to me, obviously, but it has all the characteristics of English. Other than, I mean, we have double L's too. We have llamas. We just don't pronounce it llama. We pronounce it llama. Other than the tilde, we don't really have anything. We even have accent marks because we're a hodgepodge of a bunch of different languages that have those. But it doesn't look foreign on the face of it because the characters are very similar to what we have. Whereas you guys, apparently in Hungary and in Russia and Finland, I think is what was said, you guys got some characters that I wouldn't know how to pronounce or what to do with them. They're very foreign, and I like commitment to the bit. If it's going to be foreign language, plum ice cream would be interesting. I like how you said interesting, Io, because we all know interesting is euphemism for disgusting or weird. So the plum ice cream, but I will agree with you. I would much more readily eat, because I mean creamsicle is a thing. So I would much more readily eat pineapple and orange ice cream than plum ice cream. Plum, it'd have to get me there. I like plums, but I just don't know about ice cream. But they have pickle ice cream for crying out loud. So I mean, we're not even anywhere close to the most bizarre thing. Name the kid, Beezy. Damn, getting evicted by an infant is wild. I don't know, those letters might be impossible to get with a Hungarian keyboard, but it's easy with his phone. Syndicate here. We'll make a great international Gopnik out of him or her. Oh, gotcha. We're talking about the kid now. Sorry. See, this is my fault. This is, and I know I went on a freaking. Well, it wasn't a complete monologue. I was discussing with guitarists, so it wasn't just me like going on a prequels tangent. But I do understand that I completely lost you guys. See, and that's me being, I don't know, about a jerk. I mean, I was having fun with the conversation. I was enjoying the mental, like trying to grapple with things and determine whether or not, like, it's a fun process for me. Like I said, I like that process. But arguably, as a streamer, knowing that there's a ton of other people here, I probably should have taken it and either gone private with it or made a video about it or something versus just fixating on that, because a lot of you probably either haven't seen it or you didn't care about it enough one way or the other to have a stake in the game. And so luckily there's still a game going on. Oh dear. That was the most manly sneeze ever, but you all didn't hear it because I covered the button. Oh, okay, so you're telling name. Okay, so sorry, because it's Body Bag, for crying out loud. So Body Bag is saying name the kid Beezy. That might work. Beezy. Oh crap! Let me do this. Okay, so sorry, folks. All right. So Saturday looks like Saturday has the majority, but Sunday is right up there as well. Goodness gracious. It might be split. It's almost split 50-50. We got a few people that prefer Saturday morning. So let's do this. We're gonna end the poll. Because I don't want to, because we're getting near the end here, but I want to make sure that we get this down. It won't be tomorrow because that's just too soon. To give people a chance to get the game, give people a chance to try to get their schedules going. Here we go. Best time for Saturday afternoon. Among Us. We have, let's say 12 p.m. noon. Currently 7:07 p.m. Just so that you know, when I say noon, like it's 7 o'clock for me right now, 7 o'clock at night. So when I say noon, I mean would be starting noon my time. So I guess adjust accordingly when you're saying that. I hate to make it like revolve around me, but like I don't know how else to do it. We could do like Greenwich time or something, but I it's a lot to keep track of. So we could do that. We could do 2 p.m. We could do, we'll say, well, screw it. You know what? We don't want to do too many. No, you know what? And then I guess we do 4 p.m. So sorry, I gave you a myriad of options. If it's too split, you know what? That's probably not a good idea. Let's just do this. I have a feeling 2 is probably going to be the money. No, go away. All right. So this is just a time, ideal start time for, like right now, it seems like Saturday has, by a slim margin, it does have the majority. And so do you prefer 12, 2, or 4? So, like I said, bearing in mind, if we start at 12 o'clock my time, it's automatically 6 o'clock Denise's time. So anybody in the UK, it's going to be 6. Yeah, it's going to be 6 o'clock. And so if you're even further, that's going to be later on. So I didn't want to go. Maybe we could, well, because we said afternoon. So that's why I'm starting at 12, because that's the earliest, technically, by definition of afternoon, the earliest we could do. But then again, a lot of people say that might have been from Europe, in which case, or in Europe, on the continent of Europe, in which case I'm defeating the purpose because we're already starting in the mid-afternoon. So, boy, it's complicated. We'll figure it out. It's not going to be the only time. If everybody's interested, it sounds like there's an interest there, then I am happy to. I always think about steak when I watch or play games. When everything's a steak is good. When everything's at stake is good. Yes, honestly, when that phrase, what's at stake here, I always think of a steak, and I think of it being on a steak. I think of a steak on a steak, like a wooden steak with a steak piercing a steak, medium rare. Oh, darn you, Io! Making me hungry. Edmorn, still not there. Okay, just making sure. All right, Zen Sky, let's do it. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get.
The forest is my cloak.
Nicely done.
All right. Oops. Case of the Unruly Line. Sounds like a Hardy Boys or Nancy Drew story. The Case of the Unruly Line.
Having fun.
I am having fun, thank you. Haskell, you worthless appendage. I tend to eat under the rule of find carbs high in soluble fiber and eat lots of eggs and chicken. Wow. That is a very nuanced, not nuanced rule, Michael, but just a very specific rule. Like generally, like you think about a rule, it's like my general rule is more carbs in than out, or more, more whatever, more calories in than out, or out than in. I was like, find carbs in high soluble fiber and eat lots of eggs and chicken. But honestly, that's good. It's pure. That's like huge chunk protein, and then carbs with fiber. If you're gonna have carbs, eat with fiber. Eat one banana and a cup of berries every day. Wait, body bag, is that it? One banana and a cup of berries? That's it? Berries are good, but well, come on, guys. We're gonna talk about generalization. What kind of berries? You got blueberries, raspberries, snozberries. There's all these different kinds of berries, and some of them I like, some of them I like less than others. So can we be a little more descriptive about what berries we're talking about? And some veggies mess my stomach up too. Honestly, yes. I can do leafy greens, but that's about it. Broccoli and peppers. Lots of broccoli. Oatmeal berries, and there's some protein cereal. Yeah, I usually end up I do the like if I'm gonna skip a meal, I know they say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, but it's also the easiest one because your stomach is asleep overnight. So if you have a fasting window, let's say of 14 hours or 12 or 14 hours, it's a lot easier to fast from 7 o'clock at night until, what would that be? 9 in the morning than it is to fast pretty much any other time because you're able to incorporate your sleep into that. So, Poop Stone making its first appearance of the night. Interesting. But I like this. This is good. This is really cool. Different people's eggs are the staples for protein intake. Yeah, I actually there's a gal who she has not eaten out in 3 years, and she's big on protein. She's carnivore, but she's big on eggs. She's like there's potatoes, she calls them. She didn't invent them, but she found them. Found somebody who did it where it's potatoes, like mashed potatoes, but they're made out of eggs. And she's able to pull it off. Apparently, like if you eat them right next to each other, you're like, I can tell the difference. But if you just eat them, you'd think they were potatoes. So apparently there's some really miraculous things you can do with eggs, and they are being done. Oh, wait. Oh, crap. Is that next? Are we the 27th? I mean, if that's the case, then I can't do it either. Did I just step in a cow pie? I think I did. For some reason, I thought it was the beginning of July. Or August, but maybe, or October. I thought it was October 3rd. Is it not October 3rd? Hang on a second. I guess I could just ask you. Is it? It is the 28th. Our D&D is the 28th. Well, in that case, folks, I do apologize. For some reason, I thought it was October 3rd. But that wouldn't make sense. It's probably not October 3rd. What am I thinking? My mother's birthday. Was I thinking October 5th? I guess I was. Okay. Well then. Okay, so. So looks like noon is better for Saturday. Just realized, folks, my bad. I was planning, to be fair, I was planning on checking my schedule for the next week. I literally, for some reason, I was thinking October. I thought we'd said October. I'm not saying we did. For some reason, that was in my head. I think I've got stuff going on in October, so I think that's what I thought. But now, yeah. All right, so I am not able to do it on the 28th. Because it seems like everybody, like the heavy favorite is noon. So how many of you could do it on Sunday at noon? Let me rephrase this poll. We got 3 votes there. All right. How many folks can play Among Us? Wait, that's dumb. Q&A? How many folks can play Among Us at noon on Sunday? Or I guess so I mean, what about tomorrow then? If we want to do it, so we're not. Yeah, what about tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon. Anybody? I don't know how that's going to work. I've never done a question before. I don't know if you all are just going to answer it. My hope is that if you answer that question directly, I will be able to see the answers. Otherwise, oh no! Oh, there we go. Okay, so it's its own thing. I lose chat when I do that, though. So sorry, folks. Sorry. Well, now to be fair, when I said Saturday or Sunday, I didn't necessarily specify whether it would be this Saturday or next Saturday. But it seems like that may be the best one, at least to kick things off with. And let's see. All right, we'll go with IO here, and I will try to make my way down. I crush 5 eggs every morning, body bag. Holy cow. Go Rocky on those things. I'm guessing you don't, like, break them and drink them, though, but that's crazy. But, I mean, yeah, eggs are great. Eggs are fantastic. I tend to eat carbs early just because protein and fats digest slower and don't spike blood sugar at night. Good call. Good call. I always try to wait until lunch before I have carbs, unless it's going to be a long day and I know I'll need the energy. Then I have carbs for breakfast. You work later in the day. As a Kung Fu master, I'd say fighting back is clearly a better option if you get attacked. Of course, avoiding the situation or getting out from it without a fight is best. Exactly, Arrakis. Right. And that's, I mean, again, we're talking way long ago now, but yeah, that was kind of my point. Is as a writer, you don't want to put your character in a situation where, ideally, where they really have nothing but bad options, unless they've voluntarily made bad choices that have now brought them to a choice tree that has no good answers. Then you go, hey, maybe that decision you made like 6 decisions ago that people were saying don't make that decision, that's why they said it. Because once you start down the dark path, like you're going to get to a place where it leads to a place where you are not going to have any good options. Every option is going to suck in some way. Whereas if you made a different decision back then, you would have a whole different tree of options available to you, and they may be more favorable. But I did not know you were a Kung Fu master, Arrakis. Who's the other? Oh, Michael. Michael's the, not Kung Fu though, right? You're mixed martial arts. So Michael Bailey is mixed martial arts. Arrakis is Kung Fu master. And I am tentative or cursory karate. I think I got to orange belt or something. So not really all that great, but wow. I got to rank 2 from 4 in like 2 1-hour sessions. I've never had that RNG good line on. Good for you, Michael. That is all. Yeah, I have not seen that either. That's awesome. Baldric coming in. You think he's gonna, kind of join in and be like, yeah, I kick butt too. He's like, I got into versus arena after a long time and got my ass whooped. So completely different ends of the spectrum. Exceptionally fortunate and exceptionally unfortunate. Now I'm in the Serpent, so you know how typical Tesla karma. Right, yeah, and the crappy thing is, well, no, you said you got to rank 2. 1 is the most brutal. It's the longest, and it's right on the cusp. Like, you're right there. You can't back down. You got to keep going. And I'm saying this knowing that next month I got to do this. Oh, gosh. But yeah, the Thief is a pain in the butt. But Arrakis, have a great day. Let's see. Real quick point on Thanos is that in the comics, his motivation is much more sinister and dark. He loves death, but she doesn't like him. Yes, exactly. Yeah, Honey Badger. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I read the comic right before I saw the movie. Like I remembered hearing about it. And yeah, the comic is messed up. The comic is not good. That's why I was kind of happy and kind of sad. I was like, if you really want us to not root for Thanos, you should make him kind of still a selfish jerk. The way you have him written, he's not really somebody I'm pissed at. Like, and again, I mean, I get it. It is for me, it's more of a, like, the creators, the writers wrote themselves into a crappy place because they changed the story. They changed his motivation. And with that motivation, you go, okay, you can change reality. Why don't you just create more planets? Why don't you just create more resources? Why, there's any number of things you can do when you have the power of God in the palm of your hand. When you have all that power there's so many awesome, creative, crazy, awesome, cool, awesome things you can do. Why is your default kill half the population of the universe? But that's the kind of stupidity you have to give your character when you decide you don't want to follow the comic book reasoning, or you don't want to give him the same kind of motivation. So you're absolutely right, Honey Badger. Yeah, I know his motivation absolutely sucks. Yeah, and seeing that, you can totally get pissed at Thanos for that. But how do you get pissed at a guy who really stands nothing to gain, is just doing what he thinks because the writers are stupid? The best way he can think when he has all this power is to eliminate half the population. But it's not for his sake. It's not for anybody he knows' sake. It's not to eliminate his enemies. And when he's done, he goes off and farms quietly. Like, it's really hard to get pissed at a character like that. I really like that ending, the bad one. It left me flabbergasted in a good way. Baldric, you sick, twisted soul. Was worth the effort. Paul is a good guy, though. He just doesn't want to deal with having to be a god with no real freedom. His son Leto too finds a way to set up events to off himself indirectly. Well, that's the thing. So, but Michael Bailey, that's the thing. So Paul essentially offs himself. Well, he gets himself blinded, and then he offs himself, or allows himself to be killed. But I thought his struggle wasn't just a god. It was that by him taking that up, it was going to lead to genocide and fanaticism that he can't stop. He doesn't control it. Like, people just get so crazy hopped up on him, which is a little strange to me. Like, if the whole thing was, if I become a god, or people see me as a god, and I die, they're going to be fanatics about it. The problem that, like, modern religion, whichever fanatics, when you talk about religious fanatics, it's that the focus of their affection, or the focus of their zeal, is not there to tell them, hey, no, this isn't what I wanted. There may be an instance in real life where we see that happen, but like, if you were like, hey, I really like this guy, he's awesome, or I think this guy is God, I think he's my Messiah, and the Messiah himself says, guys, I am the Messiah, but we can't do it this way. We have to do it this way. Why would you stop listening to your quote-unquote Messiah if you start saying things you don't like? I've seen it done in fiction a lot, but I don't know that we have a real-life equivalent. This is not a challenge. I'm just curious. Do we have a historical thing where somebody who everybody followed and everybody believed, they followed him and they obeyed him up to a certain point, and then stopped believing and started doing, like, acting, not just assuming what his will is, which is what happens when people are zealous in our world with religion. People are assuming this is what God wants, whatever God that is, and that's the problem. They don't have, like, God isn't directly saying, no, this is what I want you to do. And sometimes he is. Sometimes, I mean, like Christianity, like, the word is very clear on a lot of things, and it's like, but there's a lot of nuance and there's a lot of things, so I understand people going whatever, but it's never been a thing I don't know of where it's like, we're following you with 100% devotion and obedience. That has happened in history. But for them to go up until this point where you say something that we don't agree with, and now suddenly the Ewoks do it to C-3PO, that's 100%. But in real life, if your deity is literally telling you knock it off, in what rational way of any kind does even a fanaticism say, no, screw you, in your name, we know better, we're going to do this? I'm not saying it's beyond humans to do something that stupid. I just can't relate to it. I just don't see that. I see it happening if Paul were to set them on a path and then be killed, and they're all going, this is what he would have wanted. Easily see that happening. But this idea that the fanaticism would get to a place where he couldn't even control it, that's where I kind of go, But it's I don't even, like, I mean, because it's an interesting contradiction. A God with no real freedom. So you're not really a God. Like, that's almost a contradiction. Like that, I don't think anybody would define a God as having no power. But I think it's the problem with the Bene Gesserit or whatever it's called. I don't know. Like I said, if I read the book, I can probably discuss this a lot more incisively. But right now, I'm grappling with my recollections of the book and what I remember, what I got from the movie, and I think they're very different things. But good food is always worth the effort. Io, that sounds like a quote right out of Ratatouille. Remember, Remy, good food is always worth the effort. The Night Mother. Because that's the dilemma for Paul, is he can predict every possible outcome, so will always choose the best one for humanity, even if it hurts those around him in the present. So then how are we not... So why would Herbert say that we're not supposed to root for him? Basically, Paul ducks out of godhood in favor of being human, so sort of forces the curses on his son. Okay, so you're saying... Okay, so that's why we don't like Paul, because Paul doesn't want... He knows that the right decisions for the long term mean screwing over people he cares about now, and he would rather not have that responsibility, which is weird. Again, that's the juxtaposition, because a god can transform, like, to have the, like,
I can't stand
like, to be able to see the future. It's interesting that alone is considered to make him a god. I mean, that's a prophet. Prophets see the future. Like, the idea that God would be, that you can have a God who would be utterly powerless to change anything, and yet would be still considered a God just because he can see what can happen. I don't know. That's kind of a weird, to me, that's a weird prospect. A God that can only observe the future. Like, again, to me, that's a prophet. That's somebody, I can see the future. I can see it very clearly. I can see all the different ways, but I can't do anything about it. All I can do is tell you what's going to happen if you take this course of action. But I do get a little bit of the nuance of the conundrum of, even as a God, like, I mean, and this is the whole thing when God's like, oh, why does God allow bad things to happen? Like, that perfectly, what you're talking about, Michael Bailey, I think perfectly encapsulates that quandary. If you know that in the grand scheme, we're talking on a millennial scale or on a thousands-year scale or whatever else, that these things happening are for the best, even if you presuppose that every single thing that happens, and I have friends that believe this, I personally don't, but that God makes everything happen, that there is that only things that God wants to happen. In other words, that he doesn't say humans have agency, here's what I would like to have happen, and if people partner with me and you obey me, we can make this happen, but if you want to do your own thing, the thing that I would really like to have happen isn't going to happen, and bad things are going to happen instead. That's kind of how I see it. Like, he could do whatever he wants, but again, because he gives us free will, I think it defeats the purpose of him giving us free will if he then in turn says, but only things happen because the only things that are going to happen are the things that I want to have happen. Then it's like, well, then why give us free will? Why give us the idea that we can make our own decisions if the only things that are ever going to happen are only going to happen because you want them to? Meaning, my choice is actually going to be your choice that you make me have, because otherwise it's not happening the way you want it to happen. I personally think we have to have, there's where God goes, here's my best, here's my desire for you, for humanity, for whatever. But if you don't want to follow me because of what, your own, whatever that is, then it's not going to happen that way. Or, I'm going to have to redeem it. And I'm not trying to, this is not a religious thing. I'm just saying that, like, from my perspective of God, that's kind of the thing. And so I can understand a little bit of that quandary being a human being who doesn't have any control over anything, going, okay, either I have to make decisions that are totally going to suck, and I can't change, and I can't do anything about it. All I can tell the person is, hey, I'm killing you right now, because if I don't, the ripple effect, the butterfly effect is disaster for the galaxy. Well, that doesn't take away the pain from that person, unless you go, okay, his visions are infallible, so if he says, I need to get gone because I'm going to, that'd be like saying, hey, to Mrs. Hitler, I need you to kill your son. Because if we allow him to live, he's going to do all this thing that's going to cause mass death. So I need you to kill your son. Or I need to kill your son. Or somebody needs to kill your son. Like, that's a really hard thing to do. And so I can get the idea that a human being doesn't want to do that. I just then go, okay, well, then what kind of God is it? How is he not just a glorified prophet? Because he should be able to say, you know what? If you let him, okay, I need to do something. I need to intervene in his life in a way that steers him away from that path. Or somebody needs to. Or I need to, events need to conspire to, get him away from that way to go. So I'm going to let him live, but I'm going to try to fix things this way. But again, he's not working with omnipotence. He's not working with omnipresence. He's working purely with able to see the future. You can't, there's no way for him to do that feasibly. So it's this really weird quasi-deity God thing that he's working with here. I think that causes some of the problems. But anyway, now you spoiled the plot. Also molecular biology. Michael Bailey. To the normies, how will they enjoy the movies now? Well, to be fair, Baldrick, they've already changed the story to the point where, like, a lot of people are going, because I think, and I don't think this is spoilers. Well, it might be, but I mean the books are out there. But like in theory, and I'm not. Well, this isn't spoiling the movies. This isn't spoiling what you're going to see. But in the books, Paul and what's her name, Cheney get together and they have a kid. I'm pretty sure at least one. But right now, where the movie is left, there's a rift between them where she's going, as long as you're pursuing this path, I want nothing to do with you. That's pretty much what has been said without saying it. Well, the story is supposed to end with them together, and so the next step in it is them working through their relationship together. Where it is now, there's no reconciliation. Like a rock and a hard place. Paul's not going to change his course because this is what he's decided he needs to do, and she's decided that he's stupid for doing the things that he's doing, and she can't get along with that. She can't go along with it. So how are they going to reconcile that? So people are already saying it's going to have to be changed, or the timeline's going to change, or something big is going to happen. And I think it's going to hurt it. If we do have a third one, which I'm sure we will, because it made good money and it's got critically acclaimed and people liked it. Overall, it was a success by far. I think it's going to have a third movie. I don't think I'm going to be interested in it based on what I've seen so far. That's kind of my thing. I saw Force Awakens and I'm not interested in seeing the other stuff. It's more of just, I understand. I have a better understanding of what the author was doing now. I have a better understanding of what the director is going for and why he's making these decisions. And it's not for me. It's not my kind of story. But Michael, I think you're not the first one that I've heard that. Well, people have drawn different lines, but I think maybe Children of Dune, or no, somebody said Messiah of Dune, I think, was where they drew that. Like anything after Messiah of Dune is crap. You're saying Children of Dune, but a lot of people have their points in the Dune series where they go, this I think it sucks after this. For me, I'm pretty sure it was after the first book, but unlike Leto, 2 story will be fully covered, or Leto. They did end part 2 dirty personally. Yes, Michael Bailey. Yes, that's what I'm saying from based on the book there. I rarely see hulking fabricants. They can get pretty smashy. I see another Telvanni Skelly deck. Something the Shadow of War does nicely is showing the 9 get their rings. The Shadow of War. And it's a short cutscene where they do. It's not that it's lore accurate. Some might not, but it's really well done. I'm guessing that's from Rings of Power, Honey Badger. In which case, everything you just said is wrong, unequivocally.
I only need one
And
shot.
Chad, I would appreciate if you disregard the statement that Honey Badger made. If it is tied in any way with Rings of Power, we must indiscriminately be prejudiced against it and fail to acknowledge any good possible thing that might have come from it. Paul and Cheney are in love. I feel like you're remembering things wrong. It's his arranged marriage with a princess that unites the houses that he can care less about. No, absolutely. No. Michael, no. I'm talking about Paul and Cheney from the books, absolutely. Paul loves Cheney in the movie. She bails on him. Like, she walks out. Have you seen the second one? Did you see the second movie? I think you did, right? And that's part that they glazed over. They didn't make it clear in there that he's going to be marrying the princess purely because he tells her in the book. He tells her like, she's not going to get my love. She's not going to get anything good from me. She's going to. This is literally a means to an end. She's literally a means to an end, and you are the love of my life. Like, I got that 100%. But the way they have Chaney act at the end of the second movie is not. I mean, you could say she still loves him, but she's going, it's a conditional love. I'm not on board. Where in the book, she's still loyal to him and still goes along with him. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, no. So I'm very clear that they love each other. Or yeah, and I mean, in theory, she still loves him, but only if he does what she wants him to do. Which again, she's acting as the moral compass, not as Chaney from the book. And again, we need to give her more agency because she didn't have a great character arc in the book. Well, it really depends on how lacking you think the book is. I mean, again, there's a lot of characters in Tolkien that don't have prominence, and they're not given any more prominence, and it's okay because they didn't need to have more prominence because the story is not about them per se. I think the Dune miniseries did a better job than either of the movie versions with staying true to the plot, which is understandable too because you have more time to work with. But I am curious about that. I've heard about the movies, the earlier movies and the miniseries. You guys have a great cast. I also like their costumes. They look cheesy by today's standards, but I love them. Yeah, that's pretty much anything like even in the 80s and on. The only ones I didn't read are Brian Herbert's Great House books, just the Harkonnen one. Harkonnen? Right, because Brian continued the series after his dad died, based on, I think, off on notes and unfinished works, and then some Star Wars authors actually also took up the charge there and finished or fleshed out. I think they did some prequels and stuff. Interesting point about Sons of Anarchy. Charlie Hunnam actually had to take coaching lessons to get his British accent back from filming so much in the U.S. No kidding, really? That is actually kind of funny. That is really funny, and I totally forgot that he also is another one of the actors with a British accent. That is freaking awesome, though. And I mean, it goes. I have a friend. His mother was Turkish, father was British. Grew up in England, came to the U.S. for high school, just out of high school and later high school and college. And his he had no British accent at all. But when he went back to visit his parents in England, he was over there for like 2 weeks, like over break or whatever. He came back, and for like a week, he talked like a Brit, like very thick accent. It's like, oh my gosh, you're totally that guy. You're totally the English guy. And then it wore off. So like, yeah, it's weird. Accents can, not always, but can diminish over time. You know, if you're in a place with a different accent or whatever. I think it'd be cool. Like, that's part of the reason I wanted to go to Ireland. I was like, I want to pick up an Irish accent naturally. But I don't know that it would happen. But I thought it would be cool just to hear Irish all the time. What did Honey Badger? There we go. Shadow of War is a sequel to the Shadow of Mordor. It has nothing to do with Rings of Power. Okay, I rescind my comments. There was something in the back of my mind that said this probably isn't Ring of Power because Honey Badger would have said, I apologize for even mentioning this here, but since he didn't do that, I'm like, wait a minute. So I apologize. It was my own ignorance. You do not have to disregard what he said. We can actually focus and care about it now. So here we go, folks. Just so you know, something that the Shadow of War does really nicely is showing the 9 get their rings, and it's a short cutscene when they do. Not that it's lore accurate. Some might not, but it really is well done. So I encourage you folks to check out Shadow of War, and see what scene it's talking about, or check it out, like watch it on YouTube and see what the cutscene is like. The fact that it's short, and I mean, really, I don't know how involved they get with how the 9 actually get their rings. Like we know they were given to 9 mortal men, so they were totally chill. Malumps. Oh, Malumps. That's isn't Malumps? Isn't this this is
I do not fear.
this is the guy, the Daleroth, right? Is it? Am I wrong? Am I remembering incorrectly? I think that's him. Which could mean that he's streaming right now, and so I don't want to. But I don't want to. All right, so I'm here. I don't want to. It's a close game, and since you're here already, it's not like I'm pulling the audience away from his channel. So, but just in case it's not, I'll give him a GG. Hopefully, he's going to pull this off. I'll give him a GG and we'll bail. But I think Blumps is Daryl, which for anybody who doesn't know, has his own YouTube channel, has a lot of lore in Legends or Skyrim. Like he does videos on, I think the one that really got launched his channel was a deal on Merak. He did like a video on the history of Merak, I think, which I haven't watched yet, but it looked really interesting. And he does a lot of Tesla content, a lot of long form, 2-hour long videos, and he's really good at playing the game. So if you like Tesla content and you're not familiar with him, Daraloth, and I think Malumps is his in-game name.
The Hist revives.
But yeah, that is interesting with about Charlie. And going back to Hugh Laurie earlier, he said that while filming House MD, he never could fall easily into an American accent. It was always difficult to get back into the accent. Interesting. And there goes Malumps. All right, so we'll say GG. It's like the first time I've been able to spectate one of those. I was going to say fabulous, but I don't want to gush. Those games, by the way, are really a blast. Yes, Honey Badger. Actually, I have been tempted, and you were actually there for the last live stream. Seems like a really great dude. Oh, we're live on YouTube if you want to say hi. Oh, wait. So he's live. How would I say hi? Oh, no. Oh, nice. Nice. Hello, folks. Folks. You're watching one of the best. You're watching one of the best. Keep playing. And hi. You're also live. Anything for the viewers here? And by the way, just for the record, when I'm saying you're watching one of the best, I wasn't talking about like they're watching him, not me. I'm not patting myself on the back. Yeah. Just want to make that clear, just in case that didn't come across. Chat says hi. Wait a minute, Io, you traitor! How dare you? Wait, no. Wait. Chat here, maybe. Okay, no. Okay, I thought you were saying, hey, since you can't follow chat, you haven't kept up with chat. That's awesome. Glad we're both able to be active. Please tell everyone I say hello and thank you for continuing to support Legends. There you go. Done and done. Done and done. You've contributed a lot. A second wind, for sure. He really has. I mean, again, like he's pulling viewer numbers that like of the guys of old, in the thousands, which is great. And that's not whatever. I mean, I didn't know that could be done. I guess you got to be good. you got to bring something to the table that people haven't seen before. I'm just kind of playing the same old stuff, but like it was encouraging to see a Tesla streamer or a Tesla player getting 1,900 views on a video, like right off the jump. Give a smile there. I'm just smiling big. It's great. It's great having these people. But yeah, I mean, I think that to me said that because I call the remnant. I'm thinking we're a few hundred people because that's again it wasn't a pride thing, but I'm just thinking, okay, if there's not a whole lot of Tesla content out there, if I'm providing it and I'm just getting 350 views, then maybe that's about how many players are, at least that, are in this corner of YouTube. But then I see Daraloth and it's like 1,900. I'm like, oh, damn, there's a lot more people that are interested in this game. They're just not necessarily drawn to my content, and that's fine. So I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. And so, it was just very encouraging to me. It should be encouraging to all of us. There are many of us. We're not as remnanty as I thought. Let's see. Interesting point about it. Sounds okay. I like how I was able to drive all the way to work, 45 miles away from home, get dog food, fill up my car, and Schwartz is still at the point of chat, or I was sitting on my couch at home. You shouldn't drive at Mach speed. Well, I don't know though, Baldrick. If he's out there in Montana, I'm guessing it's like open roads and there's nothing to see, so you just except for goats and alfalfa. So you just push the gas as hard as you can. Oh wait, the line is gone. Oh no, the line is gone. Rejoice! You are one of us, and we are legion. Exactly, for we are many. So yeah, so I will be ending the stream here in a short amount of time. Oh, I wonder. Oh, I've never done this before. Can we do a raid? How do you? Oh, let me look how to do that. Where I can kind of YouTube how to raid. Find another streamer who's live on your second monitor, copy the stream URL, post it in your chat, and tell your viewers to click it. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go to, sorry. There we go.
There's a rhythm in the markets, and the resonant echoes of the opening bell.
So this is going to be a little bit sooner than I was thinking, but I really want to do this because I've never been able to do it before, and I feel like an actual streamer now. So it says, right? I think. You upload to chat, tell your viewers to click it, and make it known they're coming from your channel. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to do it now, but I've got it queued up. I've got the URL for Daryl's stream. So once IO finishes here, because like I said, I was winding down anyway. Believe it or not. Once IO finishes this game, I will put the link in chat. And you don't have to tell him you come from me, but if you want to keep watching some Tesla stuff, and I haven't had a chance to sit on one of his streams. I don't know, but he's got to be an entertaining guy to have that many, to have that many folks with him and everything. So I think you'll be in good hands. And I also need to check the crap. Let me see. Does this? Hang on a second. Questions. I work every day Sunday. Okay. I work tomorrow, so I will be asleep. Okay. Crap. I'm trying to think how to do this because I don't want to just leave it open ended. Tell you what. Because what we'll be doing another live at 5 before next weekend. So we're ostensibly planned for next Sunday. Wait a minute. Did I will work tomorrow? I work tomorrow, so I will be asleep. So okay, so tomorrow won't work for you, right? Okay. And the problem is, even though I did the thing and I got the survey and I got the general gist of the numbers, I don't know who now could do what. Tell you what, I am going to stream tomorrow at noon. I think I'm going to say noon tomorrow, which is, so for those who, like right now it's 8 o'clock p.m. So, or 7:48 p.m. So noon is, I'll be 12 hours. It's like 16 hours from now. I'm going to stream. And I'll be streaming just a game. I haven't decided which one yet. It won't be Moonrider because that's for Thursdays. But I'll be streaming a game. If we get enough people, by that I mean anything more than 4. I'm not trying to incentivize people to come watch the stream. I'm just letting you know. If we get like 4 or 5 people or more in the stream tomorrow, we'll queue up an Among Us game. If not, I'll just keep playing. Or, well, put it this way. 4 or 5 people who want to play. So if we say, hey, in chat, and everyone want to play, and people are like, I do, then we'll switch over to Among Us and we'll do that stream for a while. If not, then it'll just be a regular stream and I'll just be playing with myself, essentially. So that's how we'll do that. So noon tomorrow, and I'll put a little thing in there with a thumbnail when I figure out what game I'm gonna. I'll probably just do Call of Duty. That's kind of what I've been gravitating towards at the moment. So I'll put a notification for Call of Duty noon tomorrow. And if like I said, if we have more than 4 or 5 people here, then we'll play. And if not, then I will, like I said, I'll just play Call of Duty and it'll be good. So there we go. Win, 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 win. And I am going to jump to the bottom of chat because I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Wait, slurping coffee? Rewarding furniture? What am I? I have church, so I'd be late, depending on how long you were streaming Among Us. And I might do it Sunday as well. I don't want to watch you. Wait, you don't want to watch me what? How dare you, sir? I don't want to watch you play with yourself and Call of Duty. How dare you, sir? How dare you impugn me? Of course, everybody wants to. Like, why don't you want to watch me? Okay, no, I can't sustain that. I understand. I should have said I can just play Call of Duty, but I had to give it a little extra oomph there. So I understand. I understand. And if none of you out there want to watch me play with myself, you're good for it. That said, non sequitur, my OnlyFans. Just kidding, of course. All right.
See you later.
Frankly, if you want to have an hour-plus long discussion about a subject you're passionate about, I don't mind. It's important enough. Most, if not all of us, can reach you in game. I appreciate that, Honey Badger. Definitely appreciate that. Baldric, bring back the line. Justice for the line. The line is life. The line is love. Long live the line. I expected to hear that from Body Bag, but I guess he might have shifted over. But thank you, Honey Badger. I appreciate that. I'll hail the line. I have to make a revolver, and my guy's a streamer. That's the whole point of streaming. I know. To a degree, yes, but it's the same thing, Honey Badger, that we talked about yesterday, or during yesterday. We were talking about sex. You know, if you go into it with the mentality, gimme mine, like I want to feel good about this, it's selfish and it's not the way it should be, and it could very well be crappy for someone else. But if you go in there thinking, hey, I want this to be good for other people. Oh, I was about to give you congratulations, and I realized that you actually that was not the way we wanted it to go. Then but if you're going, hey, I'm doing this for other people, I'm doing this for the people watching. Like I'm not. It's not about me. Like I'm the, I guess by default, the kind of the focal point in terms of how things converge, like the lines of interest converge. But it's supposed to be giving you what you guys want and what you want to talk about versus just me, which again, I didn't adhere to that at all. I totally went off on my own little tangent. Like I said, it was a conversation with Janus, but understanding that not everybody was partaking in it, or if they were, I wasn't seeing it because I'm way too far behind on chat. So I never want it to be about me, because then that's just, it's a self-gratifying thing, and it just doesn't feel right. So that said, I'll put another game up really quick. Or maybe not. Tell you what. I'm going to keep the stream going, but I'm going to put the URL for Dariloth's stream in chat. There you go. Feel free to migrate over there. Like I said, I'll still be talking. I'm going to finish up looking at chat before I close the stream. So I will get to the end of it. I'm just not going to be... I won't have another game up. I'm just going to be focusing on chat. So if you want to migrate over there and say hello, go for it. Like I said, it probably is going to be an entertaining as heck, and I'm just happy that I'm able to actually do that. I've seen other people do it before, and they're just like, hey, woo, it's like a raid. But I mean, it's a good raid. It's like, hey, here's people that were watching me, and if they click on the link, that means that they want to watch you too. If you don't have to click on the link if you don't want to, it's not. And since I'm not announcing it, I'm not like, hey man, I'm going to raid with all the people watching. But if 12 of you migrate over there, that gives them a nice boost in numbers. But let's see here. Baldric, I'll probably be IKEA. Baldric, really? Come on, we're trying to fight stereotypes here. What are you doing? Buying another self-assemble deck? Assemble desk. I'm a driver for a friend. Oh, I'll probably wait at the restaurant. Oh, you weren't joking, Baldric. I thought you were saying that as a joke. Oh, I'll probably wait at the restaurant eating and slurping my coffee. But regarding the furniture, probably half of the things we own is IKEA. That's fair. Hey, IKEA is great as long as you don't have to move it. If you ever have to move IKEA, that's when it literally falls apart. And usually then only if it's more than once and if it's the wood stuff. I actually had a metal and glass desk or little night table from IKEA, and I had that it survived moving to a new house. It survived moving to college. It survived moving back to the house. It survived moving to Northern Virginia. It survived like 12 moves. I don't even know why I ended up getting it was a great table. I don't think I ever got rid of it on purpose. I don't know what happened to it. But so yeah, some of the stuff is really good, but a lot of it, if it's wooden, it's great. You assemble it, it's sturdy, it's great, and then you move and it just falls apart as you're touching it. I do believe in morality, but it's more from like I like being able to make my own choices, and I think taking that away undermines individuals' humanity. Right. Let's see. I'm pretty agnostic, but part of that's because I find it hard to believe that given the scale of the universe that humans are some destined species. Yeah, I can understand that. But that doesn't mean, I mean, that would be though inferring that, and Christians do this too. And I don't know about other religions because I haven't mingled with that many folks, but like we assume that there's nothing beyond this. This is what we know of. Like I personally don't know offhand. I don't think there's anything that contradicts the idea that God he's cooking other pots in other places, or, I don't even know. Like maybe, I mean, again, this sounds like blasphemy, but I'm just saying, hey, we have this universe. We have everything we know here, and there's a God of it. There may be a whole other universe, and there's, head of that. Maybe God is one of a godly species or something. And we're literally, when we think about like stuff that we create, that's literally these beings. They create stuff. It just happens to be worlds and universes and galaxies. I don't think it defies that necessarily. It may, and that, like I said, that may sound like blasphemy. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying there's nothing that says that can't be the case. But yeah, so Michael, when it comes to morality, for me, it's, and this is something I've grappled with especially when you talk about like, commandments or, what God says, you have the problem of, not the problem, but the misfortune to a degree of going, I have a choice. I have the choice to make a bad decision. I have the choice. I have the freedom to make the wrong choice. Like there's a lot of times in life, but this is true even with, if you like Michael, if you have your own morality, wherever you pull that from, wherever you get that from, you have your own morality. You always have the freedom of choice, but by virtue of your own morality, which in theory is at least stemmed in part from this is what's better for me, or this is what's better for other people. Like, I'm not going to be a glutton because I know that will screw my health over. Like you could just say that. I don't know about that's morality, but that's kind of the rule you live by. You always have the choice whether you're going to engage in gluttony or not, whether you're going to just eat a bunch of stuff or not. But it's really, you're giving yourself the freedom to make the wrong choice because you know that doing that is about, I know for me, eating ice cream right now is a bad thing for me, at least eating the quantities that I've been eating it in. I know it's bad. I have the freedom to make that choice, which is great, but I know that it's the wrong choice. So it's freedom, but you're knowing that you're making the wrong choice. You have the freedom to make the wrong choice. And that's kind of what it is with God. It's like, I still have the freedom. God's going to let me make that choice, but I know that it's the wrong choice. I know it's the bad choice. I know it's going to lead to bad things, or could very well lead to bad things, or this other choice is going to lead to good things. But I still have the choice to do it. So I agree with that. But I think the quandary is when we're up against our morality, wherever it comes from, and we know what's morally right, and we know what's the right thing to do. And so, but it's like, do I really have a choice? Like I have the choice to make a bad choice. That's not really a choice. Like if it's like, hey, would you like to jump off a cliff or walk through a garden? Well, what kind of choice is that? Is that really a choice? Well, you're bound by your own, whether you believe in God or not, your own morality is going to say, hey, this choice is a cliff, this choice is a garden. And you go, is that really a choice? Well, yes, you certainly can choose to jump off a cliff, but more than likely you're going to want to walk through the garden. The difficulty comes when it's not as clear cut as that. When it's, would you like to walk through this garden or would you like to walk through this garden? And there's some very small, subtle nuances that you really don't know, and you're not going to know unless you start walking through it. Or you go, you know what? I know, or I believe, my faith or my internal compass is saying this is not, it's too easy, or it's too flat, or it's too lush. There must be swampy under there or something. And this garden doesn't have a clear path. It's going to be a little bit harder to walk, but there's nothing sending off warning bells. So I'm going to choose this path. I don't know that it's right or wrong, but I think it's going to be better for me in the end. And then there's just somewhere it's like, hey, do you want to walk this path or this path? And they're equally going to have their own issues. But slurping your coffee, people who slurp things should fed bland oatmeal every day for a week. Should be fed. Oh, should be fed. Yeah, should be fed bland oatmeal every day for a week. It's amazing how just one consonant can screw you up that bad. But Io, didn't you say you eat? Oh no, Michael Bailey, you eat oatmeal. I was gonna say somebody was just admitted that they eat oatmeal. I'll slurp out of spite then. Baldric says defiantly, bucking the trend. How about we all just sip or just drink the coffee? Wait, that's a quote, I think, or a applied quote. How about? Oh no, well, Wreck-It Ralph. He's like, why don't we just? Oh yeah, the cake. It's like, well, hey, why don't we put Wreck-It Ralph is like, why don't we put so and so at the top of the cake? Would it really be that bad to put Wreck-It Ralph at the top of the cake? And like, well, no, because Felix needs to be up there because he's getting his medal. And they go back and forth, and Felix is like, I have an idea. Why don't we just eat the cake? So I think that's the vibe I got from your comment, Honey Badger. I don't know if that's what you're referring to or not. It is funny though, because oatmeal without anything is bland by default. Right, tastes like the absence of anything. Sorrow and sadness, that's what I expect it to taste like. Darloth. I may be saying his name wrong. I think I've mispronounced it a lot. And people who clean out milk from cereal bowl with a spoon clanking all the way should be fed bland soup for a week, where the broth is just hot water. Oof. Io, you are cruel. You are a cruel food-centric punisher. Like your punishments involve the food, which I guess that's tit for tat, because if it's a punishment, if the sin is involved in food, or if the sin involves food, then the punishment should also be food related, I guess. Hey, I do that. Oh no. Oh gosh. Boulder's like, hey, you're defining my diet here. What's that all about? Methinks I'm barred from any future barbecues now. I just won't serve coffee in cereal bowls. There we go. A happy medium. Only cereal on plates. Oh, this is divulged. The solutions we're coming up with here are not going to save the world, folks. This is and a dog bowl away from bucket. Jeez Louise. The only reason to clean milk out of the bottom of the bowl is to be more polite when visiting people, or if you can't drink without spilling. Oh. Let's see. I agree, just drink from the bowl, but there are some of those out there who cannot, for the life of them, drink from a bowl without sounding like half-starved mule. This is true. And people, chewing with your mouth closed, that is a skill some people need to hone in. And no, Incarnate, I do not have a mule. I'm glad you said so, Honey Badger. I was a little curious, to be honest. And I'm curious why you don't have a mule. You have every other animal. Noah's Ark got beached in your backyard. You have 2 of every animal, except for mules. Where are the jackasses, my friend? Where are the jackasses? Calgron Teed sounds like he says, feel me, instead of fear me. That is true. Yeah. Feel me. How do I feel? How do you like me? How do you like me now? Is that me sending? Not out of context at all. This stream seems to have gone off the rails just slightly. Oh, yeah, we've been way off. Oh, wow, we're at the end. I've been jumping back and forth. Traitor, Michael, traitor. Although now, how can you go off the rails slightly? That is a good point, Honey Badger. You know what? I've never questioned that saying. I've never questioned, but to be fair, I don't think anybody's ever said gone slightly off the rails. I think the saying has always been, oh, this has gone off the rails. So we've just modified it in a way that it does not work in a logical sense. Yeah, if you're off the rails, you're off the rails. And I don't think there's no slightly. If you're, well, yeah, if you're derailed, you're done. Never seen Wreck-It. Okay, Honey Badger, I've read 2 books that you recommended, and I've watched 2 movies that you swore an oath that they were the best things in the world. Don't touch the second one. I mean, I can't say definitively not, because I haven't seen it myself, and I haven't even heard all that much about it. Just from what I saw, it just did not pique my interest. The first Wreck-It Ralph, especially if you like video games, worth it. It is quite an entertaining bit. If you want, I can send you a link. I'll just say that. To facilitate watching. But ideally you'd rent it or whatever. But Watch it. It's good. I mean, if you don't like animated films, don't bother. It's an animated film. But if you like video games and you like animated stuff, like The Incredibles and that kind of thing, Wreck-It Ralph, the first one, is definitely worth a watch. Not quite on the Megamind level. Megamind is here. Wreck-It Ralph is below. But I put Wreck-It Ralph above Despicable Me, honestly. Michael Bailey, I would rather die than take away someone else's ability to choose. It's not something I'd willfully ever do to someone. I mean, yeah. I'm trying to think of a way that you ever could. Let's see. Would you like to jump off a cliff or walk through a garden is what I return to. I've never seen Wreck-It Ralph. The jackasses are the ones that don't like The Hobbit. Oh, I see. The movies, that is. Okay. I'm glad you specified Honey Badger, because given your history and your particular take on that series, I would not have thought that you were talking about the movies. I thought you were talking about the book. But the movies. Oh, wow, we're all jackasses, huh? So if I call you Bill, what does that mean, huh? Bill. Anyway, now it's off the rails. Now we're divulging. But I'm not Io, if you're giving me that look, because you got to know who Bill is. Bill is the jackass from Lord of the Rings. So I'm using lore-specific naming to call someone a jackass, since I've been called a jackass first. But I mean, I agree with you, Michael. But I think in principle, like that would be like, I think those are all crimes. Anything that you would do that would take away somebody's ability to choose, or I guess, like the actual ability to choose, doesn't mean that you give them that they don't have a difficult decision or a crappy decision. But I think anything that would actually take away someone's ability to choose something is, it's most of those would be considered crimes, like some kind of kidnapping or abduction or whatever. But then you run into but then your lines are, okay, if the law says you can't kill somebody, have you taken away their right to choose to kill somebody? Is it okay to take away the right of someone to kill somebody? Then you've got multiple layers of morality. Then you're saying, I don't want to take away somebody's ability to make a decision, but what if that decision that they would be making is harmful to other people, or is something that you find morally wrong? How would you have a society where you say, well, we can't tell anybody that they can't do anything that they want to do, or can't take away that decision? But to be fair, a law that says you can't do this isn't taking away your ability to make that choice. You're simply saying, if you make that choice, there will be a consequence. And if you're willing to accept that consequence, then you can certainly make that choice. So that's what I'm saying. I think it'd be really hard to get to a point where you're genuinely taking away someone's ability to choose, aside from being incarcerated or, dead or, kidnapped or something, where they're physically unable to do something. I can't think of a situation where they genuinely don't have a choice. Most of the time you have a choice, but there's going to be consequences, whether they're natural or man-made. That's how you end up with being restricted. Let's see. Or that don't like pineapple pizza. Honey Badger's just piling it on here. All the worst things. Could be impaired and kill someone. Yes. Yeah. So I'm not connecting the dots here. That wouldn't be a choice, but that's not, you're not taking away that choice. Unless you're saying you make them impaired. I guess that's my, yeah, you can commit crimes like involuntarily. Absolutely. I mean, that's why you have manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, first degree, second degree murder. I mean, there's like 25 different ways that you can describe how somebody killed somebody, because there are so many different ways you can do it, and different levels of involvement. Like you get drunk and you kill somebody, it's a DUI, but you've got, I think it's involuntary manslaughter or reckless. There's a name for it. Sorry, Incarnate, you had just left it hanging out there and the joke had just to be made, and I stepped up to the challenge. Fair enough, Honey Badger, fair enough. Sorry, not Honey Badger, Bill. Fair enough, Bill. I you know what? to be fair, it would not be a stream if we didn't. We talked excessively about food, and very little was said about. Actually, nothing was said about pineapple on pizza. We had pineapple on ice cream thanks to Io, but we actually never went to pineapple on pizza. So, Body Bag mentioned that pineapple pizza. He correctly stated that pineapple does not belong on pizza. So we did have that, but it really hasn't been talked about. So it would have been a bit of a crime, a bit of a missed opportunity to have a stream that goes this long, just over 5 hours, talking about food as much as we did, and not actually talk about pineapple on pizza. So I kind of appreciate you bringing the core, the root, the essence of this whole entire interaction, and distilling it back down to what it needs to be, and not forgetting about that. But Michael Bailey, certainly we can talk about this on the next stream, on the next time. There certainly are nuances there, and I know it's much harder. It's far harder because I've tried to do that. It's harder to convey what I'm thinking through texting, typing, and everything while somebody else is able to talk. It's like okay, you're saying a bunch of things, you're asking a bunch of questions. I'm still addressing the first thing you said. It can be frustrating. So anyway, again, I'll post a link one more time just for posterity. There we go. And that is to Daraloth's stream. I'm guessing he's still streaming. But anyway, so I will hopefully, if y'all are up for it, I'll see you in about 16 hours, almost on the dot. 16 hours hence, there will be a live stream going on. And like I said, if we get enough people, we'll play Among Us. And for those of you who can't make it tomorrow, maybe we'll try it again on Sunday. Like there's no reason at this point in my life not to be streaming more often. Like I said, I'm applying for jobs. It's not looking good, folks. Honestly, I think one of my questions will be like, hey, what jobs do you all have? Because I can't think of a damn job that I want to do right now. There's a bunch of jobs that I know I don't want to do. There's a bunch of jobs that I know I can do, but they don't really seem to be a lot of them out here where I am. So yeah, like I said, I applied to 3 of them, and my goal is to kind of apply to at least 1 or 2 a day until I get a call back. But it's not looking good. It's not looking good. So, but until that happens, until that goes, I'm trying to make it a point to do more streaming. So we'll probably do Saturday and Sunday, probably the same time at noon. So if you can't make it on Saturday, we'll be doing it again on Sunday. And if we find there's a better time for more folks, I'll happily change the time. Because it's right now I'm just kind of picking a time. It's kind of the middle of the day, not too late for folks in Europe, but not too early for folks here. But anyway, we'll see. I made it to the end. I did. I kind of cheated. Like I found my strategy here is if I announce that I'm stopping, I find that's when chat kind of peters off. If I'm like, oh great, we're gonna wind down here or whatever, I notice that's when chat kind of goes away. So with a few exceptions, like yourself and whoever, and the other folks here, the other 9 folks still watching, it kind of tapers off, and chat naturally comes to a kind of a halt. So I'm not going to utilize that strategy too much because I'm never intending to mislead. I just happen to keep getting carried away and getting distracted on my way to ending. But yeah, I found that is a secret I can do, and that if I talk long enough after saying that, I will eventually get to the end of the chat. Oh yeah, probably the last person I should have confided that in. Later, everyone, have a good night. See you for D&D, Schward. Yes, indeed. I on the 28th, as I said. Broken 250. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Bye. I will see you.